We are live at Collectco for tonight's, sale. Facebook record sale. Welcome, everybody. All righty. So, thanks for joining us. I had dental work done this morning, so I slept a lot later than I normally do. I got here a lot later than I normally do, and I'm starting late as I usually do. So I'm starting, slept late, got here late, but I'm starting on time, which is late. We love it though. Okay, my left side of my mouth's still pretty numb. I got a filling today. My gum feels like it's protruding out of my mouth. Looks like Ed has priced everything. I hope so. I know he has. Welcome everybody. New week. The numbers come back from last week. Francis, they're already on top of it. Ed will reply to you soon, Francis. I know who got your order, and we know whose order you got, so we'll get that swapped around. Ed will be with you momentarily. But whoever got you got, they got yours, so we know where it got crisscrossed at. Labels got put on the wrong boxes. Everybody, we just came off probably, I'd say the last month at Collectco has been, right now the 30-day trend is the best sales numbers we've ever had. So shout out to y'all and the entire staff here that makes that possible. I got the numbers back from Ed from last week. If you add in the coins I did last night, I think it puts us for the best week we've ever had in sales. So y'all continue just to blow my mind. My mind is blown. All right. So that's all I've got to say. A big thank you. We got to start off this week hot. There's already 5 crates of vinyl over here. New vinyl. Most of it's already pre-sold from pre-orders. I ordered stuff up until this morning when I had to pass out to go to the dentist. As soon as the sale's over tonight, I got to order even more. And this place is just rolling right now. I love it. That's the way I like it. So welcome everybody. And we're here. It's Kiss Night, but we also have other stuff. We also have a whole crate of supplemental auctions. Let me ask Seth about the other one. All right, there's that. I think I've got this shared almost everywhere. I can talk, even though I got 4 shots in my gums this morning. They numbed me up before that. Ed, you can park those. I mean, John. Well, about right now, I mean, it's going to block it, but right there is fine because nobody's going to come through there. Okay. Because I walk right through here to grab them. Yeah, that'd be best. That way you don't have to navigate. Tanner's about to be back in about 20 minutes, he said, to clean the place up. I was like, well, good luck with that. Okay. I got that link, I guess. I do. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, big thanks to everybody. I think the numbers don't lie. Plus, we've been selling some really big stuff lately too. I want to thank everybody from whether you bought one record last week or an Aussie autograph. I think it's all contributed to pretty much our best week ever, and I think the last 30 days has been the best I can ever remember here. So, doesn't look like the vinyl market is. Looks like it's the line is still straight up. Everybody's. It's hard to kill rock and roll, you know. Okay. And I'm going to post this here. All right, so what we're going to do is start with the new vinyl from this morning's video. I'm about to step up front and grab that. It is Monday, August 18th. I've had my Subway and a cookie and a Monster, and I'm ready to get going. Oh, man. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go. Let's do it. All right, let me move some coins around. I made a mess last night trying to sell coins, but I've almost got it all cleaned up. Take me home, country roads, to a place I belong, Coletco. All right. MoFi, Neil Diamond. That's what everybody needs. You heading out, John? Thank you, as always. All right. Kiss Not. Y'all know what that means. You wanted the best, you got it. This is the 9th week in a row we've been selling Kiss records. 9th Monday in a row we've been selling Kiss records. Wow. Yep. 9th Monday in a row. We have not broke streak. 9th, I repeat, the 9th Monday in a row we've been auctioning. So I think this is another 45 or 55 auctions. So we're approaching 500 Kiss auctions in the last 9 weeks. And I'll ask Laura right now, there's still plenty, right, Laura? I think I told everybody this would be like a 14, 15 week stretch to get all this stuff sold. And I think it's going to be. So we're in week number 9. And this, and man, that doesn't count all the other kit, like this, the common OG stuff I've sold off too. So there's been plenty of just like, you know, OG copies of Asylum or whatever. We got all those. So I'm going to be walking back and forth and grabbing a crate at a time here from up front that was in the 6 a.m. video. I almost forgot about these because it seems like I did them a long time ago, which I did. I did them many hours before I left, before I had to go to the dentist. So 9 full crates of Kiss. So yeah, another, we'll say 9 weeks then. So 9 weeks. So 18. Yeah, that's about right. That's how much I thought we was going to end up having from this collection. Incredible. So a lot of people was like, there's no way. That's a lot of Kiss records, Chad. And I'm like, this guy had them. He had that many, 100%. I'm going to move these autographed pictures before a $1,500 autograph falls behind that crate and I forget about it for a year. There's somewhere in this building a signed Eric Clapton magazine, which is worth about $1,000. It's somewhere in this building, and I don't know where. It's probably fell behind a crate or it's down in a crate. It was already checked and everything. So little small stuff, I'm like, okay, we better be careful of this so we don't accidentally drop it. and it's gone forever, or gone until we discover and be like, hey, Chad, there's a Eric Clapton autograph down in this record. Oh, yeah. All right. Let me get these puzzles. My puzzles are all messed up where I had a coin sale last night. Here we go. Any Beatles. I got all of the Beatles autographs and more and extras. One second here. Let me do this. Hope everybody's went ahead and hit the like button. I actually bought some Beatles autographs today. So, all right. Here we go. So welcome everybody to Collectco. First thing we're going to do is ask everybody to hit the like button on Facebook. Ask everybody to hit the like button on YouTube. Make sure you subscribed and followed. A new week has began here at Collectco. We're going to get started right now. Let me find, I did have a couple extra. Let me see if I can find them. I had a couple just regular Kiss type auctions. All right, let me see what's in here. Okay, let's do, did I have any other Kiss in here? Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, so first auction of the night is Kiss Dynasty. This is an OG copy, 1979, of Pittman Press. It is a strong VG, a $15 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. There is an old name tag on the cover. Dynasty is a $15 start. That's now up for bid. And then over here, I've got AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. Dirty Deeds, and you know the rest of it. Dirty Deeds is a 1981 U.S. reissue. It's an Allied press with the inner sleeve. It is VG, probably a VG minus cover, maybe VG. It's got quite a bit of creases right down there on the corner. It's just a well-loved copy, but still playable, okay? So $15 start on Kiss, $15 start on AC/DC. Over here, we're going to do this. We're going to open this up and open this up and open up a whole lot of records. I'm going to open up Chad Williams. Brent's still bidding on Clint Eastwood. Man, I thought y'all were going to keep going on that. When I said sold on that, I was like, man, I figured a couple other people would keep going on that one. I hadn't posted it yet. I was going to share some pictures, but a lot of people don't even know what we sold the other night. You got to be watching late. Pretty amazing stuff. Okay, welcome everybody. And then we have Dynasty does not have a poster, so we're looking for Sgt. Pepper's, Diamond Head, King's X, Lords of Acid, Phil Collins, Lords of Acid, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Caius, and both AC/DC albums. Here we go. We have Metallica live in the City of Brotherly Love. New week, new invoice. So if you bought anything tonight, it starts a new $8 unlimited shipping invoice. Metallica, red vinyl in the City of Brotherly Love. That's a 2 LP. Also, we have Soundgarden down on the upside. Soundgarden down on the upside's a 2 LP, $44.99 for Soundgarden. And this is Phil Collins. This is called The Singles. First sale of the week goes to Bob Riger. Thank you, Bob Riger. That is so to you. That is a 2 LP, and that is $44.99. James, have you sent those to the Collectco page? If anybody ever has anything for sale, especially collections, or you're giving a lead on a collection for us, always make sure to message Collectco, because if you message it to me, it could go into a spam folder if we're not actually friends on Facebook, and then I never see it. and that happens quite often. There's Phil Collins for $44.99. Thank you, Bob Reiger. Dynasty has one bid for $16. We're about to sell it. AC/DC does not have a bid. I'm about to sell that for $15 if no one places a bid. Rush, Clockwork Angels, double LP, $44.99 for Rush. Caius is sold. That's sold to Darren Chrisman. Blues for the Red Sun, and that's a 30th anniversary gold vinyl. Caius is sold, $33.99. Also over here we have Pearl Jam binaural. Pearl Jam is $38.99. Pearl Jam binaural. Also we have Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. $39.99. It's a 2 LP. That is a 20-track Aerosmith compilation. Also, we have AC/DC. If you want blood, you got it. This one is sold to William Warner. I have one extra copy left if anybody wants it. I have 0 extra copies left. I take that back. This next record is a new release that came out last week, The Pretenders, The Singles Expanded Edition, which they've put over 2 LPs, $39.99. First auctions are sold. Dynasty got one bid for $16. It is sold to Mega Blast. That's John Durden, and nobody bid on AC/DC. You can pick this up for a $15 buy it now. VG Vinyl, VG minus cover. It is now a $15 buy it now. It does have the original inner sleeve. I'm going to lay that right over here on top of the Dio box set. Next is Billy Idol Charmed Life. That's the first time that had been reissued over 2 LPs. That is $39.99, original release to 1990. And we have David Bowie Heroes, remastered David Bowie Heroes, $33.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Kiss Rock and Roll Over. And Kiss is a 1976 US OG Terre Haute. It does have the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $25 start on Kiss. Brandon Jones wants one of those Aerosmith compilations. Rush is $44.99, Clockwork Angels. We're going to breeze to those one more time. Auction number 2 is Y&T, Down for the Count. Y&T, Down for the Count is a 1985 USOG, Indianapolis Press. EX Plus, a nice copy, VG Plus jacket. Y&T's a $15 start. I've got Metallica Live in the City Brotherly Love, 2 LP, $39.99. We have Soundgarden Down on the Upside, that's $44. Phil Collins, The Singles is $44. Rush Clockwork Angels, that's a double LP, that's still available. So is Pearl Jam binaural for $38. We have Aerosmith, last copy now for $39. The Pretenders, The Singles Collection, $39.99 on that, 2 LP. Billy Idol's $39, and David Bowie Heroes, $33.99. We can be heroes just for one day. Kiss Rock and Roll Over. This is an OG Terre Haute press with the inner sleeve, $25 start. Y&T's a $15 start, Down for the Count. No bid on either one of those yet, and AC/DC is a $15 no bid over here. It's a buy it now. I'm going to take this crate and swap it out with another crate that's up front. Let me go do that right now. Hopefully everybody's done me a fantastical favor by hitting the like button on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, wherever you're watching from and around the world. Thank you. We have started a new week, a new amazing week here at CollectCo, I should say. So thanks everybody. Like I said, usually I wake up on Mondays to the numbers from invoicing. Ed's usually pretty much wrapping up invoices when I'm dead asleep. So when I wake up, I see our totals and I'm like, what an amazing week. I think last 30 days is probably near or past, beyond record past setting here at CollectCo. Pretty amazing, honestly. So somebody just gave a round of applause. Is that Ed? That was Ed. Ed just gave a round of applause. That's to our customers and everybody here on the staff. But yeah, if I track 30 days, a 30-day period, and I compared it to any other 30-day period since I've been in business, it wouldn't probably be close. So thanks everybody for that. And the scary thing is there's so much still left on the table. Maybe I can figure out a way to sleep less this week. We'll do even better. How about Electric Wizard presents Black Magic Rituals and Perversions? That's on crystal meth colored vinyl. Last copy. Surely somebody needs that. We got Prong Cleansing. That's a limited edition music on vinyl for $39.99. And the Cramps Black Leather. The Cramps is a live unofficial. That's May 13th, 1980, $33.99. All right. First thing is Matthew Sherrick gets AC/DC for $15. And then Craig says, Chad, shout out to the shipping department. And Ed, got my invoice this morning, paid it, and got a notice it had shipped. And then over here, yeah, they're pretty much like on a they're on a 3-minute turnaround back there. Wow, no bid on Y&T, just a $15 bot now. Wow, no bid on Kiss, just a $25 bot now. Those are no bids, unbelievable. Okay, next thing we have a Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Sleep Token is $38.99. Are you using a new camera? Same camera. Same camera I've been using for a while. Unbelievable. No bid on a Y&T and an OG Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Okay, I'll try something different. How about Crocus the Blitz? Crocus is a 1984 USOG with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus. Crocus is a $15 start. And right next to that, I'm going to go ahead and put up this right here. It is Kiss Destroyer. And Destroyer is a 1977 US repress. Terre Haute VG Plus Destroyer is a $20 start. All right, GenCast gets the Kiss for $25. Y&T, 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 Y&T. Mark Morris was first for $15. You know, I expected a bid for $15, $20, $25, $30, $35, $40. GenCast, though, gets a Kiss for $25. Mark gets Y&T for $15. I got Phil Lynott. You may know him from Thin Lizzy. This is his solo act, Grand Slam. Live in Orbero 1983, that is $34.99. Sleep Token Sundowning is $36.99. We have live David Lee, or excuse me, we have original sealed David Lee Roth. This is Skyscraper, $28.99. That's live David Lee Roth, a Skyscraper, $28.99 on that. And make sure everybody's hit the like button. That's very important. Maybe very important here in the opening minutes of the show to make sure you hit the like button and share and all that. And this week's going to be quite busy. I mean, we've got all new collections in. You got to think on Friday, they basically delivered another 18-foot trailer of all brand new stuff. So I think the reason we've been having so many killer weeks is we haven't had a lull in merchandise. So just every night, there's premium auctions, whether it be Monday for Kiss, Tuesday for autographs, whatever it may be, and it's going to be exactly that same way again this week. There's no lull in any kind of merchandise. If you can just imagine a trailer of just premium vinyl and collectibles about every week now being unloaded inside of this building. And so there's even we don't even get to the tier B, the B stuff, what I consider the tier B stuff, or maybe C. It's barely being touched. It's all like tier A stuff that's going out for auction. Of course, in the crates, you could see a little bit of everything still, but just far as auctions, yeah, it's like tier A every night for the auctions, it seems like. And I'm actually going to work on running a live ad right now. So I'm setting up a Facebook ad as we speak, and it is submitted. So maybe we'll have some people catch that and jump on the feet tonight. All right, $28.99. Chad, I sent the BB King to your email. Okay, thank you. Over here, we got Rubber Soul. That's remastered for $36.99. Cynthia Herdron on the Cramps. Cynthia Herdron on the Cramps. Over here, we got Stevie Ray Vaughan live. This is sold to Noah Colwell. That's live 1980, $24.99. Crocus has one bid for $20. Final call. Kiss does not have a bid. We're looking for a $20 start on that. Let's go back to the top and see what else I missed. We got Grateful Dead Terrapin Station, $33.99. Did Paul bring back more goodies? How about 10,000 more albums, collectibles, autographs, posters, and memorabilia? I consider that goodies. Another 10,000 albums that was packed inside of this building. AC/DC Let There Be Rock. One sold to William Warner. There's one left for $29.99 if anybody else wants one. The Best of Bauhaus Crackle. That's a 2 LP for $38.99. What about Yes, live in Knoxville, 1972. Classic lineup, classic tour, classic music, $59.99. The Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged is $39.99. And the Dead Kennedys live at the Old Waldorf, 1979. $39.99 on that. All right, no bid on Kiss. You can pick that up for a $20 buy it now. First 3 Kiss auctions have all been minimum bids. And then over here, we got Crocus, and that's sold to Travis Woods for $20. Tim Rush is $44.99. Everything in the bins is sticker price, which is always no more, no less. So all the new vinyl is always sticker price. The stuff I'm laying back in the auctions, the stuff I'm laying back in the back are auctions. Those are up for bid. Everything in the crate, especially this crate, is new and brand new sealed vinyl sticker price. We have a 1984 UK original 12-inch single from the Colt. And this is the Colt Go West Crazy Spinning Circles. The Colt is going to go up for a $15 start. And then over here, our next auction is going to be probably another Kiss record. You know, it is Monday Night Kiss Night, which means for the next 7 hours, there will be a Kiss auction up for bid. That's right. One after another, 7 hours, I'll be here selling Kiss records. That's what we do. Here's a 1984 U.S. reissue of Kiss Dynasty. It's a 72 PRC Richmond. It is in shrink. It's VG Plus, and it's a $20 start. The Colt has a bid for $15. Anybody else on anything in here? If not, I'm going to go get the last crate of warm-ups. We're going to go right into the Billy Joe pre-order. I've got 2 whole crates of a new Billy Joe release that are pre-sold. I have a whole crate of Deftones, and I've got 2 other crates of pre-orders, wait list, restocks, and new arrivals. And then tomorrow, there'll be more new vinyl. Wednesday, there'll be even more new vinyl. Then Thursday, John's already got 4 crates of vintage pre-owned up here. Laura's working on marking stuff right now. I've got a whole bunch of surprises. Here's what's left in here. Dead Kennedy, Smashing Pumpkins, yes. Bauhaus, AC/DC, Grateful Dead. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Rubber Soul. The Seal, David Lee Ross. Sleep Token, Phil Lynott, Sleep Token, The Cramps, Prong, and Electric Wizard on crystal meth colored vinyl. How could you go wrong there, right? All right, so there's 1, there's 2, and now let me go grab the other crate over here. And the other crate I have up here has the rest of the 6 a.m. video, the rest of the 6 a.m. video. So let me go do that. Oh, here's my Subway cookies. That might be the real reason I'm walking up here. Oh, here's a whole pack of double stuffed Oreos. Oh, here's some Nerds clusters. Here's some Mentos cinnamon. Here's some apples and peanut butter. That's my supper tonight. Double stuffed Oreos, apples and peanut butter, and Nerd clusters. The 5 essential food groups: syrup, sugar, fructose. Here we go. All right. Colt has 1 bid for $15, final call, and Kiss does not have a bid again. Boy, I'm gonna have to like call the general of Kiss Army and be like, hey, what's up? Your soldiers. Some of these Kiss reissues, I know they already have 20 copies. Why don't they have 21 copies, General? Some of these Kiss albums, I know they already have 50, 60 copies of them. Why don't they get more of them? Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. This is a 2 LP remaster, $49.99. $49.99, that's the Division Bell. Also, we have Pink Floyd, The Wall remastered, $49.99. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, and Pantera Far Beyond Driven. So we got 2 double albums from Pink Floyd, both remastered. Division Bell, and we have The Wall, okay? And then we got Vulgar, and we got Far Beyond Driven. So that is 49 and 44, 49 and 44. First thing we have is Kiss Dynasty. That's a no-bid, $20 buy it now. And then the Colt is sold for $15 to Chris Gardner. Thank you, Chris. That's so to you. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. How about Y&T Open Fire Live? Y&T is an 85 German OG. This is on the A&M white labels. It's a German press. EX Plus, near mint minus, a $20 start on Y&T. Scott Oldman gets Dynasty for $20. $20 on that. We have Tyler Childers live on Red Barn. Tyler Childers is $24.99. And Rush Power Windows, I still have this remaster. Rush Power Windows for $36. And Filter Short Bus, that is on 30th anniversary Crimson Moon colored vinyl, $33.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be the following. It is going to be a copy of something. What could it be? Who knows? It is going to be, I don't know. It's going to be Scorpions, Love at First Sting. The Scorpions is an 84 U.S. Club, Indianapolis Press, with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $20 start on that. Over here, we have Iron Maiden Killers. That's $33.99. 1981 remaster. King's X, this was our last copy of Please Come Home, Mr. Balbus. This is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. Also, we have Billie Eilish, the 1-year anniversary of Hit Me Hard and Soft. Special edition blue splatter with poster, 2 left for $39. Wasp 40th Anniversary Red Marble Half-Speed Master for $38. Borrowed Time by Diamond Head. That's sold to Scott Smith as well. That is sold to Scott Smith. And we got Wasp Eldorado, $33.99 yellow vinyl. Melvin's Lysol is $29. King's X Tape Head, that's also sold to Scott Smith. That was our last 2 copies of those. Tim Rory on Iron Maiden Killers. Tim, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Just say yes, first-time buyer. I need you to go to our DMs to CollectCo here on our business page and send us a message. I need your email address and mailing address, okay? Let's put Brandon Jones on a waiting list for Iron Maiden Killers. Tim Rory was first on that one. Right now, there's no bid on Y&T, looking for a $20 start. Right now, there's no bid on Scorpions, looking for a $20 start. Final call on those. Our first auction out of the advertised KISS stuff is going to go up right now, and it is, or actually, you know what? Hold on one second. I'll withhold that statement for 30 seconds. If I can make sure I have... Okay, we'll do this one right here. These are the Demons of Rock. This is KISS at the Agora Ballroom in Cleveland, Ohio, April 1st, 1984. This is the Agora in Cleveland with photo inserts. That's a $55 start, okay? Y&T 20, Scorpions 20. Y&T is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Next is Lords of Acid. I have sold 2 copies here. One to Ron Cornwell. Thank you, Ron. And the other one went to Michael LeBlanc. That was our last 2 copies. Let's make a note to order more of those. Buddy Cordova on Wasp Eldorado. Now Scorpions 20. Now Scorpions 20. Y&T, Open Fire. An original German press. No condition notes on that one. Judas Priest, Fuel for Fire, 1986. St. Louis, Missouri, $29.99. Rush Grace Under Pressure is $36. Beatles Past Masters, $49. G.G. Allen's $29. That is still available. And so is 3 Days Grace. Live starts now for $29. KISS Music from the Elder, $39. Sgt. Pepper's is sold to Melissa Clausen. Thank you, Melissa Clausen. That is sold to you. I think that was our last claim. There's Queensryche for $34 and REM for $24. All right, so let's go down the line here. Open Fire Y&T is an 85 German OG, has the inner sleeve EX Plus Near Mint Minus. The bids have been 20, 20, and 20. The first person who bid 20 was Bill Samus. He still has it for 20. It's a final call for 20. He's about to get it for 20, unless there's a bid for more than 20. And then the same thing for Scorpions. There was bids for 20, 20, 20. The starting bid was 20. Stephen Parton has it for 20. He's about to get it for 20 unless there's a new bid for more than 20. And then J.D. Conklin is in first on KISS. The starting bid on this was 55. J.D. Conklin has bid 55. He's about to get it for 55 unless there's a bid for more than $55. And everybody in the 6 a.m. video got everything they wanted. Melanie, Scott, Ron, Bob, Michael, Noah, Darren, William, Sgt. Pepper's, Diamond Head, King's X, Lord of Acid, Phil Collins, Lord of Acid, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Caius, ACDC. All that's been claimed. Still no new bids have popped up. The clock's ticking on all those. Right now, there's only one no bid. KISS Destroyer, a 77 repress Terre Haute. That is with the original inner sleeve, and that's a buy it now for $20. New bid on Y&T for $21. And now that's a final call. Final call, Ed. Ed's like, that's a lot of finals. That was a lot of finals. I have a whole crate. I have 2 whole crates of a record that has never been reissued before that comes out Friday. I have been selling these as U.S. originals. I have been selling these as Japanese pressings. I have been selling these for a long time. And people have been asking me this question, Chad, can I get a Billy Joel Greatest Hits? And for years, the answer has been no. There is no Billy Joel Greatest Hits that's ever been pressed to vinyl except that original version that looked just like this that came out in 1985. And of course, everybody's always wanted it. It's Billy Joel. It's a hits compilation. Up until right now, that album has been OOP. We call that out of print. It's never been available until now. And I have it. I have 2 whole crates of them. There's over 40 pre-orders. We're about to start calling out names. We're about to start letting people know who got one and who didn't get one. They are $38.99, okay? First thing we're going to do is we're going to sell this KISS to Jimmy LaCroix. He claimed it first. It was a 77 pressing, $20. So, also over here, we got Scorpions. Scorpions still just got one bid with Stephen Parton. Never did hear back from Eric Dog, so that's sold to Stephen for $20. Y&T got a new bid from Brett Michael, and that is at 21. And that means over here, that means that Stephen Parton, that means Bill Samus, you've been outbid. J.D. Conklin gets Kiss for $55. All right, so this is $38.99. Hey, I asked if Destroyer was a 180-gram flag. You came after Jimmy LaCroix already bought it. Jimmy LaCroix says Kiss, I'll take Destroyer, and then you asked. It's already been sold to him. He was first. First thing we have is Ben Digert on Billy Joel. Also Autumn Betts and Mike Moore. Autumn Betts and Mike Moore. We have Scott Beebe and Sherry Darnell. Scott Beebe and Sherry Darnell. This was posted 11 weeks ago over in the group. We have Anna Burham and Nikki Cox. Anna and Nikki, thank you and thank you. Michael Jacob and Jerry Stone. Michael Jacob and Jerry Stone. Bob Reiger and John Miller. Bob Reiger and John Miller. Stephen A. Young and Levi Helton. Stephen A. Young and Levi Helton. Also, we got Jen Cast and Marsha French. Jen Cast and Marsha French. Let me pause right there to say Y&T has new bids for 25 and Y&T has another bid for 25. This time Carl Berger's first and everybody else is out. Next auction is Kiss at the Palladium. An unofficial 2014 blue marble with poster live at the Palladium in New York, 1980. Cool cover, cool vinyl. Kiss is a $55 start. Next over here, Julianne Roman, Kevin J. Reitz. Julianne Roman, Kevin J. Reitz. James Vasquez and Ivan R. wants two of them. So we got James Vasquez. Ivan R. gets two of them. Ivan Rychek, and then Jamie McCord and Greg Preston. This pre-order is posted 11 weeks ago over in our group. Make sure you're a member of Whole Lot of Records. How about Michael Potts and Wesley Stover? And let me pause right there with Michael Potts and Wesley Stover because we have officially filled up our first full crate here, and that is wonderful. I'm going to set that right there. We're going to grab another empty crate, and we're about to count off some more of these pre-orders. And you know for sure, if you know for sure you wasn't in on the pre-order, and you're like, holy crap, I need one of these, then you probably should have already said Billy Joel. We got one for Michael Carpenter. We got one for Vince Lano. Thank you and thank you. We got one for Daryl Johnson and Tony Hall. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Tony Hall. Edward Beck. Ed, have you pulled yours out yet? I'll find out, and then I'll go ahead and give one to Ed Hickey. I'll go ahead and give one to Ed Hickey. Even Edward Beck pre-ordered one. Have you pulled yours out, Ed? He'll hear me in just a second. He's listening back there. He's actually got his hands over his ears, and he's focused looking to the screen. He's probably trying to figure out some of these orders. Was that a no? You have not. Okay, I'll set you one out then. All right, let's set one out for Hatchet Ed. Thank you, Hatchet Ed. And now let's count out some more. Okay, let's go right back up to the top. First thing we have is this. I left off at the top. There's a lot of bids. Y&T was at 25 of Carl Berger. Y&T 28 with Brett Michael Swig, which is a new person. I got to figure out who that is. Kiss 55, Kiss 55, Kiss 55, Kiss 65, Kiss 60, Kiss 65, Kiss 75, Kiss 75, Kiss 80, Kiss 80, Kiss 80, Kiss 100, Kiss 100, Kiss 100. Next thing we have is Robert Matthews and Lonnie Jolly. Robert Matthews and Lonnie Jolly. Paul Brothers and Bill Samus. Paul Brothers and Bill Samus. Catherine Lutz and Melanie Jennings. Catherine Lutz and Melanie Jennings. Also, we got Tim Holloway and Rob Fordham. Tim Holloway and Rob Fordham. Brian White and Bill Samus. That's how many extras I have left live to sell right now. Right here, I have this many left right now, okay? Now, let's go right over here. First thing I have is Restream. Restream. One would think he's noticed Restream is the word. Oh, it's not working on y'all's end. I don't even look at the monitor. Okay, so we need to refresh this over here then, okay? Let's see what's going on. Let's see here. Date. Let's see. Let me click on this. What is this? Restream chat. Is that it? All right. Refresh cache of Curtin Page. All right, that should do it right there. Sorry, I never even look at the monitor, so I don't know what y'all were seeing, and until y'all start screaming at me. So, because it was moving on my end. It wasn't frozen over here. Okay, so let's go back up to the top. It was frozen on the screen, but not on my device. Let's go back over here and figure out who the first one that wanted a Billy Joe Live. The first person who wanted a Billy Joe Live was Todd Doris. Thank you, Todd Doris. That was so to you. The next person was Stanley Richmond. Thank you, Stanley Richmond. That's so to you. And then the next person, Todd Doris, I got you. And then the next person was absolutely nobody. I'm almost at the bottom, too. I don't have any more King's X, but we can put you on a waiting list. If you want one of those King's X albums, just let me know which one, and we'll order it for you. It should be in this week if they're in stock. Kiss is at 110. And then over here, we're at the bottom, okay? So we have Kiss. Kiss is at 110 with Matthew Sherrick. Kiss is at 110 with Matthew Sherrick, the Palladium. The last bid I seen on Y&T, the last bid that came in for Y&T is a final call, Y&T. It was Brett Michaels, which is Cecil Grosskopf. He has this for $28. Brett Michaels is Cecil Grosskopf. He has this for $28, okay? And Brett Michaels wig I think is what it's called. I said Brett Michaels wig. It's Brett Michaels wig. So that's at $28. If everybody's done, just say out Y&T, EX plus near minus $28. Now it's at $29 and Kiss is at $130. So to my knowledge, if you was on the pre-order, you got a Billy Joe. And there was only 2 people that commented live that they wanted one. And that was 2 people. That was Todd Doris. We got one for Todd Doris. We got one for Stanley Richmond. And everybody else is still good to go, okay? Let's jump right over here. Next thing is this. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2. I just seen a message come in that Melanie Clausen said she needs to put back Sgt. Pepper's. Melanie, the easiest way to do that is let me know live so that way it don't accidentally get tagged by the time it gets to the show tomorrow. If you ever got to put something back, live, make sure you let me know right now, Melanie, because by the time Ed might have got that message, it might have already got tagged tomorrow, crated up, and put away. So Sgt. Pepper's is still available if anybody wants it for $46.99. Melanie, I've already put that back. Ed, I've already put that back for Melanie, so no reason to take extra action on that. If you ever got to put something back that was claimed live, don't ever send a message. Just let me know right now, and that way they can take a note either in the chat and put it back, or we can get it done right now, okay? Kiss is at $175. Y&T's at $32. So I have this many Billy Joe Greatest Hits left. First time this has ever been reissued. It's a double LP, new and sealed, $38.99. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, $38.99. I have this many left. If anybody else wants one, let me know. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 left. I'm going to set these right here behind me. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. That's been out of print. That hadn't been available for a standard reissue in a long time. All right, let's set this over here. I got to tag all these Black Sabbath boxes, but not before we go ahead and knock out another pre-order here. And let's do this one right now. Do all this stuff early. Try to do all these as early as possible. Get all this stuff shown. Let everybody know what they got. Start budgeting right now. We have over here Kiss at $200 and Y&T still getting bids too. 32 on Y&T. Kiss is at $200. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is a copy of the Rolling Stones Sucking in the 70s, an 81 US specialty OG compilation with the original inner sleeve. It's a gold stamp promo. The Rolling Stones is a $15 start, okay? This is another new pre-order. This is another new release. This is all new material. This is a whole lot of records in the pre-order. This is the new album, the new indie exclusive for Deftones, Private Music. This comes out Friday. This is the indie exclusive that's on white vinyl with the purple cover. There's all kinds of variants of it. This is one of those albums that there's a bunch of different variants. This is the indie retail exclusive. So for local independent record stores, This is our exclusive. It is alternate cover on limited edition fog gray white colored vinyl, $34.99. Let's read off everybody that gets a Deftones. If you know for sure you wasn't in on a pre-order and you want one, now's the time. We got one for Scott Beebe and one for Scott Smith. We got one for Charlie Sales and one for Jeff Dedman. We also got one for Chris Smith and one for Ben Digert. Chris Smith and Ben Digert. We also got one for Autumn Betts and Blaine Zapnick. Autumn Betts and Blaine Zapnick. Dean Tefford and Scott Yoakumstaller. Dean Tefford and Scott Yoakumstaller. Cameron Lingefelt and Bob Reiger. Cameron Lingefelt and Bob Reiger. Jason Kenton and Matt Shiker. Jason Kenton and Matt Shiker. Also, we got Kelly Gabney and Daryl Johnson. Kelly Gabney and Daryl Johnson. We got one for Ryan Rice and William Simmons. Ryan Rice and William Simmons. Joshua Cross and Cameron Porter. Joshua Cross and Cameron Porter. Jason Short and Alvo Dabney wanted 2 of them. Jason Short and Alvo Dabney got 2 of them. We got Jim Berg and we got Brian Call. We got Jim Berg and we got Brian Call. We got Tim Floyd and we got 42 Foxes, a.k.a. Brett Bledsoe. We got 2 for Brent Robley. We got 2 for Brent Robley and 1 for Ryan Eaton. That's how many extra copies I have. The Deftones. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Let's go Y&T, Kiss, and Rolling Stones, okay? The last bid on Y&T that came in, was the following. The last bid was Calvin Ward at $32 on Y&T. There is no other new bids. Final call on that. There's 2 other people I got to tag for pre-order, okay? The high bid on Kiss right now is $255. The Rolling Stones is at $21. There was 2 over here tagged separately where the Vlodarcheks had messaged Ed and where Tom Harris had messaged Ed, okay? Now, what I'm going to do, if these are still in stock, I didn't want to get it too confusing. There's some other versions of this album left, okay? So, Vlodarchek, there's yours. Thank you. Your name's already on that one. That one came on even on a separate invoice. And then Tom Harris got this one. So, if anybody maybe wants another version, let me know, okay? And if I don't know if they're in stock or we'll find out, okay? Now, over here, live, Deftones, I think Jerry Stone on one. That's the first live claim I see for Jerry Stone. Brent was also on there, but he already bought 2 of them, so we don't need any more for him. And so the only person live right here is Jerry Stone. So he got one, and if anybody else needs one, let me know. So there's Deftones, and there's Billy Joel, okay? Kiss is at $265. The Rolling Stones at $25, and there was no other bids on Y&T. Let's go up to the top, and Y&T then is sold for $32 to Calvin Ward. We got quite the war on Kiss here. One of the first big Kiss auctions of the night's already at $265 with Carl Berger. We're like one each of the versions besides this one. Okay? And then, thank you, and then the Stones is with Blaine Zapnick at $25. See, what I'll do, what I always do with versions that they release multiple different ones, I pick one, and that's the one I settle with for the first release week, because I have tried posting different versions before, and then we have cancels and swaps, and it gets really confusing. I get confused. I think people get confused what they're buying. So I usually pick one version. After they've all been tagged, then I'm like, okay, here's the green cover, here's the blue cover, here's the white cover, here's all these, and then I order them in 2s and 3s. And then some people like Brent might say, hey, I want one of whatever you can get. So I'll try my best and get some more. So, but for the lack of sanity, so I'm not saying Serenity now, and neither is the operations room, I usually stick with one. Curtis Marachi on Deftones, okay? There's that. So next thing over here is one Deftones. There's 4 left, and of course the Billy Joels. Let's knock out another pre-order. Stones, it looks like it's sold to Blaine Zapnick for $25. Kiss is at $275. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. And this is a VG copy. It is OG. It's an OG specialty press. OG specialty press, 1977, a strong VG, a $15 start on that. $15 start. And guess what? We have another pre-order to knock out. I'm going to do all this right now, just consecutively, back to back to back. There's 2 more crates of new vinyl. Here's the next one. It actually has a few other things in it too. I'm probably going to knock out some of it. No, there's 1 crate of vinyl and there's 2 crates of box sets left, okay? 1 crate of vinyl and 2 crates of box sets. AC/DC. Let's go ahead and knock this out first. Here's another album. Can you believe this has been out of print? This is the Smashing Pumpkins Machina. This is another album from a band like the Smashing Pumpkins that has been out of print. I have sold OGs of this for big money because it's the Pumpkins and it's not been available. Here it is right now. This is $44.99. Chad, you missed a Deftone claim from Laura from us. I must have. Over here is the Vlodderchecks. Gift of Deftones to Laura from us. Vlodderchecks would like to purchase a Deftones, and I'll put it right here in the crate and put Laura's name on it, and they'll leave it on her desk. Thank you, Vloddercheck. All right, so Smashing Pumpkins, and we have over here a 25th anniversary, newly remastered. And this is of, let's see, the hop sticker says 25th anniversary edition, newly remastered, 180-gram vinyl reissue of this Pumpkins classic, their 5th and last of the 90s. Their last album of the 90s of that all-star run we had. The first person who pre-ordered one was Jackie Ray 5 weeks ago. That's so to Jackie Ray. We also got one for Brandon Lack and Philip Holt. And now my crate's full. Let me swap out right quick. Thank you, Brandon Lack and Philip Holt. There was the next 2 right there. Let me go ahead and slap likes on their comments. Wow, another full crate already. I'll take it. Let's go ahead and grab this empty crate here. All right. All right. And now, what about Kiss? Who was the last bidder? Did somebody say out? Carl Berger at $285. I have not heard back from Matthew Sherrick. Matthew, this is all up to you. I have not heard back from you. It's at $280 with Carl Berger. AC/DC has 1 bid for $15. We're about to sell it to Buddy Cordova. Okay, we also have Cynthia Herdron and Ken Cohen. Cynthia Herdron and Ken Cohen. These are $44.99. Probably the slimmest margin. For me to price them for that, the slimmest margin I've had on a new LP in a long time. It is crazy how much these things cost wholesale. I looked at the cost. I was like, good gosh. Scott Dwallow and Autumn Betts. This is so to Scott Dwallow and Autumn Betts. Oso Adventure and Lily McCurry. Oso Adventure and Lily McCurry. We got Alvo Dabney and Alvo Dabney. Alvo wanted 2 of them. He always gets 2 of most of these new releases. Brian DeLeon and Fred Cardinale. Brian DeLeon and Fred Cardinale. And then we've got Scott Beebe and Paul Brothers. Scott Beebe and Paul Brothers. There's 2 more sold. Larry Underhill, Tim Colino, and Brandon Johnson. Larry Underhill, Tim Colino, and Brandon Johnson. Okay, so there's 3 more sold. And that's boom, boom, and boom. And Jerry Stone, I think it's your lucky day. Because guess what? Guess what? There's only 1 left. There's only 1 left. And that goes to the only live claim, Jerry Stone. And the other one's been tagged already. And that was for Larry Underhill. Okay, he's already been tagged for 1. So what I'll do is I'll leave his with his name on it. Okay, and I'll take 1 out. So there is 1 extra. There's 1 extra if anybody else wants one. That's it. Kiss is at $320. AC/DC's at $20. Kiss is at $320 with Carl Berger. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. AC/DC's at $20 with Carl Berger. He's in on both auctions. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton. It's an 81 USOG with the original inner sleeve with lyrics. VG, Sammy Hagar, a $10 start. X-Wing 81. I'm sorry, you'll have to remind me of your actual name again. Some of these Twitch names, I still haven't got y'all associated. I still haven't got all those down. I just know you by your Twitch name. So I'm going to read everybody one more time. It was Jackie Ray, Brandon Lack, Philip Holt, Cynthia Herdron, Ken Cohen, Scott Dwallow, Autumn Betts, Oso Adventure, Lily McCurry, Alvo Dabney, Brian DeLon, Fred Cornell, Scott Beebe, Paul Brothers, Larry Underhill, Tim Colino, Brandon Johnson. Brandon Lack, you were. Yes, sorry, Brandon. See, I was so used forever seeing you on Facebook, and now you're on Twitch, and I forget who you are sometimes. So yeah, you got one, so we'll give the last copy to JD Conklin. All right, we're sold out. Now, this is something I think we have a waiting list for, and these are $29.99. This is officially time for my laptop. This is Steely Dan live in Memphis, Tennessee at Ellis Auditorium, $29.99. Now, somebody the other day asked, could I get these again? And at that time, I was like, well, honestly, I don't know. And now here they are. So I don't know if that person still wants some. Let me open these up. This is Steely Dan live in Memphis, and all these Steely Dan bootlegs have been great. Yeah, we still got a huge waiting list for live at the record plant. Yeah, so there's no waiting list for this one. I think somebody wanted some of them. I just went ahead and back ordered them, and here they are. Live at Ellis Auditorium, 1974. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are in stock right now. It's live, $29.99. Carl Berger has Kiss at $335. This is live at the Palladium in New York. Blue marble vinyl with poster. We started it at $55. It's at $335. The last bid on AC/DC that came in was Chuck Yeager at $20. This is a final call for $20. And then Sammy Hagar is a final call for $10. We're about to sell all three of those so we can clean the board. So Steely Dan, live in Memphis. Bodivasta. I never can get that out right. The Boston Rack, Do It Again. Brooklyn. This is Ricky Don't Lose That Reeling in the Years. Great lineup there. Walter Becker, $29.99 on those. We got Metallica live in London. This is one of those really cool numbered unofficials, and there is a waiting list for this. And this has been, I was worried. I was like, uh-oh, have we finally bought all of them? Because I think I bought every color. I think I've ordered many, many duplicates. One person on a waiting list, Mark Steele. Mark, I'm going to tag you for one right now. Mark Steele. This is on cloudy colored vinyl, $38.99. And here's what I always do, because I show people what they look like. These are very nice Metallica bootlegs here, $38.99. They come in just a flat kind of baggy, and they're on this color vinyl right here. Look at that. Very cool. It almost looks like, you know, it's like blood inside of the vinyl or something. Kind of has that effect too. It's really cool. It's like clear with that kind of splotchy looking color. So this is $38.99. This one I'm just showed. They're numbered on the bag. That's sold to Mark Steele. And if anybody else wants one right now, that's what I have available, okay? There's one sold. There's one for Chad Sauls. Carl Berger also wants a Steely Dan. And here we go. Sammy Hagar is sold to Chris Bryant for $10. AC/DC is sold for $20. And that's sold to Chuck Yeager. And Kiss is sold for $335 to Carl Berger. And Kelly Gabney wants a Metallica, and now we're ready for another Kiss auction. Next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. This is Kiss. This is live in Hammond, Indiana. Never heard of that one before. 1974 at the Parthenon Theater. Limited edition purple vinyl, $55 star, Kiss. It's called 1974, spelled 1974, and that's Kiss. Really cool shot of Gene Simmons there on the cover. $55 start on that. Stanley Richmond also wants a live Metallica. They're all on that cloudy red colored vinyl. It's live at the Hammersmith. An amazing set list on this one. Master of Puppets, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Welcome Home Sanitarium, Ride the Lightning, Whiplash, The Thing That Should Not Be, Fade to Black, Seek and Destroy, and Creeping Death. Those are all $38.99. All right, we have 3 Days Grace, Alien Nation. This might have been a special request for somebody. I might have to ask Ed about that one. Let me set that right there for right now. And then here is an unofficial Iggy Pop with David Bowie, which there was a waiting list, and that's Autumn Bets. Wow, yeah, all that's right beside. This is stuff that was back ordered from about a month ago almost. Iggy Pop and David Bowie. Sold to Autumn Bets, $29.99. I got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one, okay? I've got 2 extra copies, and that's David Bowie with Iggy Pop, or Iggy Pop with David Bowie, live in Mantra Studios, Chicago, 1977. Next auction is The Doors 13. Great track listing on this one. It's a 1970 OG. 1970 OG. That's a compilation. Has the original on her sleeve. VG Plus, a $20 start on that. Cynthia Herdron on the David Bowie. All right, thank you on that. So quick recap, and I can go ahead and condense this other stuff. This is the 4th crate of new vinyl, counting the double crate of Billy Joel. And here's everything that's left so far tonight before we start knocking out these box sets, okay? Before we start knocking out these box sets, Kiss is at 55. I have new, for Friday, Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. First time this has been in print, where I could order a brand new standard 2LP gatefold copy of this since I've been on here doing this. Pretty amazing. It's sometimes weird when something like this finally comes back in print. It's like, wow, there they are. I've been talking about it for years, how it's not in print. And then all of a sudden, there's stacks of them. $38.99 for Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. And then we have the new Deftones album. That comes out Friday as well. Billy Joel is new for Friday. Deftones is new for Friday. That's the indie exclusive purple cover on the colored vinyl. $34.99 on that. I got the Steely Dan live in Ellis Auditorium, Memphis for $29.99. And then Kiss has one bid for 55 final call. No bid on the Doors. I got Metallica live at the Hammersmith Odeon. Cloudy red colored vinyl, numbered on the back, $38.99. And Iggy Pop with David Bowie. And this is $29.99. The track listing, Raw Power, TVI, No Fun, Sister Midnight, I Need Somebody, Dirt, Turn Blue, Gimme Danger, I Want to Be Your Dog, and China Girl. Homeland Conspiracy wants a Steely Dan. We got Sean Druin wants a Billy Joel and a Metallica. Those are sold and sold, Billy and Metallica. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. Ed, are you aware of somebody that wanted Alien Nation? Maybe go check my waiting list, actually. Let me go check my system and see what happens over here. I'm going to type in 3 days... Outsider, I have a waiting list for Outsider, and that's it. Let me just search 3. Yeah, that's it. I don't have anything on mine, and I've went through most of the sticky notes last night, so there's that. And yeah, anybody else? If not, we're going to go ahead. The next couple crates are some box set restocks and waiting list. Going to go ahead and knock some of that out, okay? By FYI, the Metallica sounds awesome. Yeah. Any bootleg I've ever sold here, for those anybody that's ever worried about the quality, I don't think I've ever sold a bootleg here, new, that I've had somebody say, that sounded terrible. Because I think most of these modern ones, if they're manufacturing them and put them into print in high distribution, I don't think that they're going to be making crappy ones. Does this ring a bell?
Was it through Alliance or?
Was
it through
AMS.
AMS. No, AMS I always put.
Okay. Okay, it might have just been something I ordered then. All right, so this is available. Greg Preston, $29.99. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. Ed said nothing for him. It might have just been, I just went through and ordered their entire discography. So it's one I've never had before. I've always ordered all their other albums. So sell that to Greg Preston. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm sure I ordered more than one. Chris Gardner wants the Iggy and Rob Scriver on Steely Dan. Rob, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just let me know, okay? Let's go ahead and sell Kiss for $55 to J.D. Conklin. No bid on the Doors. That's a $20 buy it now if anybody wants that. And let's put up another Kiss. This is Kiss. Ooh, I like this one with Ace on the cover. Rock and Rolls Royce. This is a live compilation of demos and outtakes. Or excuse me, it's a compilation of demos and outtakes. Blue vinyl, Rock and Roll Royce. $50. It looks like the inner sleeve has all the information. Man of a Thousand Faces, Almost Human, Calling Dr. Love, has all kinds of demos and outtakes. Those are always fun to listen to. I've never listened to many from Kiss, but I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection of Beatles outtakes and demos, and those are just so fun to listen to. You get to hear stuff you normally wouldn't be able to hear, probably a lot of unreleased stuff, especially for vinyl. They might have put some of that out for CDs maybe. It's a new release for Friday. Okay, there we go. It's a new release for Friday. Unbelievable. Nobody on the Doors. Can you get 3 doors down away from the sun? What band is this? Who was that? That was 3 Days Grace, okay? 3 door, boy, that can get confusing. 3 doors down away from the sun. Let's make a note to check on that for Bob Riger, okay? There's our next Kiss auction. $50 start on that, and then we'll try another Doors. Alive She Cried. An 83 USOG with the original on her sleeve, VG++, $20 start, okay? There we have it. Wow, so almost, well, yeah, 5 crates of vinyl, and we just have a handful of stuff left. I better get busy again this week to keep up with the numbers from last week. Holy moly. Holy moly. Y'all, I'm already in need of a I'm already in need of another Subway cookie. Another Subway cookie, okay? Another Subway cookie. Here we go, folks. First thing we have is final call on those, and here is what's going on. So, for $134.99, I can get you a Black Sabbath Sabotage Super Deluxe box set. And I have a waiting list both from a post I made and from taking requests live here. And here's everybody that needs a Sabotage. The waiting list for Sabotage box sets are MT Matt, Solarplex Studios, Fred Carnell, Paul Brothers, and Sean Druin. 5 people. I've got 3 right here. Let's go ahead and give one to MT Matt, Solarplex Studios, and Fred Carnell. And I think there's more coming, okay? $134.99. Not a first-time buyer. Scriver like Maria Scriver. Maria Scriver. Yeah, they mentioned her in Seinfeld. Okay, there's that. And here's another Black Sabbath box. Thank you on that. Let's get those packed away. That's already our 3rd full crate, and let's do that last one. And there's more over here. I don't think that's all of them. There are more over here. So here we go. And then there's that last one. And let me see what's over here in these mailers. Ramon's autograph, November or later. All right, let's go over here and put this up. All those autographs I posted. The letters are in transit from JSA. They are being verified, authenticated, notarized, signed off on, double-checked, and then sent back to us. So those take a lot longer. All right, so that was 3 Black Sabbath boxes. Here are 2 more. And so the next 2 people on the list was Paul Brothers and Sean Druin. So all 5 people so far have got one. There's another one sold. And here is the last one. Done. We've already had some technical ecstasies come in. Let me show you those now. Here's the next run. Technical ecstasies. I've got 2 of these. And if anybody wants a technical ecstasy or a Sabotage box set, what's unique about these is you get some live concerts. The only way you can get it officially on vinyl. They're in the, that's one of the main, it's kind of like the Metallica boxes. A lot of people want the live concerts that they release only to the box sets. And I have 2 more technical ecstasies and 2 people on a waiting list, Paul Brothers and Sean Druin. So thank you, Paul Brothers. Thank you, Sean Druin. So those are gone. I don't have any Sabotage on hand. I don't have any technical ecstasies on hand. Those are all sold, okay? Now, first thing we have is this. Let me go up to the top. Chad, I've purchased numerous Kiss bootlegs from you the last few weeks. I'll vouch to your customers. Everyone I've listened to, great sound quality, absolutely no issues. Thank you. Rob Scriver. It's Scriver like Maria Scriver. Shriver. Rob Shriver. There we go. Rob Shriver. Sorry, Rob. Welcome back, Rob. Welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, Cotter. All right, nobody bid on the doors. That's a $20 buy it now. Nobody bid on Kiss. It's a $50 buy it now. So those 2 are no bids. You can pick them up right now. Let's keep those Kiss auctions rolling. And it's the moment you've all been waiting for. I got more motherships. Now, there's only 1 on hand tonight. I think they're shipping me 4 more. I have quite the waiting list. This is the ultimate collection of Led Zeppelin. And this is Led Zeppelin Mothership. Right now, here's how many people are waiting on one. 11 people. Chris Gardner is top of the list. Then Glenn Kesey, Chris Sheridan, Danny Thomason, Hiram Ponte, William David Meadows, Michael Fairchild, John Durden, Jim Hines, Jan Gunther, and Mark Steele. There's still 10 people on a Mothership waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. 10 people on a waiting list. $119.99 on that. Okay? Now, if anybody else wants one, let me know. It will be a waiting list only. A waiting list only, okay? And then over here, we need new auctions. Cosmo Kramer wants a Billy Joel. All right? Billy Joel for Cosmo Kramer. You got it? That's the new release. Over here is, Tim, there's no extra Zeppelins. Are those Led Zeppelin boxes new old stock? No, I think it's just a new repressing. I don't think they've updated any plates. I don't think they've updated any SKUs. It's just a new restock. It's just a new repressing. So they've just made some more. It's not anything new or no SKUs or anything, just an update, okay? Here is KISS, Unreleased KISS. KISS, Unreleased KISS is an unofficial picture disc, limited edition. It has a pop-up gatefold. Let's take a look at that. A $55 start. Wow, look at that. Doing the Jethro Tull thing there. That's pretty awesome, though, with the Love Gun artwork. Unreleased KISS, $55, and that's a, man, anytime I get that poster right there, Chad, do you have the KISS poster with them on the motorcycles? I get asked about that one all the time. That might be sought after just for the cover and the pop-up. $55 start. Jim Berg, let me have a green Deftones, okay? Put Jim Berg down for the green Deftones, the same one that Brent Ribley went on a waiting list for earlier, okay? All right, and Tim, if you do one on a waiting list, never mind. Okay, never mind, no waiting list for him. 4LP Mothership Collection. Okay, there is only 2 more box sets I've got to show you, and these were actually here last week, and I never did get to them. So let me show this. We're still showing new stuff. What I'll do to make me a table, let me put up all this right here, okay? Let me introduce another auction. The first thing I have is Dio. And of course, y'all remember there's one that sat right back here in the corner for about a week, and finally somebody bought it. I went ahead and ordered another one. This is the only way you can get some of these albums in print right now, especially this one, and these two. So this is the complete Dio collection. Holy Diver, Last in Line, Sacred Heart, Intermission, Dream Evil, Lock Up the Wolves, and Strange Highways. $329.99, all 180 gram in their individual jackets. And if you went right now and tried to order near mint copies of all these OGs, you're going to be spending some dough, especially on those last couple right over here, especially on from here down. So $329.99. This is like the 5th or 6th one I've sold. I'd like to get it sold tonight. Dio, $329.99. $329.99. I'm going to leave that right there for a while. Maybe somebody will catch that logo and say, hey, Chad, what is the Dio box? Ah, I've been looking my whole life for that. I will take it. So there's that. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I got another box set to show you. Okay. The next auction, though, is David Bowie Pinups. Bowie is a 73 USOG Hollywood press with inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $20 star for David Bowie. Solarplex wants a Billy Joel. Do I have any regular technical ecstasies in stock? You know, honestly, that's a pretty good question. I know there wasn't any in tonight's crates. If you give me a second, I can try to find out. Those were available, I think, as of last night, too. So I'm going to try to sit down tonight and do what I call my essential restocks. Sabbath, whatever I can get, and Ozzy, Zeppelins and Pink Floyds. I really don't have anything like that in stock right now. I really don't have any Zeppelin albums or Pink Floyd or Sabbath or and most of the Metallica stuff's gone too. That's what I call my essentials. There's like 10 artists. Iron Maiden, Megadeth. I got to order all that kind of stuff tonight. Okay, so there's that, and then one more box set, and this is technically the last new thing for tonight, and then we're about to get into nothing but pre-owned stuff for the rest of the night while we continue to run these KISS and other auctions. This is $274.99. It's a heck of a box, and once again, a box set where if you want to get most of these right now, it's only available in this box. Most of this band's discography, almost all of it, is not available individually anymore. And it is probably something I should show on Thursday. Celtic Frost. Dance Macabre, I think is what it's called. Oh, there we go. Heck of a box set. Celtic Frost, $274.99. A deluxe box set discography from 1984 to 87. Morbid Tales, To the Megatherion, Into the Pandemonium, Emperor's Return, Tragic Serenades, I Won't Dance, and the Collector's Celtic Frost, back on vinyl for the first time in decades. It has a bonus 7-inch. It has a heptagram USB, Grave Hill Bunkers rehearsals, Morbid Tale, a 40-page book, fan club badge, Roven patch, and double-sided poster. Holy moly. $274, and it's all on colored vinyl. Celtic Frost, $274.99. So all these albums, all that extra stuff I mentioned. And yeah, the last time I seen that in print, we used to have it. They're all sold out. Sometimes I can get that one. That's not in print. That's not in print. Not in print. Not in print. Not in print. And definitely not the 7-inch. So Celtic Frost, $274.99. Brand new and sealed, okay? Brand new and sealed. There's Celtic Frost. I'm going to put that right over there. Maybe you can think about it for tonight. Actually, I need to take it out of my way, but I'll do that in just a second. All right. There's that. Let me move these crates out of the way for a second. All right. There's that. Now, I left off by saying Kiss was at $65 with Buddy Cordova. This is called Kissed Unreleased Kisses. Pop-up Love Gun cover. Final call for $65. David Bowie has one bid for $20. Ultimate Sin has never been reissued, okay? Now, Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. I don't think there was ever a 1 and 2 separately, though. That's what's weird. I don't think there is a 1 and 2. They just always put them together like this. $38.99. That's new for Friday. Deftones Private Music, Indie Exclusive Purple, White Vinyl, $34.99. Steely Dan, Live in Memphis, Ellis Auditorium, 1974, $29.99. And Metallica at the Hammersmith Odeon, 1986, $38.99 on that. Cloudy Red Vinyl. Boom. That is all that's left out of 5 crates of new vinyl tonight. Of course, almost 2 whole crates of Billy Joel's. There was a whole crate of Deftones, and then those box sets take up a lot, of course. There we have it. I have not even got a confirmation about acid baths yet. If we get them, it will be Friday. Like I said, I'm ordering those direct from a label, so they kind of have to get my order. They have to say, hey, we got your order. We'll work on shipping those. Unfortunately, it's not as fast as like ordering from these major distributors that does 24-hour shipping. So as of right now, I have emailed them, but I actually hadn't even got an email saying, thanks, we'll process your order. So if we get acid baths this week, I'll be surprised. If we do, it'll be Friday, because if they confirm it tomorrow, get them shipped by Wednesday, maybe it's 2-day shipping, hopefully Friday. So there's that. Okay, let's go through our first crate of new pre-owned vintage stuff, and I'm going to update all these auctions. And we'll see what's going on. I see claims. I see questions. Let me go ahead and grab the first crate over here of new stuff. Laura's working on some stuff right now. I think John has marked some check condition, which I always show at sticker price. And then he's got 3 other crates over here. And I see great looking titles. I think like the first couple will catch your attention, being like, oh yeah, this is going to be a good crate of check condition. So let's do it. Let's flip through these, and I'm doing a quick peek. Holy moly, yeah, there's great titles in here. All right, there are fantastic titles in here. Ow. I was at the dentist this morning. They said, do you want the gas? And I said, the gas? She said, yeah. She said, most people want the laughing gas if you're nervous getting a needle put in your mouth. And I said, nah, I don't even want to get numbed up. She said, you want to get numbed up. Of course, I was joking. I definitely wanted to get numbed up. And then my jaw has felt like it's been swollen all day. I've bit the inside of my mouth multiple times. And luckily, I can still talk. I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to talk tonight. I'm going to be like Kramer, you know, when after he got that work done from Tim Watley, and he was drooling. I was like, man, I'm going to be talking like, whoa, 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 all night. But I'd have bit the inside of my mouth. Whew. I had one small cavity. He said, you might want to go ahead and get this thing fixed. I said, Doc, let's do it. I got to be able to talk. I got to have teeth. That's my life. All right, David Bowie, 20. Next thing over here is Kiss is at 70. He's out. Jan Gunther wants a Metallica Hammersmith. Now there's only 2 Metallicas left. Now there's only 2 Metallicas left. Thank you. Brad Waits offered 40 for this no bid over here. Brad, let's meet in the middle at 45. 45 on that. Tom, you got your Deftones already. You did. And over here, Kiss is sold. Let's put up new stuff. Sold to Chad Anderson for $70. $70. That is sold. And then over here is David Bowie. Oh, man. Yeah, my mouth is still... I was like, Doc, I got to go home and go to bed. I got a show to do tonight. He says, you should be fine. But, man, that's why I slept like a rock, honestly, because I got back from the dentist. I was like, hopefully my alarm will wake me up. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble. Cynthia gets David Bowie for $20, and Kiss is sold for $45 to Brad Waits. Here we go. New auctions. New auctions going up right now. Next is Kiss Revenge. Wow, this is one of those. Here we go. The first official, other than the OG stuff we sold earlier, the first official of the Kiss stuff from the advertised post. This is a web store exclusive from Kiss Online. It's a 30th anniversary copy of Revenge, silver vinyl, shrink and hop, a $55 start. The other 2 no bids I have are the doors, and we just got an offer for $30 for both of them. Sell these to Curtis for $30, okay? Now there's no bid. Now there's no bids left. Here we go. I think you're going to like this check condition stuff. I think you're going to like all the crates tonight. It's only 7:30, and we have nothing but new pre-owned stuff for the rest of the night, discount crates, until we can get all the Kiss stuff sold. When all the Kiss stuff's sold, we'll take a look at the clock. Until then, it's Kiss auctions and other bonus stuff. I might even throw up an Alice in Chains Unplugged here in a second. Could I? Should I? How about Anvil back waxed? Anvil is an 85 Canadian OG compilation, VG Plus, a $15 start. All right, let's get started. These are priced as marked. New arrivals, check condition. The grade, I'm telling you, is the grade. David Allen Coe is VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus $24.99 on David Allen Coe. David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat, VG Plus $17.99. Everything's Archie's by the Archies. What a cool sweater. I still need one of that. I don't know if they offer them in 3X though. We have the Archies, VG Plus $17.99. It does have Sugar on it. Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Unfortunately, Linda wrote her name on the cover. Other than that, it's VG Plus $19.99. They have shipped 4 more motherships. I know for sure 4 more is on the way. The rest, I don't know. So if you want on a waiting list, it's probably a 50-50 chance that you'll get one this week. The next 4 people on the list are for sure getting one. Also, Stevie Nicks Belladonna. This is VG Plus $14.99. Boy, every time I see that up there, my heart kind of, I'm like, oh no. It's signed by Stevie Nicks because that's exactly how her handwriting looks. Of course, her autograph here lately has absolutely skyrocketed. So, VG Plus $14.99. HSAS, Through the Fire, Hagar, Sean, Harrison, Shreve, VG $12.99. And Foreigner Head Games, VG $9.99. All right, so Kiss has 1 bid for $55. We're about to sell it. This Anvil, which looks like it was a WFDM promo copy at some point, is an 85 Canadian OG, and there's no bid yet on Anvil for a $15 start. Got a lot of 80s metal to mix in tonight. I mean, quite a bit of 80s metal to mix in tonight. So, still got all the new check condition stuff so far. Gamma 3 is VG Plus $14.99. There's Gamma 3. Also, Genesis Invisible Touch. Genesis is VG Plus $14.99. Into Deep, Land of Confusion. Sammy Hagar, All Night Long. Sammy Hagar's VG Plus $17.99. HSAS is sold to Pickle $23.69. That is sold. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus $17.99. Genesis is sold to Topographic. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. And we have another Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, VG Plus $17.99. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. Stand back, stand back. Steppenwolf. Wow, I've never seen one with a track sticker on the front. Steppenwolf Monster. Thousands of copies. I've never seen a track listing sticker on one. Monsters, VG Plus $19.99. Kiss has a new bid for $60. And Steppenwolf again with the original foil cover, their debut with Born to Be Wild. That's VG $12.99. If you ever find one that does not have Born to Be Wild on the jacket, it's not worth significantly more, but it is an older, more vintage copy. Kiss 60 First thing we have is Mike Ospaw in on Anvil. Eric Van Leuven on Stevie Nicks' Wild Heart. Stand back, stand back. And then Jamie Butler wants both Stevies. He just beat you to the second one. I will give you Belladonna with Edge of 17. Just like the way you all know that one. Anvil's at 15 with Mike Ospaw. Thank you on that. Where's that bottle of water Laura brought me? Here it is. Hopefully this doesn't kill my teeth. I was making sure it wasn't ice cold before I drunk it. Give me 1 second. All right, 65 and Kiss is at 70. Nice water. Let me not set that there. Let me set it right here. There we go. All right, for next thing, another Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little. VG $9.99 for Stevie Nicks. We have Styx, VG Plus $14.99. I think it's a reissue of their debut album. It is. It does have some cover damage on the back, $14.99. Journey, Revolution, VG Plus $14.99, and 38 Special Forces EX $22.99. Anvil sold to Mike Ospaw for $15. The last bid on Kiss was J.D. Conklin at $75. Gerald Whitworth is out. That's a final call again. Next auction is Y&T Earthshaker. Y&T is an 81 USOG. It's VG Plus. It's a $15 start. Travis Woods on the David Allen Co. Man, I was waiting for that to happen. I was like, man, is nobody going to get that David Allen Co.? That is sold. And then John McPatriot on Journey Evolution. And the next thing we have is Survivor Vital Signs. VG Plus $17.99. Survivor Vital Signs. Supertramp Crime of the Century. VG Plus $14.99. And Triumph Thunder 7. VG $9.99. Triumph Thunder 7. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy. VG Condition $14.99. It is VG. It is a VG minus cover with some spine damage there. A classic album. Supertramp is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Next is Cynthia Herdron on Triumph. That's sold. And now Thin Lizzy is sold to John McPatriot. Looks like we got classic rock essentials in here. Tom Petty, Long After Dark. VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. That means Kiss is officially sold over here to J.D. Conklin for $75. $75 right now. Let me reply to this guy right here on my chat. Give me 1 second. Okay, right over here, we sold Thin Lizzy. Kerry Adams, you were second. John McPatriot does not want Journey. Okay, I thought that was a claim. This was Evolution. Never mind. So this is going back in the bin. VG Plus $14.99. Y&T 15. Y&T 16. Over here we have next. This looks pretty cool. Monsters of Rock 88. I've never seen this before. Kiss with this cover for sure. Willem Stadion, Holland, 1988. And this is a $55 start. Monsters of Rock, 1988. This is live, a $55 start on that. Next is the Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out. VG Condition, $14.99. Get Your Yayas Out. Also, Jazz by Queen, VG Plus, $24. Does it have any nudie posters? No nudie posters, unfortunately. Queen Jazz, VG Plus, $24.99. Rainbow, Down to Earth. Rainbow's VG Plus, $19.99. Y&T is $17. Kiss is at $55. Kiss is at $55. Next thing over here, Y&T, Kiss. And now let's put up another third auction right quick. This is the Rolling Stones 12 by 5. It is an original mono, 1964-65 mono, and these get pretty confusing. I have some notes here. Very could be the first press. It's in VG condition. Either way, it's going to be a 64-65 mono copy. That's not bad at VG, a $15 start. Brad Waits on Journey. Let's go ahead and tag that for Brad Waits. Next thing over here is Edwin Riviera on Rainbow. That's so to Edwin Riviera. Thank you on that. And then Y&T's at $19, okay? Kiss is at $56. We got multiple bidders. That's between Buddy Cordova, Brad Waits on that, and Y&T still getting bids. And the Stones, just a $15 start. Aerosmith Rocks, VG Plus $17.99, and Squeeze Argy Bargy VG $9.99. Squeeze Argy Bargy VG $9.99. I am going to swap out crates. We have managed somehow already to fill up another one. Those box sets take up a lot of space. That's always a good thing though. Let's go ahead and slap over here this new empty crate, and let's keep going. Right now, we're in new check condition stuff. New check condition stuff, and it's priced as marked. Flashdance soundtrack, VG Plus $14.99. Ron Mustaine on Aerosmith. I'm back in the saddle again. We have Chris Kirkley on Squeeze. Yeah, this is like classic rock. I told y'all when I was flipping through it, I was like, yeah, this is like classic rock essentials in here. Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order, EX Condition, $17.99. Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitude, that has Margaritaville on it, VG $9.99. And Journey Escape, Journeys in VG Condition, $9.99. Okay, so the last bid on Y&T is with Hendry at $19. Final call. Buddy Cordova, it's up to you on Kiss. Brad Waits has it for $56, and there's only one bid on the Stones, and now two bids. 15 and 15. The first person was Robert. The second person was Samuel. Chris Kirkley gets Squeezed. Have already pulled Argy Bargy out? I may have. Yeah, I did. Okay, Justin Garrett on Jimmy Buffett, and then Keelan Lee was next. We have Cheap Trick Dream Police, VG Plus $14.99, and we have the Cars, Heartbeat City, VG $14.99. Kansas Monolith, Kansas is in VG Plus condition, $14.99, and the Beach Boys LA album, VG $9.99. So we saw Buffett, Keelan, you were second, Kiss 60, Kiss 60. Chad on Journey, was there another one in here? There was, Escape, okay. And then Edwin, I just sold it. Stones is now at 20, Kiss is at 65. Now Alonzo's back in on Y&T at 20. I think it was just up to him. Hendry, you've been outbid. We have Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. That's in VG condition, $14.99. And Traffic is VG Plus VG Plus $19.99. Feeling all right. There's Mr. Steve Winwood. Tan United Artists label. Buddy Cordova on Cheap Trick. The Dream Police. That is so to Buddy Cordova. I have Gamma 1. Gamma 1 is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Foreigner Double Vision, VG $9.99. And Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, VG $19.99. Burning Down the House. Dun, 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 dun. I love the way that song comes on. The Stones is now at 22. Now it's at 27. Now Kiss is at 70. Now Hendry's out on Y&T. Now Y&T's the final call for 20. Kiss just hit 70, and the Stones has hit 27. Van Halen, Diver Down, VG Plus, $34.99. Pretty Woman, Dancing in the Streets. Nice cover of that. They've always done. John McPatriot on Foreigner. Keelan Lee on Talking Heads. And we have Kiss out, and we have Rolling Stones out. We may have our high bidders. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs, VG Plus $17.99. Speaking of box sets, right back here in the back, I have these for $49.99. If you've been looking for Garth Brooks on vinyl, sometimes you're not going to find many OGs, just based, he's a 90s country artist. This is pretty much his discography. No Fences, The Chase, In Pieces, Fresh Horses, and then a triple live album. His debut album has never been reissued. If you want all 7 LPs and 7 CDs, $49.99. You get the Garth Brooks Legacy set. I've got like 5 of those brand new and sealed, and John told me there's at least 3 more in the back that's been laying around that we've picked up in other collections. Robin Trower is sold to Mark Pierce. Van Halen's VG Plus, $34.99. Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. VG $9.99, and the best of Leon Russell, VG Plus $14.99. All right, let's go down the line here. Y&T sold to Alonzo for $20. Rolling Stones is sold for $27 to Samuel Kopich. And then Kiss, the last bid on Kiss is a final call. J.D. Conklin is $70. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next one. Garth is 7 LPs and 7 CDs. Yep, it's 7 LPs and 7 CDs for just $49.99. Those have always been at a great price. I think he's trying to set some kind of like record for the most units ever sold. So anytime somebody buys one of those, it certifies it as 14 units sold. And a lot of times they run them at 3 at a time. So it's like he's trying to bend some rules, I think. Here's the next Kiss auction. It's on deck. All right. Next thing over here is Scott Dwallow on Steve Miller and Chad Smith on Leon Russell. Thank y'all and thank y'all. Pickle is sold on Garth Brooks. I'll go ahead and grab you this one, $49.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've got several more, like I said. This is sold to J.D. Conklin for $70. And now the next Kiss is Kiss Lock Up Your Daughters, Casino Records Entertainment. I think Casino is a bootleg label. This is limited edition red vinyl. This is in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 1984, a $55 star. And I know a lot of people ask for the ones with old Vinnie Vincent there. So he's a 55, or that one's a $55 start. And we have over here, we have Van Halen, 1984, VG $19.99. Chuck Yeager also wants a Garth, and King Fluffy wants one of the Metallica bootlegs. There's only one Metallica Hammersmith left. So that is sold, and I have one left. That's live 1986, $38.99. $38.99. Kiss is a $55 start. Let me see if I can find those Garths over here. I'm going to grab one to sell, and I'm going to grab another one to put back here behind me, okay? Awesome. Sold and sold. I'm putting one in the crate right now, and this is sold. That one is sold to Chuck Yeager, and I'm going to put another one right back here so everybody can see what they are. Joseph Alves wants that last Metallica. Okay, now we're sold out of Hammersmiths again. Make a note, order more Hammersmiths again. If anybody wants officially on a waiting list, let me know. This Kiss already has a bid for $55. Our next auction is Crocus Headhunters. Crocus is an 83 USOG VG Plus, a $15 start, and Blackfoot, no reservations. There's some pretty heavy damage on the bottom. Blackfoot, the vinyl's EX $17.99. We have the Pretenders 2. That's EX $17.99. Stanley Richmond wants a Garth Brooks box. Let me go grab 2 more. I'm going to grab 1 more to put back here behind me, and I'm going to grab 1 more to put on standby. I have 2 left that I can put my hands on. 2 left that I can put my hands on. So that one's sold to Stanley. So we're down to 2 all of a sudden. A couple blinks of an eye. Boom, boom. 2 left, counting that one I just laid back there. Next is Daryl Hall, John Oates, Voices. VG Condition, $9.99. Supertramp, Breakfast in America. That's VG Plus, $14.99. And ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Dancing Queen, VG $9.99. Kiss is a final call. It just has 1 bid for $55 of Buddy Cordova. Make sure everybody's hit the like button. We got viewers right now on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. We're not on TikTok or Instagram tonight, but there's 4 people watching on X, 108 on Facebook, 109 on YouTube, and there's 42 on Twitch, which adds up to 263 people right now. Thank you for tuning in. It's still very early. We're just in our first crate of pre-owned. $8 of limited shipping begins tonight. Invoices went out today. If you hadn't got an invoice, then you need to reach out to Ed, because invoicing is done from last week. And at this point, it's all getting kind of blurry, but one of the best weeks we ever had. So, and I feel like I say that more often than I used to. I feel like I say that often, I guess I should say. So it's pretty amazing. I got to really track this so we can truly say, hey, this was the best week ever. We're close, though. Ron Mustaine on Supertramp. There's that one. Next thing over here is Styx. Kilroy is here. Mr. Roboto. VG $9.99. The Allman Brothers Band. VG $14.99. That's their debut album. Nice. Yellow Atco label. Classic debut album from the Allman Brothers. The Cars, Heartbeat City. EX $32.99. Who's going to drive you home tonight? Pat Benatar Tropico with VG Plus $9.99. Alonzo on sticks. That's so to Alonzo. And we have Journey Frontiers. VG $9.99 on Journey Frontiers. All right. Only one bid on Kiss, and that one sold for $55 to Buddy Cordova. Only one bid on Crocus, and that's sold for $15, okay? There's that, and Ron Mustaine on Almond Brothers. Ron Mustaine on the Almond. What a great crate of check condition. I think that's worthy of another quick read-through right quick. First, we have a request for this. Here we go. This is Kiss. Hot, hot, hotter than hell. 2024 U.S. 50th Anniversary Limited 2500 on Gold Nugget colored vinyl. That is a Kiss web store exclusive of Hotter Than Hell. A $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Lisa Torres on Frontiers. Next thing is, Chad, you can thank some of us for that. We're drinking. Thank you. Yes. I said that earlier. I guess a shout out to everybody on staff. A lot of it had to do, we went through some really high, usually after we get a mass submission back from JSA like we did, and we have all this like really just crazy high-end stuff, we usually always have a killer week. It happened last year, around 2 years ago in November, and it could happen again this year in November because we're expecting all that other wave of letters to come back. And this Thursday could be a huge show. So I have some stuff people's been basically saying, Chad, I want to buy it right now. And that's the Beatles autographs, the Rush poster, the Yes poster, and I don't know if I've even talked about that too often. And what's the other big thing? Possibly the Metallica, because I have an announcement to make about that before Thursday. And so we could have some crazy stuff for sale Thursday night. It could be huge metal night, but just also huge for some other, could be like one of these what we call platinum nights where I've got some insane stuff and everybody's like, Chad, I want to buy it right now. I don't know if I want to wait. I want to buy it now and then I'll buy more in November. I'll buy more the next week. I'm like, okay. So I think I got a buyer that's saying some of the stuff I'm like, I'll put it up if I can at least get a couple people saying they'll do the minimum bid. I think I do on the Rush poster. I think I do on the Beatles autographs. I think I do on possibly the Metallica and some other stuff. So could be crazy night to be tuned in on Thursday night, and that'll be the night I do it. So I'll make a decision very soon. Kiss is at $75. Let's go ahead and put up another auction from over here. Next auction from over here is going to be, let's go to the front of the crate, and I see some definite stuff in here for Thursday night. We'll skip over those for right now, and I'm going to go ahead and put this up right here. A classic album, the Rolling Stones, Let It Be. Rolling Stones, Let It Be. VG Plus, a $35 start, a 69 Terre Haute pressing with the poster and the inner sleeve. This has the poster and the inner sleeve, $35 start. The Rolling Stones, Let It Be. And I get asked that question a lot, Stacy, the Beatles autographs, the Metallica, because I've already bought even more. I've already bought more Metallicas. I've already bought more Beatles. I've already bought more Rush. So I've had to make some quick decisions, plus word's really getting out, and we've been getting inboxed with crazy stuff. Paul just brought back, I saw a couple things in the back he didn't even tell me he bought last night, and I was like, holy crap. I hadn't even got to talk to Paul since, but I was digging around back there. I was like, good gosh, wait till I show some people this stuff. Holy moly. So, yeah. It's going to be exciting. But I get asked that a lot. How could you sell this? How could you let this go? And I'm like, don't worry. I've already got a backup put away if I'm going to let something go like that. Next thing over here is Let It Bleed. Yes. What did I say? Kiss is at $82. Levi wants Foreigner head games. That was a crazy crate. Let's read through that one again. There's still Van Halen's in here. Traffic, Kansas, Cars. Is Foreigner head game still available? If so, I'll go ahead and pull it for you. Are you sure that's still available? It is. All right, let's sell that to Levi Hilton, okay? Thank you, Levi. That is so to you. Let's run through the check condition stuff again. First thing is David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat, VG Plus $17.99. The Archies, everything's Archie, Sugar Sugar, VG Plus $17.99. David Lee Roth, The Archies, Heart, Dreamboat Annie. There is some writing on the cover, VG Plus $19.99. Gamma 3 was VG Plus $14.99. And Sammy Hagar, All Night Long. I sung that like Lionel Richie. Big difference there. VG Plus $17.99. The Stones has just one bid for $36 with Hallbrook. Everybody else is out. And OG 69, you can't always get what you want. That's at $36. The Kiss is a web store exclusive. 50th anniversary, embossed, gold nugget, limited 2,500, sealed. It's at $85 with Steve McGee. Next is Hank Williams Jr. This is Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus $17.99. Steppenwolf with the track listing sticker that I've never seen before, VG Plus $17.99. Steppenwolf self-titled, Born to be Wild, VG $12.99. Sorry if you can't get through there. Laura's got even more Kiss auctions.
This one, I'm going that high end.
Okay.
It's actually under depth.
Yes. I'll do this right here. Thank you. Wow, she's delivering even more. We got a long ways to go. Holy moly. Ed Riviera, I thought almost everything was up here. She's delivering almost a half of a crate of more Kiss auctions. Edwin Riviera got David Lee Roth. Sammy Hagar, Edwin Riviera was VG Plus $17.99. VG Plus $17.99. Next is Stevie Nicks, the only one left. Rock a Little, VG $9.99. Sticks is VG Plus $14.99. 38 Special was EX $22.99. Survivor Vital Signs, that one was VG Plus $17.99. Tom Petty, that is VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. This is Get Your Yayas Out. This is VG $14.99. Edwin Riviera on Sammy Hagar, that's sold. And Kiss is now at $90. We have Queen Jazz, VG Plus $24.99. Bicycle, bicycle, I love to ride my bicycle. Flashdance soundtrack, VG Plus $14.99. Also, we have Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order, his solo album, EX $17.99. And the Rolling Stones is sold, wow, just one bid for an OG 69 pressing with inner sleeve and poster. $36, and that's sold to Buddy Cordova. Thank you on that. That is sold. We have Heartbeat CD, a VG copy for $14, or if you want a better one, EX for $32. That one's twice as good a shape. That one's half as bad. Kansas Monolith is VG Plus $14.99. The Beach Boys was VG $9.99. Clapton VG $14. Traffic was VG Plus $19.99. Gamma 1, we also got Gamma 3 $14.99 on that. Kiss is with Steve McGee at $90. That's a final call. Wow, Lord just dropped off even more auctions. Here's our next one. Kiss Psycho Cruise. This is an unofficial test pressing, Norwegian gem ship, November 1st, 2021. If you want to bid on this one, we'll put Cruise with a K, and that way we know what we're bidding on there, okay? $65 start. Josh Brown on the Flashdance soundtrack, Ryan Mustaine on Kansas Monolith, and then Melanie Clausen on Traffic. Melanie Clausen on Traffic. Thank you on that, Melanie. Next thing is Van Halen Diver Down, an OG VG Plus $34.99. Van Halen 1984 and OG VG $19.99. And we have Blackfoot, No Reservations, EX $17.99. Also over here, Pretenders 2, EX $17.99. Hall & Oates is VG $9.99. ABBA's VG $9.99. And Pat Benatar Tropico, We Belong Together, VG Plus $9.99. All right, so this Hotter Than Hell is sold to Steve McGee for $90. Cynthia is in on the Cruise. Make sure you spelt that with a K. That way we can put up another Kiss auction right now. There's another crate we're about to do that's going to be best offer coming up right now. Let's do another one. Here's another, if you want to bid on this one, put Kiss. You can go back to putting Kiss on this one. Kiss Music from the Elder. Kiss Music from the Elder, a 40th anniversary picture disc, premium gatefold jacket with a 3D lenticular. That is sealed, unopened. An official web store exclusive, $65 start. Cruise has bids for $65. J.D. Yao and Joe Farrell on 1984. I was waiting for one of those to sell. Panama. All right. Okay. Let me do one thing over here. Let's swap out crates. Let's see. Okay. This was sticker price, no more, no less, and we're actually bringing one over right now. All right. And I'm bringing over one right now to do best offer. All new stuff. Let me take a quick peek because I know John's in the beef of new arrivals. And so it's just great titles in great condition coming up next. Laura just dropped off the rest of the KISS auctions that we'll be working on for the next 5 hours. And so she is now just starting on her first crate. Nothing to fear. There's all kinds of other new stuff coming up righty now for the rest of the night, plus discount crates as well. All right, Cruz is still getting bids. There is a red flag from Hallbrook. Hallbrook says, I thought I had the high bid on Let It Bleed. I thought I had the high bid on Let It Bleed. Oh, no. I thought, what happened here? Let It Bleed. Who did I say? It was sold for $36 to Hallbrook CM. I don't know what maybe came out of my mouth, but the Let It Bleed needs to be sold to Hallbrook CM for $36. I may have said the completely wrong name. Right? $36. Hallbrook CM on the stones. $36. Okay? I think that's what just happened. Okay, so Cruise 85, and sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm messaging, I'm running auctions, I'm making sure I have all these bids right. And so the first bid on KISS here, it's kind of confusing because we got two going right now. KISS, this is at $65, and this is with Gerald Whitworth, okay? I'm going to put that one right here. Cruise is over here. It's at 95. So 95, 65, going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the following album, and that is Abbey Road, a 1976 Japanese pressing. This is a 1976 pressing of Abbey Road. It is originally would be a UK flag series. This is going to go up for a $30 start, okay? Everything in this crate is new arrivals, no condition notes, so EX Plus or better. Buy it now or best offer. We have Yes shows. Yes is a double LP, no condition notes, $34.99. Jethro Tull War Child, $19.99. Bungle in the Jungle, no condition notes, green chrysalis label, $19.99 on that. Tommy James and the Shondells Anthology, $19.89 for Tommy James and the Shondells. It's a 2 LP compilation, $34.99. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, Toucan Can Do It, $12.99. Brad's done on the Cruise. I think we got a final call, $95.65, and looking for a $30 start on the Beatles. Aerosmith done with mirrors. Sorry for clogging the street over there, Laura. Aerosmith is $29.99. We have Done with Mirrors at $29.99. This is the Beatles Revolver, an 88 UK copy. 1988 UK. It has a Virgin import made in England sticker, EMI Parlophone, $44.99 on that. And we have Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. It's those Hollywood Nights. $24.99, no condition notes. All right, Cruise, sold to Cynthia for $95. Whitworth, Gerald Whitworth on Elder for $65. And final call to get a bid on Abbey Road. Let's get back into another KISS auction. How about we pull one from the high-end bin? Holy moly. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. Holy moly. This is a 2020. I repeat, a 2020. That was the year this was made. It's a KISS Online exclusive, limited edition picture disc, sealed, $95 start for double platinum. Next thing over here is Todd Doris on the Beatles. Todd, I'm assuming you want Revolver out of the bin. Thank you on that. That is so to you. Over here we have Guadalcanal Diary, 2x4. That's a white label promo with audiophile grade, has a pressed on audiophile grade sticker on the cover, $24.99. And Rush Hemispheres, $34.99 for Rush Hemispheres. Super clean, $34.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind. Linda is $9.99. REO Speedwagon is $19.99. And Neil Young Decade, this is $49.99. $49.99. That's a triple LP, $49.99 for Neil Young Decade. Wow, that's if you want a set there, that is pretty amazing. Everything that's included on that one. Next auction is Yesterday and Today. This is Y&T when they spelt out their whole name. Yesterday and Today struck down as a 78 USOG Terre Haute VG++ EX, a $25 start. No bid on the Beatles. A buy it now for $30. This is a Japanese pressing from 1976. Not bad whatsoever. The double platinum picture disc does not have a bid for $95, and Yesterday and Today just got introduced. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Daryl Hall, John Oates, change of season. Wow, I don't see that one too often. That one is $19.99. Change. What year is that one? 1990 for Hall and Oates. That's why. Also, Humble Pie, Rockin' the Fillmore, a classic album. Double LP, $29.99. Blackfoot, Flying High. Blackfoot is $19.99, and the Beau Brummels, Just a Little, and Other Hits, $12.99. Y&T 25, Y&T 25, Y&T 30, Kiss 95. Still got the Beatles, Japanese Abbey Road for $30. Travis Woods on Tommy James. Right now, we're going through a buy it now best offer bin. Some amazing titles still remaining here. Definitely going to have to recap this one again. Everything is BINBO. Mother Earth, Satisfied, 1970, 1999. We have Sugarcane Harris on the Epic label, 1970, $34.99 on Sugarcane Harris. Yellow Epic label. Right now, Kiss has one bid for $95. We are about to sell that. Also, we have Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something. Henry is $9.99. And April Wine live at the El Macombo. April Wine's $19.99. Y&T's at $35. And Bob Seger, The Distance. Bob Seger, $24.99. Shame on the Moon. Y&T's at $40. Fix, Reach the Beach. One Thing Leads to Another. The Fix is $24.99. Also over here, we got Pat Benatar, Precious Time, $14.99. No Obi with Abbey Road. Nope. No Obi, just the disc. 1976, it would be a UK Flag Series. EX Plus on that one. EX Plus on Abbey Road, Michael. The Firm is $24.99, and the Police, Ghost and Machine. This is $24.99. Mamas and Pamas Tulip Bowl cover. Not for sale. Kiss just got a new bid with Cameron for $100. I've had 2 or 3. I've only got one right now, and it's at home in my personal collection, so I don't have one for sale right now. Y&T's at $40 with Chuck Edgar. That's a final call as well. I'm waiting to hear back from Calvin Ward. Kiss was at $95 for the longest. It just got a bid for $100. Now there's another bid for $105. Let's sell Michael Thrower, the Abbey Road, for $30. One sweet dream came true today. Bill Samus on Bob Seger. That's for The Distance, right? There's another one in there as well. The Police, no condition notes on the vinyl. Everything in here, the vinyl on everything in the crate is EX Plus or better. The cover on this one's around VG Plus, just a little bit of ring wear. Notorious for being pretty worn out. That's not a bad copy. Y&T 42, Kiss is $105. Let's add a third auction. At this point, you might be like, good gosh, Chad, what else could you possibly be putting up for auction? How about Black Sabbath, Live at Last? Black Sabbath is a 1980 UK original. It is EX or better. It's a $25 start on that one. John Durden gets the Police for $17. Every little thing she does is magic. Over here is The Happenings, and that's in shrink at $19.99. And Leslie West Mountain, $19.99. The Fix was an OG copy, yes. One Thing Leads to Another. There's Leslie West Mountain. He's from the band Mountain. What a nice copy of REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Just FYI, if you didn't know that. Roll with the changes. It's time for me to fly. Next is Kiss at 105. Kiss is at 110. Black Sabbath 25. Kiss is at 115. Chuck out on Y&T. Calvin has that for $42. And that, folks, is a final call. I've got 2 Garth Brooks box sets left at $49.99 if anybody else wants one. Right over here, we have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. I Love Rock and Roll, $34.99. That's a nice clean OG copy of that. And Robin Trower, another nice clean OG copy in shrink. In City Dreams, $19.99. REO was also $19.99. Kiss 115. Let's go ahead and sell the Y&T to Calvin Ward for $42. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. I have already managed to fill up 5 tonight. Wow, we're on a hot streak. The hot streak continues. Let me go grab another empty crate right quick. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Make sure you followed Coletco. If you're new to all this, there is a couple ads running right now. We do this every night. I was actually here last night. I did a sale last night. Probably a lot of people didn't know that. I didn't start till 10:30. I was on here till about 12:30. And I sold actually a lot of silver. I was trying to sell all my gold. I still have all the gold. I still got 1 ounce gold. I still got 10th ounce gold. But we sold like probably 30 or 40 silver dollars, some silver eagles, a few proof sets. And it was definitely worth my time to be live for a couple hours. So technically, I'm on a streak because I did go live last night. I'll be here for the next 6 nights, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This next Sunday, I don't know yet. And then, of course, I'll be here again all next week. And we are doing nothing but vinyl, music collectibles, CDs, cassettes, 8-tracks. Mostly vinyl, though. Mostly vinyl coming up all week long, okay? I can sell you a 1 ounce gold American Eagle right now for $3,750. Kiss is at $125. First thing we have is Kiss at $110. Black Sabbath 25, Kiss at $115. Next was Kiss at $120, Kiss at $125, Black Sabbath 27. Also over here, we have Robert Palmer Clues. Robert Palmer is $19.99. We have Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, $14.99 for Rod Stewart, and Rush Signals Subdivisions in the concert halls. Rush is $34.99. And we have REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning, $19.99. This one has, and I can't fight this feeling anymore. Also over here, we got David Lee Roth Skyscraper. Here's one that's open for $34.99, or I can sell you a sealed one for $28.99. This one don't have any cut marks, though. $34.99 on that. And then the Soft Boys, Only the Stones Remain. The Soft Boys from 1981 is $44.99, okay? Next thing over here is Kiss Double Platinum. The last bid was Gerald Whitworth at $125. Cameron, it's all up to you. Next thing is Black Sabbath is at $30 with Bret Michaels' wig. That's at $30 with Bret Michaels' wig. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is David Gilmour, and this one's called About Face. David Gilmour is an 84 USOG original. This album has not been reissued. EX Plus Near Minus, a $25 start. How much is REO? $19.99. Ivan on SB, and that was for Soft Boys. That sold to Ivan R. And then what about Cameron over here on Kiss? It's all up to him. Next thing is Greg and Dwayne Allman, $19.99 on those. And Alan Parsons, the very best of, or Alan Parsons Project Greatest Hits, $19.99 for the best of Alan Parsons Project. We have Sticks, Pieces of 8 for $19.99. Billy Joel, Piano Man. Billy Joel is in shrink wrap, $19.99. What a nice copy. Gilmore has a bid for $25. The Best of Jay Giles Band is $19.99. And over here we have The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. That one's a little bit different looking because it's a German press, a 1970 German, $29.99. John McPatriot on Sticks. That was a nice clean copy of Pieces of 8. I haven't heard back from Cameron on Kiss. I'm going to do a 5-second countdown, and then I've got to sell this to Gerald Whitworth for $125. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer. There's no bid on my screen. That is sold to Gerald for $125. Next is Black Sabbath. Alonzo has this for $31. The other bidder's out. Final call on Black Sabbath. Next is David Gilmour. 2 bids for $25. Keelan and then Blaine. Blaine, you're out. Next thing, another Kiss auction. Who could have thought it? How about Rupp Arena? I know where that is. That's in Lexington, Kentucky. Kiss at Rupp Arena, March 5th, 1977, includes a book. It's on red vinyl, 1977, a complete show, $55 start. That's now up for bid. Over here, we got Sticks, $19.99, should be laser etched. They pretty much all are. If you find one that's not laser etched, you probably got something unusual. It's laser etched with Sticks, $19.99. And the Best of Steppenwolf, Reborn to Be Wild, in shrink nice, $19.99. Gilmore has a new bid for $28. We got a $14 offer on Billy Joel. Sell that to Eden Riviera. All right. So what a great crate there of new arrivals. That was pretty much full. It looks like it's half full now. So before I do anything else, I'm just going to read some of these titles one more time before I move into another crate. All right. Let me adjust my neck, my back, my knees. Let me pop everything back into place. Let me stretch. And Give me 1 second over here. Let me open this up. Okay. All right, so first thing we have is Black Sabbath is sold, and Black Sabbath is sold to Alonzo, and thank you, Alonzo. That's sold to you for $31. Black Sabbath Live. David Gilmour, Pink Floyd, same thing, almost. Blaine has that for $28. The first bidder was Keelan Lee. Keelan, you're out on that, just FYI. And we have this right here. Kiss at $85 with Cynthia Herdron. Okay, that's the high bidder on that one. Here we go. I'm going to read some of these titles one more time. Waiting for Keelan on the David Gilmour. We still got Yes Shows. We got Jethro Tull Warchild, Toucan Sam, The Amazing Rhythm Aces. Aerosmith still available, $29.99. Keep in mind, this is a buy it now or best offer crate. Most people, majority of the stuff sold out here, though, just got claimed, straight claimed. I got Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, Guadalcanal Diary, Rush Hemisphere still available, $34.99. Everything in here is vintage and or OG, okay? The majority of everything in here is vintage and OG or a vintage reissue, okay? So there's no modern pressings in here. This entire crate, there's not a single modern type pressing in this entire crate, okay? So everything in here is either vintage, OG, or first pressing. Now, if you want to know, is it exactly the first one off the stamper, we're probably going to have to take a closer look to it. I don't have maybe notes on every one of them, but I can get you pretty close just based on what the label looks like. Some people's okay with just OG label. Some people want that exact down to the digit to know it's the first one that was pressed on June 7th, 1976. It was one of the first 10 off the platter. That might be hard to track, but some people, that's what they want. Gilmour's at $30. Guadalcanal's at $15 with Dustin Hodges. Let's go ahead and sell that for $15 to Dustin. That is sold. Aerosmith, Jamie Butler, $20. That is sold to Jamie Butler for $20. Kiss, $115. Kiss, $125. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. REO Speedwagon is $19.99. Neil Young Decade, that's a triple LP, $49.99. Daryl Hall, John Oates, Change of Season, $19.99. Humble Pie, Rockin' the Fillmore, Blackfoot, Flying High. Also, Bo Brummel's Just a Little, Mother Earth, Satisfied. Sugarcane Harris, Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something, April Wine, live at the El Macombo, $19.99. And we have The Fix, Reach the Beach, $24.99. Pat Benatar, The Firm. We have The Happenings, Leslie West. REO Speedwagon still available. Joan Jett still available. Robin Trower, Robert Palmer, Rod Stewart, Rush. REO Speedwagon, David Lee Roth, Greg and Dwayne Allman. Holy moly. A lot of stuff in here still available. Kiss is at $125. I think it's done. Final call to Cynthia. Gilmour still getting bids for $35. Todd Saw on El Macombo. That's right here. So to Todd Saw. What was the price on Seeger? I think that was $24.99. Bob Seeger right back here, $24.99. Where was that one? It was right back here. That was the copy of Stranger in Town. Yes. And then $15 for REO Life as We Know It. And Tuna Fish, okay? REO Live as We Know It. Do you mean the wheels are turning? I don't know. Oh, yeah, this one here. I forget about that one. That's sold to Joe Salamo for $15.15. There's that. Only thing I have here is Alan Parsons at $19.99. The Best of Jay Giles. Also, Styx, Paradise Theater, Worst of Jefferson Airplane, and The Best of Steppenwolf, okay? The Best of Steppenwolf. There's that. Let's go ahead and put up a next auction while these two are being wrapped up. We have a 1976 US OG Rainbow Rising with Ronnie James Dio, a $25 start. Linda Ronstadt's right back here. Sell that to Peter Haas for $7. $7 on that one, okay? Kiss over here is sold to Cynthia Herdron for $125, and David Gilmour is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $35. Thank you, Blaine. Let's put that right here. That's now up for bid. Alan Parsons is sold for $14.99 to Scott Oman. Timothy Horn on Bob Seeger for $19, and Todd So said SO for $15. I bet he meant, I'll let him correct that. Styx Paradise Theater was $19.99. I don't think I answered you earlier, did I? I didn't. Pickle, that is $19.99. Next, Kiss auction. Let's do one from the high-end crate. Here's one from the high-end crate. This is Greatest Kiss, a 25th anniversary 2LP. Greatest Kiss, a Kiss Online exclusive, limited edition Galaxy colored vinyl, a $95 start. $95 start on Greatest Kiss, 25th anniversary. That is now up for bid. AP Alan Parsons. Okay? So, yeah, you were second. Your AP autocorrected the SO, you were second either way. Lots of great stuff in there. Lots of great stuff in the last crate. But don't worry, there's another one very similar to that one going up right now. 2 more live auctions. I have a whole crate of bonus stuff over here that was not advertised, and that's what we're knocking out right now. I have for you another crate, very, very similar like we just went through. And let me do a quick peek in it. I think you are going to like these. Oh, yes. And these are going to be all buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. All right. Let's see here. First thing we have, Kiss 95, 15 on sticks, and stick 17, Kiss 100, Kiss 110. All right, so Pickle, if you want sticks, it will be $17. Joseph, remind me again which one you want me to put up. I'll put it up next. I know you told me about 2 hours ago. At this point, I have no recollection of what you told me. And this one over here, this is $17. You basically just got out offered on that one. $17 if you want it. Kiss is at $125. And then Rainbow Rising, this is a $25 start. As of right now, this does not have a bid. It's an OG copy, no bid, EX, a $25 start. Sticks sold to Todd So for $17. This is sold to Todd Co for $17, okay? Don't worry if you're looking for Paradise Theater. We have about 3 every night that comes through. Kiss is at $130. Joseph is looking for Detroit Loudest Band. I have 2 different options, okay? I think I see that right here next to my crate. I'll grab it next, and we'll put it up as soon as this one sells. Rainbow has a bid for $25. Let's go through another crate of best offer as soon as Chad drinks a splash of water. All right. Is the crate that is all OG or the auction? So confused, not unusual. Okay. If I ever say we're about to go through a John crate, which is what this is right here, a John crate, John is probably our top pricer for vintage and OG records, probably from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, some 80s, rock, classic rock, pop, maybe some jazz, etc. So if I ever say I'm about to go through a John crate, I can tell you just right now by looking at the tops of these, there is no modern pressings of anything in here. There's probably no record in this crate that was pressed past 1990. Okay? There's nothing in here that was pressed past 1990. Now, let me give you a prime example. The first record here is Neil Young, Comes a Time. No condition notes, $34.99. This record is most likely an OG pressing. It's not a modern reissue. It may not be a first press, though, but it's definitely not anything from the 80s. There's no barcode. Of course, it came out in 78. There's a good chance this is a 78 or a 78 repress. That is going to be the true... The song was going to remain the same for everything in here. There are no modern pressings in this entire crate. There's not going to be any Kanye. There's not going to be also any 180-gram remasters. This entire crate is all vintage and OG stuff. I can tell you that just looking at the tops of them. John rarely puts out stuff like that. When we have a Laura crate, that's where you're going to get all the most, sometimes, not always, but Laura seems to sometimes mark like the vintage reissues or the modern reissues and modern records. And then Paul could put out anything. His crates are always mixed. But I can tell you, 9 times out of 10, this kind of John crate, there is nothing in here, probably pressed past 1990. All right, so where are we on Kiss? The Kiss record here, Brad Waits went out. Chris Frazier has it for $150. Final call on that one. Rainbow has 3 $25 bids. The first $25 bid was with Melanie Clausen. The second $25 bid, the first $25 bid was Michael Salazar. Michael Salazar bid $25. Then Melanie Clausen bid $25, okay? There we have it. All right, now, first record was Neil Young, Comes a Time, $34.99. We got Alice Cooper, Killer. This is $29.99. No condition notes on that. We have Subject, Aldo Nova, $24.99 in shrink. No condition notes on any of these either. That's another thing. Everything in here, the vinyl is all EX Plus or better. Everything in here, EX Plus or better. Everything in here. Also, the Alarm, Eye of the Hurricane. The Alarm is $24.99, Eye of the Hurricane. And we have Queen, The Game. Queen is in shrink, $34.99. And Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion. Billy Squier is $19.99, Emotions in Motion. And Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile, $26.99 for Billy Idol. All right, Kiss is sold. Thank you, Brad. That is, or Chris Frazier, $150. Brad's the last one that went out. Rainbow's now tied again, 30 and 30 again. Now Michael Salazar still leads. Next auction, Kiss, the loudest band in Motor City. This is Kiss, the loudest band in Motor City. Cobo Arena, February 23rd, 1983. 2 LP blue vinyl gatefold, $65 start on that. First thing we have is I got to send this message here. Let me do this over here. Told you I was multitasking. Still buying stuff over here during the shows. Next thing over here was Rainbow 30. All right, Gregory on Billy Idol. That's so to Gregory. Travis Wood on Billy Squier, then Brandon, then James Davidson, and then an offer on Billy Squier. We got Toto Hydra. This is in shrink, $19.99. And Triumph, the Sport of Kings. Triumph is $19.99. Triumph, the Sport of Kings. And Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous. Ted Nugent's $14.99. Also, we have Kim Fowley, Sunset Boulevard. Kim Fowley is $24.99. Kim Fowley. How about Kim Foley? Next is Rainbow. We're out, and this is sold to Michael Salazar for $30. Kiss has bids for $65, $65, $65, $75, $75. Wow. All of a sudden, next is The Doors, and this is a 74 U.S. reissue. VG++, nearly EX of Strange Days have found us. $25 star. Cynthia Hurgren on Triumph, that is sold. And then Todd Cole, You Were Next. Great titles in here. Next thing I have is Kansas, Drastic Measures. Kansas is $19.99. Kim Carnes with Shrink and Hype advertising Betty Davis Eyes. $12.99 on that. And Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. $34.99. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, $34.99. The Beach Boys, this is $19.99. And Heart, Passion Works, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Let's go back up to the top and read off some bids. We had Kiss, $65, $65, $65, $75, $75, $70, and now $70, now $80. Okay. So, the first thing on Kim Carnes was an offer and then a claim. And then another claim. So Kim Carnes, John Durden, if you want this, it's $12.99. If not, it's sold to Jason Boxell. Okay, and then Jason Boxell put JC, but he wanted KC. And then Todd Saul was third. Now Kiss is at $90. No bid on The Doors. Final call to get a bid in for $25. A 74 repressing of that. Ted Nugent for $12. And that is Rich Krulak. Sell him that for $12. Kim Carnes, he said no to $12.99. So that is sold to Jason Boxell. Bon Jovi's $34.99. This is buy it now or best offer. Yeah. James Gang, Straight Shooter. James Gang is $19.99. Asia, there's your nightly dose. Get it out of your system. There it is. It was the heat of the moment, $19.99 on that. Over here is Ella Fitzgerald Sings, the Gershon Songbook, a 1959 press, $24.99. And the Elvis Presley Story, that comes as a box set, $39.99. Kiss is at $125 with Patrick Mathis, $125. Going once, going twice. Is this best offer? Yes. How much for Bon Jovi 34? What was before Kansas? That was 38 special, strength and numbers. Original die-cut cover, $24.99. John McPatriot on Asia for $15. Kiss has a bid for $130. And over here, we have Toto at $10. Toto at $10. Gerald Whitworth. Gerald, I'll do that for $15. Nice and shrink. Gregory needs to put back Billy Idol. That is a $10,000 restocking fee, a shame bell, and a lot of people pointing at you. But that's okay. We'll put it back. If anybody else wants this, it is $26.99. Kiss is at $140. We also have Grateful Dead Dead Set. This is a 1981 Carrollton press, a double LP, $49.99. A nice Grateful Dead there. Nobody bid on the Doors. That's a $25 buy it now, a 74 repress. Kiss is at $150. Kiss is at $150. Next thing is ABBA, the singles, a gold stamp promo, $34.99. Next thing is Gerald Whitworth gets Toto for $15. Glenn gets the Grateful Dead. Unbought was next. Next thing was How Much Is the Game? How Much Is the Game? That was an album by Queen. It's right back here. It is $34.99 in shrink wrap. Another one bites the dust. The last bid that came in on Kiss was Patrick Mathis at $150. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Todd Coe on the Doors. So did Todd Coe for $25. Thank you. Next is Kayak. This is Starlight Dancer, $19.99. And Kansas Vinyl Confessions, $19.99. And 38 Special, $24.99 in shrink. Nice copy. Next auction is going to go up right now. Imagine you buying this record. There it is. Imagine you bidding on this. It's a 1971 USOG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink. And this is John Lennon. Imagine. $25 start. There he is. The man himself. Imagine. $25 start. Glenn says, Chad, sell it to Unbought, please. Well, I can't because he was making an offer. You got it for sticker price. The only way I can sell it to him is if he's willing to pay $49.99. Kiss is at $175. Troy Robinson on ABBA. Troy Robinson gets ABBA for $25. Kiss is at $175 with Patrick Mathis. Joseph, you're back out. Drag King, Sonny and the Demons, $34.99. John Lennon's at $25. Blackfoot Tomcat is $19.99. And Rush, Permanent Waves, $34.99. Begin the day with the friendly voice. That is Rush, Permanent Waves. John Lennon, $25. John Lennon, $25. Next auction is Stone Fury. Stone Fury is a 1984 USOG Pitneyville press. That is a promo stamp, VG++, EX, $20 start on that. Jason Boxell, first on Drag Kings. Darren was next asking the price. Stephen Parton, first on Rush. Now, basically, if Unbought wants Grateful Dead, it's his. And if you just need to put it back, then it doesn't go to anybody. It's a nice copy, though. Wes Wilt, you were second on Rush. Next is Deep Purple, House of Blue Light, Shrink and Hop Sticker, $29.99. Kiss has a new bid for $190. Patrick's out. Joseph has this for $190, final call. Todd, you're out on John Lennon. Joshua has bid $30. Stone Fury's a $20 start. It does have a gold stamp promo on the front, Hop Sticker. It does have some old retail tags, just FYI. Also, Ride, another nice REO Speedwagon. This is an early 80s pressing on the purple, or I should say black, Epic label. $24.99 on that. And Pat Bentar in the Heat of the Night. He's a Heartbreaker, Love Taker, $14.99. That's the song George Steinbrenner had stuck in his head and he couldn't remember. He went into George's office. George was underneath his desk asleep. George Steinbrenner thought there was a bomb in the desk. Very funny episode. We have David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. David Lee Roth is $34.99. Wow, nice clean copy. Rich Krulak on Blackfoot for $14. That's sold to Rich Krulak. Pat Bentar again, Get Nervous, $14.99. Pat Bentar, $14.99. Chad Sauls wants a Heartbreaker. That's sold to Chad Sauls. There's another Pat Benatar. And nice, Jimi Hendrix. Are you experienced? This feels like a late 70s pressing. It is, no barcode, $34.99. Ron Mustaine on David Lee Roth. Kiss is sold. Kiss is sold. Joseph Alves, $190. That is sold. John Lennon. Todd, I hadn't heard back from you, Mr. Todd Saw. Joshua Huffman still has this for $30. It's a final call. It is OG. It does have the original on her sleeve. It is Imagine. He has it for $30. I'm about to sell it to him. If you're done bidding, you can say out, or you can keep bidding until the sun rises. Doesn't matter to me. I'm going to put that right here. Todd Saw gets Jimi Hendrix. Chris Martin gets this Pat Benatar for $10. And nobody bid on Stone Fury. You can pick it up for a $20 buy it now. Next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. Let's knock out a box set over here. Let's knock out a box set. Holy moly, what do we have here? Kiss, Happy New Year. Sioux City, Rockford, 1982. Goodness, what do we have here? Kiss, Happy New Year. Sioux City, Rockford, 1982. This is a limited edition 4LP set on blue vinyl with book and all extras. This was LP 1 and 2. They were live at the Municipal Auditorium in Sioux City, Iowa, December 30th, 1982. And they did another show in Metro City, Rockford, Illinois, in 1982. That was New Year's Eve. Boy, I bet that was a party. Kiss on New Year's Eve in 1982. $95 start. Happy New Year box. That is now up for bid. Kiss Japan, I will put that up next. Next is Mike Ospaw on Stone Fury. He gets that for $20. Kiss Japan, $77. Over here, we got John Lennon. And that is sold to Joshua Huffman for $30. Ed Riviera, REO Speedwagon, $25. That's sold to him. Bill Reese next on Stone Fury. Foreigner, self-titled debut, $19.99. Kiss is now up for bid. We have a bid for $100. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is AC/DC, Back in Black. This is a 2003 US 180-gram reissue. $15 start on AC/DC. So $15 start on that. Kiss 100, Kiss 95, Kiss 105, Kiss 125. Honeymoon Suite is $24.99. I will run the Kiss Japan next, Joseph. I had already started talking about that one when I seen your request pop up. Also over here, I have Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Heart is $24.99. And Fog Hat, Full for the City. Slow Ride, Ride on. We all know that one, right? $19.99. Phil Collins, Hello Must Be Going. Everything in here looks really clean. I mean, this Phil Collins looks nice. Vinyl's nice. No condition notes, $19.99. Over here, we got Glass Tiger, Thin Red Line, Thin Red Line, $24.99. Let me reply to this. Okay, next thing over here is, was that an older copy of Slippery When Wet? Yes, everything in here is either vintage, OG, or a vintage reissue. So yes, this is most likely, I'm going to say that's an OG copy. It's not a club copy either. $34.99 on that, yes. Lots of bids already on Kiss. Ron Mustaine on Heart. That was Dog and Butterfly. That sold. Fog Hat is no condition notes, Full for the City. $19.99 on that. Over here, we have Georgia Satellites for $34.99. And Genesis Abacab. Genesis Abacab. Man on the Corner. Put another record on. $19.99. Keelan gets Bon Jovi for $30. Also over here, we got Gamma 2 for $19.99. The Honey Drippers, $24.99, Page and Plant, and Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. That is $19.99. Jim Hines next on Bon Jovi. Danzig gets Fog Hat for $15. Final call on Kiss. It's at $125 with $130 of Brad Waits. There's about 5 people within $5 of him, so I don't think we're done, right? $130 on Kiss box set. Right now, there's no bid on AC/DC. I'm looking for a $15 start. It is a 2003 reissue. David Jennings on Phil Collins. David Jennings. I know you're not usually on Twitch, are you? I need to confirm that. That's so do you. And then Stephen Parton first on Genesis for $15. Travis, you were second. Todd got Steppenwolf for $15. Now Kiss is at $135. Next is Steve Miller Band, Brand New World. $26.99 for Brave New World, not Brand. Hank Williams Jr. 5-0 is $24.99. We got Merle Haggard and Willie Nelson, Poncho and Lefty, $14.99. Also, we have Sammy Hagar, self-titled and Shrink. That's $24. And GTR is $24.99. Solarplex is in on AC for $15. Kiss is at $145. This was pressed. The Kiss box was pressed in 2023 on this one. Brad has it now at $145. I don't think we're done on that, but we may be close to done on AC/DC. Just one bit on that. Let's introduce another auction. That's Melanie. Yes, Melanie's husband. Yes, David Jennings. That goes under Melanie Jennings. Sorry, I had forgot about that. Yes, sirree. Forgot about that. All right, let me move a few things around over here. That Kiss Japan's on deck for Joseph. Let me move some stuff over here. And I'm going to get into this crate over here of what? Of autographs. Let me see what I've got over here. The ones I'm willing to possibly go ahead and sell. Got some cool stuff in here. Let's see here. All right. Okay. There's this. Okay. So let's keep going here. We have, first thing I have is AC/DC 15, Kiss 145, Stephen Parton on Willie. Willie, that was Poncho and Lefty, Kiss 136, AC/DC 16. And then Todd just has to see if he got Waylon Willie. Somebody's already bought it. James Young on Georgia Satellites for $24. Keep your hands to yourself. Thank you, James. That's OD for $24. AC/DC 18. Both 38 specials for $35. That would be this one. And that would be, should be one back here early in the crate, right? It was one there. Was there this one? Yes. Sell these both to Ed Hickey for $35. Kiss 146, AC/DC 1719, Kiss 150, AC/DC 20, and Game is at 15 with Trent Douglas. Okay, was that for Queen? Let's see here. Let me just go back through these again. There's, wow, a big chunk of these are gone. Give me 1 second, please. Let me open up this and this. Okay, so Kiss right now, at this exact moment, Kiss is at $150 of Brad Waits. Everybody else is out. AC/DC's at $20 with Ed Riviera. Solarplex, yours came in second. I think all the Genesis albums are gone. Here's what's left in here. Neil Young Comes a Time, $34.99. Alice Cooper Killer, $29.99. This is on the second label. I think this was on second label. I think this was originally on green. It's not bad, though. It has the original company in your sleeve, and the perforated flap is still attached. So the perforated flap is still attached. That sometimes is ripped off because it folded out into a poster. That is $29.99. Not a bad, but I think the OG label for that is green. So that would be a second label, but not a bad copy to have. Still with the perforated cover attached. Now, Queen, let's find that. I think I'm going to need some more than that. Trent, I would do 25 on it if you want it. I will need 25 on that one if you want it. So Neil Young, Alice Cooper, Queen, pending for 25. I got Subject Aldo Nova for $24.99. The Alarm, Eye of the Hurricane for $24. Kim Foley, Sunset Boulevard. Kim Foley, $24.99. Kansas, Drastic Measures, $19.99. The Beach Boys, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Heart, Passion Works, Gold Stamp Promo, $19. James Gang, Straight Shooter, that's $19.99. And Ella Fitzgerald sings the Gershon Songbook, 1959, Black Verve label, $24.99. AC/DC is sold to Ed Riviera for $20. Thank you. Kiss is at $155. We're not done on that one, it looks like. Next auction is going to go up right now. Kickaxe, Vices. An 84 USOG on the Pasha label, Pittman Press, VG++, nearly EX, $15 start on that. Kansas, Drastic Measures, sold to Edwin for $15. Ed Hickey on Honeymoon Suite, sell that for $15. Rami Lucy on Ella for $17. Sell that to Rami Lucy. How about the Elvis Story box set? $39.99 for that. Buddy's in on Kicks at $15. The Kiss is up to Oh So Adventure. Right now, Brad has it for $155. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss auction. And what we'll do on this one, we'll call this one, what was asked about? Creatures Japan? Hold on a minute, I've already forgot. or I want to double check. I know it's something Japan. It was for... Maybe that's Kiss in Japan, 77. Okay, I've got to figure out what that looks like. Golly, we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, probably this one right here. This is probably it. All right, if you want to bid on this one, put Japan, okay? Don't put Kiss because we got 2 going now. We'll put Japan. This is Burning Hellfire in Kyoto. This is 1977, double LP, red vinyl. Put Japan if you want to bid on this one, okay? $55 star. Kick, 15. Kiss, 156. John LaBeatty, Heart, sold for 15. Todd Saw said he will take Queen for 25. I'll make sure the other person wants to pass. If they're passing, that's sold to yours. Don gets Elvis for 30. John LaBeatty next on Heart. Japan has a bid for 55. Kickaxe has 1 bid right now for $15, and that is with Buddy Cordova. Now new bids are coming in on the Kiss box. Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile, $26.99. No condition notes. It does have a ding down here. Also, Kayak is $19.99. Kansas Vinyl Confessions, $19.99. Deep Purple, The House of Blue Light, Shrink and Hype, $29.99 on that one. Foreigner, self-titled, $19.99. I Will Climb Any Mountain. Sail Across Coletco. We have Glass Tiger, $24.99. Glass Tiger, $24.99. Background vocals by Brian Adams. Hendry mentioned that earlier. Also over here, Gamma 2 for $19.99. We have the Honey Drippers for $24. We have Steve Miller Band for $26. Also, Sammy Hagar self-titled, embossed cover. No, it's not. In Shrink, $24. Maybe I thought that was embossed. We have Hank Williams Jr. for $24 and GTR for $24. All right. Kiss box is up to, now it's back in Oso Adventures Court. Oso, you're back out. High bids at $160. Kickaxe, just 1 bid to Buddy Cordova for $15. And now Japan's already at $70 with Kaysen. We got about 3 bidders already on that one. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let me take a closer look at this one. This is actually an album from her I don't see as often. Let me scan. The album may be just as valuable as the autograph, but here's a random autograph I just pulled from some of the stuff we just had authenticated. So let me, I think, or is this a record flat? Okay, this is a record flat. That's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, it's a copy of the Ballad of Sally Rose, and she signed the record flat, okay? Here's a budget autograph for you. This was just authenticated by JSA. This is Emmylou Harris, The Ballad of Sally Rose, signed to Lee, Happy Birthday, signed by Emmylou Harris. And then here's the actual album, The Ballad of Sally Rose. It's got the new JSA card with it. It's got a JSA sticker. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start, signed Emmylou Harris flat, and of course it's going to come with the album. That's a $35 start on Emmylou Harris. Japan 65, Japan 70, and Japan 80, Kiss 80, Japan 85. Okay, so right now it is up over here on Kiss. It's up to Oso Adventure. Brad's had it, though, for 3 minutes. The clock is on. Brad Waits has that for $160. Okay, the Japan auction, I did say 70, now 80, and then Ed Riviera wanted to know the price on Kayak. Kayak was $19.99, Japan 80, Japan 80, Japan 85. Deep Purple has an offer for $22. That was the House of Blue Light, sold to Clay Moore. Japan 95, Gamma 15. I'm assuming you wanted the most recent one, Gamma 2. That's sold to Trent Dugas. Todd, I'm going to go ahead and say the Queen for $25. That's sold to Todd Saw. Trent, I'm assuming you were passing on that. Japan 95. So Todd Saw gets the Queen for $25. And Kiss is at $161. So Oso just got in a bid at the buzzer at $161. Japan just got a bid for $100. The bid on Kickaxe is already over, okay? And Emmylou Harris is a $35 start. Kayak is sold to Ed Riviera for $14. There we have it. A signed record flat, and the album, of course, is included. All right. What else could possibly be happening over here? Japan 110, Kiss 165, Oso's out. All right, let's go through another one like that. Man, these are fun. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. I told y'all, you guys sing it like Woolly Bully. Wow, this one already is off the chain. That's a saying these kids say nowadays. Hop hippity hoopah, Dad, that's off the chain. Wow, yeah, great titles in here. All right, here we go. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oso, unfortunately, I think Oso's got one of those bad West Coast connections tonight. He's out in Los Angeles, and sometimes his connection, it takes about 4 minutes for a bid to make it across the country, unfortunately, tonight. Brad has Kiss at 165. That's why I went ahead and put up Japan, because I think we're almost done on Japan. That's been up since this has been up, and Joseph has that for 110. Great deal on an Emmylou Harris autograph, just $35. The album and the record flat, already JSA authenticated. And any of these that I'm starting for under 55 or 45, they're just great deals just based on the fact that they're certified for that. Emmylou Harris, just $35. That is available if anybody wants it, okay? Over here, Japan's at 110, and we have Kiss at $166. Brad, you've been outbid. Brad's right back in at 70. Oso, you're out. Final call on the Japan for 110. I don't know who else is bidding, but I hadn't seen anybody bid in a while. I think J.D. Conklin, it's up to you. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. The Outsiders, happening live, featuring their hit song, Time Won't Let Me. Nice 60s record there, $9.99. Romelu gets to Emmylou Harris for $35. Thank you, Romelu. Oso Adventure second. Can't believe no. I was expecting bids to pop up for $35.40, $45.50, $55.60, $65.70. It did not happen. The best of Love and Spoonful with the photos, a gatefold jacket, $19.99. Wow, that's beautiful. Very nice. And it has all the photos. That's a gatefold jacket, $19.99. We have Resband, bootleg. Resband's $19.99. And David and David Boomtown, $19.99. Atlanta Rhythm section is $9.99. All right, let's pause right here. I lost 2 bidders on this. I got to do a 5-second countdown. Joseph has this for 110. Joseph has this for 110. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Buzzer. Sold to Joseph for $110. That's gone. Time for another Kiss auction. Next was Wolverine on LS for Love and Spoonful. Can you remind me who you are, Wolverine, over on Twitch? That is sold to him. Kiss is at 175. You're out, Mr. Oso, out in the West Coast over there. Here's another auction coming. And the next auction we have is the Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads. A stereo repress, no gear given on Discogs. It is a VG Plus copy, a $20 start on the Rolling Stones. That's Jason Boxell over there, okay? Jason Boxell, thank you. Nice new stuff here. The Beach Boys, this is $24.99, made in the USA. A double LP. We have Linda Ronstadt. That's $9. That one's called Don't Cry Now. And we have Pat Travers, Making Magic, $19.99. Let's put up another Kiss. We'll have to assign this one a different code, okay? We'll have to give this one a different code. This one has Vinnie Vincent on it, it looks like. We'll call this one Montreal. You can put M-O-N-T. You can put M-O-N-T if you want to bid on this one. Montreal, Canada. M-O-N-T. Please don't put Kiss, because we still got a Kiss auction up. Of course, this is Kiss. This is Kiss in Montreal, 1983, with Vinnie Vincent on white vinyl, 55. Put Montreal or M-O-T if you want to bid on that one. Brad's out. Final call to Oso at 176. Billy Squier, the tell of the tape. Billy Squier's $19.99. Elvis, this is Blue Hawaii, and this one has I Can't Help Falling in Love. This is a early 70s press on an orange RCA label, $29.99. And we have Bon Jovi, 7,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Another OG Bon Jovi, $34.99. OG Bon Jovi, Cheap Trick in color, $19.99 for Cheap Trick. And Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. Lido, whoa, Lido, clean copy, $19.99. And we have ZZ Top, legs. She knows how to use them, $34.99. First Angus, Travis Woods on BS. Was that for Boz Scaggs or was that for Billy Squire? Right now, I'm going to say final call on to get a bid on the Stones for $20. Montreal does not have a bid yet. $55 start on that one. And over here, Kiss, Happy New Year. Kiss, Oso, $176. The other bidder's out. We are about to sell that. It's about to happen. I've got to bring over a new crate anyway because I've already filled up this one. Wow, Neil Young Harvest. Oh, man, take a look at my life. A 78 Winchester press, $34.99. Jim Hines on the Bon Jovi, and that's so to him. Travis Woods does get the Billy Squire, and that means Solarplex, you were next. And now my crate's full. I'm going to swap out crates. That way I can end this Kiss box, and we can put up another item. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on a great Monday night, a busy Monday night already. It's considered Kiss night, although, as you can see, I've almost sold as much other Kiss stuff as Kiss stuff. That's how it usually is. We're going to have one or two up for the next, what time is it, 9? It'll be midnight before all these auctions are done. So if you can stay around, I guarantee some of these tonight you'll be able to grab at great deals. Since I've been doing this, this is the 9th week in the row. Monday night, we've done Kiss auctions. 9th week in a row. Nothing is left over. It's all gone, and that will be the story, the same story tonight. So hang around if you can. Let's go ahead and sell this. And this is sold to Oso Adventure for $176. This one is sold for $20 to Todd Saw. And now Montreal has a bid for $55. And now it has a bid for $60. Linda Ronstadt for $5. I'll do Linda Ronstadt for $7, Peter. And we got Blaine getting Harvest for $30. And let's put up another Kiss auction. So if you want to bid on this one, put Montreal. The next one is just going to be called Kiss. And we have another request for one, and that one was a request, Nagoya. Okay, let me see if I can find that one. There's Saints in Toronto, Nagoya. Okay, we'll have to find that one, but I bet I have it. I don't think I've sold that yet, I don't think. What is this one saying? Bonsai Nagoya. Bonsai Nagoya. This is an unofficial. This is Kiss live in Achikan Taiyuki Hall in Nagoya, Japan, March 28th, 1977, a $55 star. We have not sold the Kiss Japanese yet. No, we haven't. All right, Peter Haas is good on Linda for $7. Linda. It's about time for Chad to go get another Monster and eat one of those Subway cookies. Need a cookie since I had a filling today at the dentist. First thing you gotta do is start eating cookies. Ted Nugent Penetrator. This is $14.99, Ted Nugent Penetrator. Wow, Jade Warrior. I said wow because that's one I don't see as often. Released. And it's on the Vertigo label. Wow, look at that. $49.99. Don't tell Paul we're selling Vertigo records. He'll come back and take this and steal it. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, you're going to get it. Tom Petty, nice copy. Let's see what label's that on. Looks like a nice copy if you're going to get it. $34. That is a second label. That's MCA Coral, $34.99. And Rainbow, difficult to cure. Rainbow, $29.99. That Billy Idol or Billy Squire, Travis needs to put it back. So I've already changed out crates. The Billy Squire from earlier, changed that from Travis Woods to Solarplex. Solarplex, you will be getting that Billy Squire, by the way, okay? Let's update these auctions. So Montreal got a bid for $60. Montreal got another bid for $60. Montreal got a bid for $75. Montreal got another bid for $70, another bid for $65, and another bid for $76. We're calling this one Kiss. There's one bid for $55. Montreal's at $85. And then Jason Boxell on JW for Jade Warrior. Thank you on that. Montreal's at $90. And Triumph, just a game, $19.99. So this one's called Kiss. This is Kiss. And this one just has one bid for $55. Montreal's now at $90. Just giving you an update on where we're at on those two. Toto Isolations, $19.99. And Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry is $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is the Sex Pistols. This is the Sex Pistols, No One Is Innocent, a punk prayer by Ronald Biggs. And this one is Sex Pistols My Way. It's a 12-inch single, 1980 New Zealand OG, 12-inch, 45 RPM, Virgin Records. It's in the original Virgin sleeve. So that's the sleeve it's supposed to go in. It is VG++ or better. Sex Pistols, a $15 start. Next thing over here, Montreal 100. Kiss has another bid for $55. Joseph already had it for $55 though, JD. And the Triumph is called Just a Game. We're in a new crate. This once again is another vintage crate. There's pretty much no modern pressings in here. Ever since I mentioned that the last time, I think a lot of people have really liked me saying that. This is a kind of what we call an OG crate. There have been a few reissues, but we're not talking about 2023s. I'm talking about a Neil Young album from 70 that was reissued in 78. So everything in here is either vintage or OG. And everything in here is nice as well. Next thing we have is The Who by Numbers. Mama's Got a Squeeze Box. She Wears on Her Chest. 1999. That is The Who by Numbers. Clean copy on that. Kiss is now at 60, now another 60. Sex Pistols already at 25, and Montreal's at 110. Nice smash hits. Jimi Hendrix. No poster. No poster. I had a poster the other night. That is the first label, the two-tone. If I were to run the numbers, I bet that's OG. Purple Haze off In My Brain. $34.99. And Heart, Private Audition. Heart is $19.99, and Genesis, self-titled. Dun 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 dun. Repeat ba 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 ba. That's all. Home by the Sea. Great song there. So is Illegal Alien. Just a Job to Do. Genesis is $19.99. Ooh, Phil Collins. Speaking of Genesis, with I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. You have no idea how many people, especially my age, they'll find out Phil Collins is doing the drumming on that song, and they'll be like, wow, Chad, I already love Phil Collins. I loved him even more when I found out he's actually singing and doing the shumpa ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum bum. I'm like, yes, he's a drummer and he's a singer. Look at those eyes, folks. He's like, you need this album. You need this. All right, so Montreal's at 120. Matthew Sherrick. Kiss is at 75. Joseph, you just got outbid. Solarplex wants Genesis. That's sold to Solarplex. The Sex Pistols is in the original 12-inch single. So that's how it's going to look. It's in the Virgin 12-inch single on that one. Okay? And over here, this has a high bid of $30 with Kelly Vlodarchek. $30 on that one. There we have it. Next is another Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, $19.99. Grand Funk's Greatest Hits, Some Kind of Wonderful. And Shrink, a green reissue label, nice, $19.99. Beck Bogart, A Piece, that is $19.99. In Boston, Don't Look Back, The Day Is Breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. That is the first label. It's a gatefold jacket. It's $34.99. And Billy Squier, Signs of Life, $19.99. Another Billy Squier. I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget the first? Phil, the first one, that was face value, $19.99 on that one. Also, Queen, News of the World, a classic rock album, no condition notes, $34.99. Wow, Ram Jam, I didn't even see that when I flipped through these. Whoa, Black Betty, that's the OG label too, $34.99. Travis Woods on BS for Billy Squier. There you go. John Durden, I'm assuming you're out on Sex Pistols, Final Call to Kelly. And that's a final call to Kelly Vlodarchek for $30. How about over here? We got Solarplex next on Billy. And then what happened over here with Kiss? It is all up to J.D. Conklin. Joseph has it for $90. J.D., it's up to you. What about a Montreal? Montreal, Bill, $125. It's up to Matthew Sherrick. I've lost a couple people. Joseph, sold on Black Betty. There's that. Next thing is Vlodarchek on RJ. And that was Ram Jam. My bad. Jason Boxell gets Ram Jam. Joseph, you were second. Wolverine beat you to it over there on Twitch. And Brandon Jones on Phil Collins for $15. Sell that to Brandon Johnson for $15. Now the Sex Pistols is sold. The Sex Pistols is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And Kelly Vlodarchek gets the Sex Pistols for $30. All right? I've got some more 12-inch singles over here. Let's see what we look like. And we're about to sell these. He's out on Kiss. So, yeah, this is sold to Joseph for $90. It's up to Matthew Sherrick on Montreal. The hammer's up, though. Bill Samus at $125. Let's put up another quote, Kiss, okay? And here's something that's been asked about a lot. Let's go ahead and run this one. This one looks pretty sweet here. This is a Japanese Creatures of the Night. Wow. A 1982 OG Creatures of the Night with the insert and obi, a $50 start of Creatures. And, of course, the vinyl is exactly what you would expect. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the original Japanese sleeve. There's the booklet. I think it's supposed to come with stickers. No stickers. It does have the obi. Kiss. Just put Kiss on this one. Kiss on this one for $50, okay? Kiss on this one for $50. Next thing we have is 38 Special, Rock and Roll Strategy. $24.99 for 38 Special. Aldo Nova Fantasy. Aldo Nova, $24.99. It's actually self-titled. Kiss is at $130 with Matthew Sherrick. Bill Samus, you've been outbid. Okay, now, first thing we have is Brandon Johnson on Aldo Nova. Creatures has a bid for $50. Yeah, let's please call this one Creatures. And we're calling this one Kiss, okay? No. We can call this one Kiss or Creatures. We're calling this one Montreal. Hold on one second. Yeah, we're calling this one over here Montreal, which is still getting bids. Bill just bid $135. I can keep up with it. Matthew's out. It's down to 2 people. This one, we can call it Kiss or Creatures, okay? Matthew's right back in on Montreal for $150. The alternate curve version error will be in your high-end bin whenever you get to put that up. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I've got 4 more left over here in the high-end bin. We're working on that in a second. Wow, this is a busy night with these Kiss auctions. I'm about to put up something else. And the next thing I have is Prince, or actually the artist formerly known as Prince. The Greatest Romance Ever Told, album version and radio edit. And the flip on that one is The Greatest Romance Ever Told, Adam and Eve remix and radio edit. So The Greatest Romance Ever Told, 4 different versions, $10 start, okay? Next thing we have is Creatures 65, Creatures 80, Creatures 85. And now let's check the autograph bin. Yeah, I've got a whole crate of autographs. I'm just trying to figure out... I don't have anything. I was trying to do stuff that I already know the price. I don't want to put up anything too crazy without me doing a couple checks. This one I could run. I kind of am familiar. This is Porter Wagner, the farmer. Porter Wagner. It says, to Melanie, with my love, Porter Wagner. This one's JSA authenticated. We're going to put that up for a $45 start, okay? Porter Wagner, JSA checked. It's been signed on the back by the man himself, O. Porter. $45 start on that. That's now up for bid. He's not signing anymore. Randall Jackson, is the Blue Hawaii flexi or rigid? All right. It felt like it was an orange RCA. It is not Dynaflex. It's, well, I mean, it's that typical RCA 70s vinyl. I mean, you can literally bowl it up into a burrito almost, but it doesn't say Dynaflex on it. Yeah, it's that typical RCA. It's on about 80-gram vinyl. Okay, so Creatures 80, 85, Montreal out. All right, so for lack of confusion, because the board has just got crazy, this is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $150, okay? So now we're down to 1 Kiss, which is a Japanese OG of Creatures. That's at $100, okay? The Prince is a 12-inch single, The Greatest Romance Ever Told. There's 2 $10 bids, Donna and Ryan. And now a signed Porter Wagner, The Farmer, JSA authenticated, to Melanie with love, $45. That's now up for bid. All right, and then this is a new arrivals bin. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. First thing I have is Aerosmith, Rock in a Hard Place. Aerosmith is $29.99. Aerosmith. Alice Cooper Flush the Fashion. Alice Cooper's $29.99. And Mungo Jerry in the summertime. Mungo $34.99. Frank and Moon Zappa Valley Girl $14.99 on that. And we have Charlie Daniels Band Fire on the Mountain with the bonus EP, $29.99. $29.99. So now Creatures is at $115. Prince, The Greatest Romance Ever Sold. Yes, not told. Sold. That's at $15. And final call to get a bid in on Porter. We have Kansas Leftoverture. Kansas is $17.99. What is the condition of Creatures? Near mint minus and pristine. Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, a double LP. Wow, no ring wear on the cover. It's a Columbia Club copy from the 70s. $44.99 on that. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. That is the first label, clean copy. And we have, this is Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead, Rolling Thunder. You can definitely tell it's a, wow, first label too, and nice. $24.99. Kansas, I'll do $15 on Kansas Leftoverture. $15 on that. If anybody wants to buy Porter Wagner, he's a $45 buy now for the Farmer. If anybody wants that, let's try to double up on Kiss. Okay, right now 120, 125, 130, 130. Okay, 130 on Kiss with John Kaiser. Unbought on RT. That was for Rolling Thunder, which was Mickey Hart. John McPatriot sold on Kansas for $15. Creatures Condition and $135. Creatures is near mint minus and pristine all the way around. Prince over here. The last bid on that on Prince was $15 to Chris Gardner, and that it tied Donna. Donna still has it from 3 minutes ago at $15. Final call on that one. All right, let me work through, make sure I didn't miss anything else. We sold Kansas. We sold Rolling Thunder. Brian Call was next on Kansas. Creatures 140, Creatures 150. Next thing over here is another Kiss. We'll call this one Kiss. Okay? Saints and Torontos. There's Vinnie Vincent on the cover. That's one of the first questions I get asked. Is Vinnie Vincent on the cover? This is an unofficial 2023 Go Vinyl Maple Leaf Gardens, January 14th, 1983, and that is a $55 star. That's now up for bid. Okay, Kiss is at $150. This is a 12-inch single promo of The Greatest Romance Ever Sold. It's at $15 with Donna. Final call. Kiss has bids for $140, $150, $150. John Robb bid $50, $150. Oh So Tied 'Em. John Kaiser, you're out. Kiss is at $55. Porter Wagner is a $45 buy now, signed by Porter Wagner. That's our only no bid. Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun, a 73 Winchester press, $44.99. Grateful Dead, Ted Nugent, self-titled with Stranglehold, $14.99. And Neil Young, everybody knows This Is Nowhere. That is on this Reprise label, $34.99. Creatures is at $160. Another $160. Prince has got a new bid for $16 and now $18. And the Saints and Torontos, if you want to bid on this one, you can call it KISS. Mike Torres has bid $55. J.D. Conklin has bid $55. Prince is a 12-inch promo single. It's got 4 different mixes, okay? I'll do that Elder next. I'm going to move the high-end stuff up here in my crate so it's no longer down here at my feet where I forget about them. So we got the equivalent of a whole crate of Kiss auction still to run. I've got the equivalent of a half of a crate of nothing but other auctions to run, and I'm about to get back into some 80s metal. May put up another autograph. We'll see what happens. Let's run through these again. And Chad's going to have to go get a Monster Energy drink. I want to thank everybody for watching tonight. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. New week, new Monday. You never know what we're going to get into this week. Awesome stuff coming all week long. Auctions, auctions, auctions. Records, records, records. New vinyl, new releases. Discount bins. You name it. We've got it. How much does it cost? I'll buy it. That's a song by Jonathan Edwards. Sunshine Go Away Today. I don't feel much like dancing. Subway cookies, anybody? Gregory is letting out some steam about Jonathan Edwards' Sunshine Song. All right. Japanese Creatures of the Night. The last bid was John Robb at 165. It's only up to one person who could stop or end the auction unless somebody else bids. And that is right over here. And that is Oh So Adventure. That's who we're waiting on right over here. Oh So Adventure on Kiss Creatures. Mr. John Robb has it right now at $165. The Prince single is with Donna for $18. It's all up to Chris Gardner. Donna has this for $18. Donna, I'm waiting for an out or a bid from Chris. Final call to you again. And then this one we're just calling Kiss. Saints in Toronto. And this is on Go Vinyl. And it has a new bid with JD for $75. If anybody else was bidding on this, you're out. Actually, Bill Samus has already bid $90 on this. JD, you're out. Bill Samus bid $90 on this about 4 minutes ago when I went up front to get a monster. So that's at $90. This just got a new bid for $175, now $180, and Donna gets Prince. So we're down to 2 Kiss auctions. More coming up right now. Let me slide these over. I'm about to recap this crate. Somebody asked the condition of John Lennon. Neil Diamond. Neil Young. So let me show that right quick. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. Clean copy. Yes. That's probably a mid-70s press. It's clean. Gatefold, $34.99. All right, I'm going to read some titles and a few prices. If I miss a price, let me know. $9.99, okay? Kiss is at 100. Creatures at 180. Excuse me. Oh, so you're out. Sorry, I just chugged a bunch of Monster and scarfed down a cookie to give me a quick boost here at 9 o'clock. Next auction is Dio, the last in line. This is kind of a lower grade copy. It's VG minus. It has a feelable mark on track 2, side 4. Track 2, side 4. Side 2, track 4. It's VG minus. It's going to go up for a $10 start. Over here, Kiss Creatures of the Night. Kiss Creatures of the Night. It's a Japanese pressing. It's a 1980 OG. 1980 OG Japanese pressing of Creatures of the Night. It has the insert and the obi. There's the label. It is near mint minus and pristine. Custom Kiss label on it. It couldn't get any better. It has the insert and the original Japanese inner sleeve. Nice cover at obi. That just got a new bid for $182. Michael Church gets Neil Young. This Kiss is at $140 now. Creatures at $182. Dio's a $10 start. Dio's a $10 start. There's the Outsiders. Res Band is $19.99. David and David Boomtown, $19.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Underdog. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $9.99. We have the Beach Boys, Made in USA, $24.99 for the Beach Boys. And Pat Travers, Making Magic. Still got that one along with Cheap Trick in color. ZZ Top was $34.99. Boz Scaggs is available for $19. Ted Nugent Penetrator, $14.99. Wolverine wants to put back the Jade Warrior Vertigo pressing from earlier. That is right here. If anybody wants it, it's an original 1971 Vertigo Swirl label, $49.99. Very desirable. Too bad that's not Black Sabbath's self-titled album. That would be like a grand. Tom Petty, You're Gonna Get It, $34.99 on that. Rainbow's $29.99, and Toto Isolation, $19.99. We have Steve Perry Street Talk, $19.99, and Triumph Just a Game, $19.99. The only thing with that, I don't know if Paul already has it. That'd be the question. I'm sure we could find out pretty soon, but I don't. He has most of those, including the Black Sabbath, so I'm not really for sure. Creatures, $185. John Robb's out. Final call to Oso for $185. Kiss is at $200. Final call to get a bid in on Dio for 10. The Who by Numbers is $19.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits is $34. Heart Private Audition is still available if I can pick it up. Phil Collins No Jacket. Grand Funk Greatest Hits. Beck Bogart A Piece. Boston Don't Look Back. Queen News of the World. Awesome. OG copy. Gatefold Jacket. Look at the artwork on that. Amazing how the packaging on this has the original inner sleeve. $34.99. Kiss 200. Kiss 225. There's that. Also, we have this. We have 38 Special. We got Elvis. We got Aerosmith. We got Alice Cooper, Mungo Jerry, Frank Zappa, Charlie Daniels, Jimi Hendrix, Fleetwood Mac, Grateful Dead, and Ted Nugent. Holy moly, so many great titles in there. It's been classic rock galore. All right, Creatures is sold to Oso Adventure for $185. Okay, I got to answer a few questions, and we're about to go into another Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Right now, Laura's working on marking some stuff right now, I'm pretty sure. I'll do a confirmation on that. I have another bonus auction to put up, but not before we sell this bonus auction. This is a $10 Buy It Now if anybody wants it. Does anybody want to make an offer on the signed Porter Wagner? I'd love to get that sold. I don't like leftover auctions. $45 are best offer on that. Right now, Kiss is at $230. First thing we have is price on Boston. That was $34.99. Elvis Presley was $29.99. That was an early 70s orange RCA, $29.99 with Can't Help Falling in Love. Cheap Trick in color should be $19.99, best of my memory. That was right back here, Cheap Trick in color, $19.99. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Kiss $230. We have Ted Nugent for $12. It was marked $14. Sell that to Rich Krulak. Brandon Johnson on Steve Perry, O'Sherry, a.k.a. Street Talk. We're going to sell that to him for $15. That is sold to Brandon Johnson. Ted Nugent's already sold. Lisa gets Dio for $10. Topographic Passes, and that was on Elvis. And then Cheap Trick is sold to Stephen Parton for $15. Okay? And then we have Kiss over here. Last bid was Bill Samus at $230. That's called Saints and Toronto, $230 on that. Beach Boys for $20 right over here. This is sold Travis Woods, Beach Boys, $20. So I can be off on Friday. That also means I need to tell my mom your ice cream party's got to be on Thursday then. Okay, so Laura, we was already planning a ice cream birthday party for Laura. So my mom makes some wicked homemade ice cream. I got to tell her we got to do that on Thursday then. I texted her and I said, hey, Mom, it's about time we have an ice cream party here at the store before summer's over. And she said, well, I think Laura's birthday's this week. And I was like, great, we'll just do it on her birthday. So since she's not going to be here, we'll do it on Thursday then. Ice cream party at the store. Sorry, that's customers, or excuse me, that's employees only, everybody. Sorry. If I told my mom she had to make homemade ice cream for everybody that came in the door, she would shoot me. Homemade ice cream. Next thing is ZZ Top. Jamie Butler. If you want that, I'll go ahead and do it for $25. Let's put up another Kiss. So that one we're bidding on. We're calling that one Kiss. If you want to bid on this one, let's call it Elder. Holy moly, this is an expensive one, folks. Elder. E-L-D-E-R. Put that in the comments if you want to bid. Goodness. A 40th anniversary super limited edition picture disc, limited to 500 copies worldwide. A premium gatefold jacket with Japan cover, lyric translations, 3D lenticular litho, and that is going to go up for a $250 start. $250 start. Any other 12-inch singles? Let's see. What do I have in here? Metallica, Queensryche, Metallica, Black Sabbath, The Cult, Cinderella, Motorhead, Metal Church, Trick or Treat, Rolling Stones, Dokken, a 12-inch single, Rolling Stones, Doors, Dokken, a 12-inch single, Dokken, Kiss, Nazareth, Kiss. And those aren't even Kiss auctions in the Kiss bin. Auction number 3, the Sex Pistols, God Save the Queen. Whoa, that's a good one. God Save the Queen, the Sex Pistols. And the flip is Do You Know Wrong. And this is nice. EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. It's in the original Virgin sleeve here. And the Sex Pistols is going to go up for a $30 start. There's that. And we have Kiss 255, Kiss 260. Kelly Vlodarchek on S. That's probably a bid for the Sex Pistols about to come in. So there's Elder. If you want to bid on that, a $250 start. This over here is at $260. I'm pretty sure you've had her homemade ice cream before. She had it about a year ago. I probably need to let her know right now. Oh, man, it's so good. Oh, man, it's already making my teeth hurt. Okay. First thing we have is ZZ Top 25 and Rumors 25. Sell those two. Who offered first on ZZ Top? Jamie. All right, so sell him those for $25.25 over here. Sex Pistols, final call for $30. Elder, if you want to bid, final call for $250. Somehow Mike and Bill both went out on Kiss. Bill, you have it for $260. Mike went out. You have it for $260. Let's swap out crates. What reason I was hesitating is because I'm about to do some condensing, because I have to put a bunch of stuff together so I have some freed up space over here and get an idea of what has and has not been shown and keep all this organized. Spent about an hour Sunday. I was like, I got to get all this organized if we're about to start another new big week. Got it all knocked out over here. Here we go. Took my glasses off. Don't take off those glasses again. All right. Here we go. Let's do some condensing. Wow, just like that, we've already went through about 13 crates tonight. 7 crates of new vinyl, 5 crates of new vintage stuff. About to go through some more vintage or pre-owned buy it now best offer. Could be a little bit more mix coming up in just a second. Let me put this right over here. Let me put that right there. Let me put this right here. All right. And then here is the following. All right. What Kiss is that? Okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lay this over here in pending because we've had a war for this one. Bill Samus has this for $260. Saints and Toronto. Final call for $260. Joseph, if you say pass, it's sold to him. If you want to bid, you can. This just got a bid. This is Elder, the 40th anniversary super limited edition picture disc. Manny Ray has it for $260. The Sex Pistols is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik for $30. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. It's Prince, and this is the artist formerly known as Prince. Somebody. It's a 1977 USOG with hop sticker, a $25 start. Now, we got Bill Samus gets Saints in Toronto for $260. Elders at $260 as well. So both auctions were at $260. That one just sold for $260. This one has a bid for $260. Prince has a bid for $25. Bear with me. I'm working on condensing a few things over here. That's a condense. Thank you. Thank you, condense. And then over here, this is a condense. Thank you, condense. That's a condense, folks. That's been condensed. And very quickly, all the new vinyl that's left tonight, not counting reissues, 1997 on Prince, 1997. Here is Billy Joel, new for Friday, Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2. The new Deftones album for Friday, 34, indie exclusive. And Steely Dan, live in Memphis, $29.99. Neil Young Harvest is gone. That's the only 3, quote, new titles I have for tonight. And those are literally new. Well, except for Steely Dan. Deftones is a new album, and Billy Joel, first time that's been reissued since it came out. All right, I'm going to condense this over here. Let's find some more stuff to go through. I have now emptied 4 crates. I have a lot of free space and breathing room over here. Manny's about to get the Kiss, and we're about to put up all new Kiss auctions. All right, got a long ways to go over here on these. About to start clearing out some of my miscellaneous bins, and we're about to find some more other crates to go through righty over here. I'm excited. Might even go ahead and knock out a half offer. Might take a best offer. A half offer. What do we got right here? All right, let's go through this crate, buy it now or best offer. Some interesting stuff in here. Thrashing Doves, sounds interesting. When were these marked? Man, I don't really remember these. That's probably why I need to go through them. It's a half crate. Let's go through these, buy it now or best offer. Okay. Here we are. Here we are. Prince is at $30. Donna, you're out. This is sold to Manny Ray for $260. Thank you, Manny Ray. That's sold to you. Let's move that over. More Zeppelin boxes. Yeah, so William, you're next in line. I think you're going to be getting one for sure, probably as soon as tomorrow. And then there's about 7 other people on the list. They haven't actually shipped them, but so we just don't really know. Here's another Kiss. Here's another, this is really cool, folks. This is an OG, an original OG copy of Hot in the Shade, sealed, no saw marks, no cut holes, an original retail copy. Of course, this is one of those that hadn't been reissued yet to retail. They did an anniversary not too long through the website or some kind of, edition, but this is the real deal here. This is sealed with hop sticker, $150 start on that, $150 on that. All right, give me 1 second. Let me send this address here. And then let me open up this. And Gregory, I see an email from you, a BB King autograph. Looks good to me, Gregory. We'll get a quick opinion on it for you, and I'll let you know. Looks good to me. Yeah, I would pass it. We'll let the pros look at it though. All right, there's Prince, and that's at 32. Info on Prince and Prince condition. Okay, this is a 1997 US OG, a 12-inch single promo. It's in the original sleeve that comes with a sticker, and this is EX Plus, a $25 start. EX Plus, a $25 start. It's EX Plus. So that's conservatively graded. So it's pretty close to near mint minus EX Plus right there on that same borderline, okay? This Kiss Hot in the Shade is a $150 start. Let's put up something else maybe while y'all were thinking on that one. Let's call this one Motor City. Let's knock out one of the last box sets tonight. Motor City, another one here with Vinnie Vincent. This is limited edition. It's a 4 LP picture disc. Only 100 are made. It has books and extras. It's Cobo, Detroit, 1983. Everything appears to be unopened and mint. $125 start on that. $125 start on that. Yeah. I've looked up a lot of signatures too, though. And, man, there's some good forgeries. But, yeah, that looks like it'd be good. I'm about to get a bunch of stuff. Quick opinions on stuff, so I'll get that check for you, and then I might want to buy it from you. It kind of kills it because it's personalized. That always hurts it unless it's just somebody really rare, but some people just like to have some stuff signed even though they are personalized. It's a lot cheaper way to get an autograph if it's personalized. Hendrix stuff never comes up. And I was sent a link to a cut Hendrix on an index card, but it was made out to somebody. And it was at a great price. It was still thousands of dollars. But if it was just Jimi Hendrix and that personalization wasn't on there, it'd actually be less. But I've even seen some people take stuff like that and cut it off. But, that's just like on an index card. But at the same time, it's like, man, how could you just cut off personalization even though it's somebody like Hendrix? And a lot of people don't. They just leave it all together. But you can tell where some stuff's been cut before, where people, or they try to mat it. You can take something and try to mat it in a frame where you can maybe cut off where it's covering somebody's name. I've seen people do that too before. So, all right, let's go back to the top. And of course, if you have a letter, it's not like they're trying to deceive anybody when they mat it like that. They're just letting everybody know, hey, I've covered up that. Or you got to check it. You might want to say, hey, can I lift up the mat and make sure it's not personalized? So, first thing we have is Prince at $45. Motor City's at $125. And I'm about to make this a buy it now. Let's go through this crate, buy it now or best offer. Here we go. Thrashing Doves Thrashing Doves Trouble in the Home. That's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. We have Roy Orbison Laminar Flow. Roy Orbison's $19.99, and Nazareth Rampant. Nazareth is $19.99 for Nazareth Rampant, and Happiness is Dean Martin, $9.99. I have a Jimi Hendrix autograph. I think it's real. If you want to send me a picture, I can tell you in about 10 seconds. I'll give you a great percentage of it passing or not. Marshall Tucker Band Tuckerized. This is a promo marked with promo sticker. It's not a promo label, but it has promo stickers. $14.99. Tina Turner Private Dancer. This is $24.99. Signed Porter for $38 for my wife Melanie. There we go. Melanie Jennings. Porter made this out to you. Melanie Jennings with love. Porter Wagner. Sell that for $38 to David Jennings. There's a prime example of personalization. But, you know, let's say this was just Porter and it was signed right here on the front. I'd be asking 2 or 3 times maybe as much. Just a cool cover, but you get a little bit better price because it's personalized and it's on the back. So there you go. There's that. You still owe me the piece? Yeah. There you go. There's that. There's that. Yep. Over here. All right, so Kiss is, this one here is a buy it now for $150. An OG Hot in the Shade sealed. $150 buy it now. Over here, Prince, Donna's out. Guy Shard gets that for $55. Thank you, Guy. And now the Kiss Motor City. Kiss Motor City. Joseph has this for $130. That's the Motor City box, $130 on that one. Trent is going to get the Hot in the Shade for $150. Thank you on that. $150 on that. Kiss, hottest band in Motor City. So we just had JSA come to the store. We just had about 200 things authenticated. Some stuff failed. Some stuff we didn't even know if it was really signed by anybody. They just look like scribbles. And so, you know, of course, a lot of stuff, yeah, it's signed by this person, or no, it's nothing significant at all. That happens a lot. We just find stuff with scribbles, and we're like, who is this? Like, we had some stuff we thought was signed by Bootsy Collins, but it was just a bunch of scribbles. So, and we're probably going to have, based on what Paul just bought, 2 collections we're looking at, we're probably going to have about 500 more authenticated in a couple months. So I've always told everybody, if you want anything, if you want to sell me anything, sooner than later, because this deadline for more authentications coming up. And plus, if it's something expensive that takes a letter, you're looking like all the way to March. Okay, JSA, because they're now partnership with CGC, they are backed up on letters, so we're going to be lucky to get ours back by November. So if we do anything this year, you're not going to get a letter back until like the first of the year, and that's on anything high end. So if you have something pretty valuable, it could be like up in the future. You know, it could be a spring before it's back where we could sell it. But I'll still go ahead and buy it and, of course, transact the money. But for us, we'll have to hold it for months before we can sell it. We have a 1978 USOG Presswell in shrink, and this is the OG copy with the original unedited faces. $35 start on that, okay? $35 start on that. Next thing over here is this. So we have print. We sold Prince at $55. Next thing over here is Kiss at $150. We sold that. Jamie Butler, you were second. Next is the Kiss box at $150 with Bill Samus. Bill bid this for $150, okay? $150, Bill Samus. He has this at $150, okay? Next is Sinatra, the main event live. Sinatra is $19.99. This is an OG Rolling Stone Some Girls, a 78 US OG Presswell, looking for a $35 start on that. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, this is $24.99. There is some cover staining going on. And just FYI, everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, including Frank Zappa, 200 Motels, the soundtrack, double LP. There's Flo and Eddie, $49.99. I always thought that was an awesome cover, $49.99. And we have Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation. Zappa is $39.99. Overnight Sensation. Right here is Dwayne Allman, the Allman Brothers, brothers and sisters, $34.99. $34.99. Next is the Grassroots. This is $14.99. Their greatest hits, some of the best music there. I love the Grassroots, $14.99. Wow, no bid on OG Stone's unedited cover, $35. So I kind of, George, that's EX if you want it, $35. I kind of teased the other night. I kind of teased this record. I'm going to have a tough decision to make. I told somebody there would be an amazing, this could be an amazing Thursday night. I've got some tough decisions to make on which some of this stuff I'm going to let go. And here's one of our most recent acquisitions. And I've got this now and the Ride of Lightning. Yes, this is real. It is signed by Cliff Burton. It's an original OG pressing of Kill 'Em All. And it's signed by everybody in that lineup. So one of the most, once again, incredible pieces. We're going to have start having a chart. I keep saying this a lot. One of the most incredible pieces. That is simply amazing in my opinion. Signed by the full lineup there. Kurt, James, Lars, and the legendary Cliff Burton, rest in peace. So signed on the front. I still got the Ride the Lightning, and I've told some people that I think are interested in this. I'm going to make a decision which one I'm probably going to keep. You're looking at about a $10,000 starting bid on either one of them, Ride the Lightning or for Kill 'Em All. It's what an amazing piece, though. We're talking about Metallica's debut OG signed. That's like everything you would want in a lineup of a record. Signed OG Metallica. Now, that one, we're going to wait. We got to get a letter. So it could be one of those deals where that one I'm going to have to get a letter. So it's going to have to go through a whole process before I have that document in hand. So I'm keeping this like right here next to me where I can look at it every night. Next thing we have is Ryan Mustaine on the Allman Brothers. Kiss Motor Cities at $200. Kiss Motor Cities at $200. George Sherrod got the Rolling Stones for $35. $35 on that one, okay? So this is at $200. Next is Elton John, Victim of Love. $19.99 on Elton John. Ultravox Quartet. Ultravox is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Genesis Foxtrot. Genesis Foxtrot is $19.99. Foxtrot is $19.99. And Thank God It's Friday, $24.99, a double LP. Double LP on Thank God It's Friday. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. I have this right here in hand, ready to sell to you. It is going to be, give me 1 second. It looks like it's a Doors LA Woman. It is. This is 1971. Now, I think the disc comes back as an OG, but obviously it's not because it's a retail, it's not a window cover. But I think some of the matrices on these still come back OG, but it's not the first jacket. So the disc, the matrix runs as a 71 OG. It's a Terre Haute in VG condition, a $30 start on that. VG cover, VG vinyl. Kiss Motor Cities at $125. Let's put up another one. So they're bidding on Kiss Motor City. Let's put up another Kiss. And I guess if you want to bid on this one, let's call it, give me 1 second. What happened to the next one? Let's call this one, trying to find one we can get a good name to it. Silver, maybe? Silver Bandits here. Here's the next one. This is a unofficial 2025 Italian clear vinyl with poster, Long Beach Auditorium in Long Beach, California. $55 start. $55 start. Silver Bandits. That is Silver Bandits on that one, okay? Motor City. Yeah, let's call this one Motor if we can. We'll call this one Silver Bandits over here. Next thing is Grassroots at $10. And that is sold to Scentless Apprentice. Thank you on that. Over here, this is Roy Orbison, In Dreams, his greatest hits. That's a 2LP gold stamp promo, $29.99. Father Guido Sarducci, live at St. Douglas Convent. $14.99 on that one. And Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams. Heard It in a Love Song. Marshall Tucker is $24.99. Everything in here is best offer. We also have Let's Active, Waters Park Blue Line, $14.99 on that. And Guadalcanal Diary, and that is $9.99. $9.99. I like historical stuff. I've really gotten into, I had somebody track down, and I found a pretty cool listing on eBay, stuff like Thomas Edison. My mom's like, why are you buying stuff like Thomas Edison? I was like, how cool is that? You should see his signature. It's amazing, especially when you get it in like a really cool frame, and there's like a picture of him holding a light bulb. And I was like, I don't know. I'm just fascinated by like, wow, that's his signature on something like that. Stuff like that is just mind-blowing to me. War Outlaw, $29.99. War Outlaw and Genesis Reflections Rock Theater, $19.99 on Genesis. That's a Rock Theater. The New Look Fontella Bass, $34.99. That's on the Checker label. $34.99. All right, so what about Motor City? Bill Samus, you're out. Okay, Joseph has it at $230. Bill Samus says he's done. Final call to bid in on Doors for $30. And then Silver Bandits. J.D. Conklin's the only bidder right now on KISS. $55 for Silver Bandits. We're about to sell that to J.D. Conklin. That is Long Beach 1974. Long Beach 1974. That is the only bid on that one right now. Jason Boxell on Fontella Bass. That's sold to Jason Boxell. And the Jags, No Tie Like the Present. The Jags is $9.99, gold stamp promo. Jeff Beck, Truth and Beck Ola, a double LP, $34.99. Truth and Beck Ola. That is 2 albums by Jeff Beck, Rod Stewart on vocals, Orange Epic labels, 2 albums in one, $34. Swamp Dogs, Greatest Hits, $34.99 on that. And the Astronauts Competition Coupe. What a cool cover. What a cool record. 64 Hollywood Press, $39.99. $39.99. Joseph Alves on Motor City. He gets that for $230. Nobody bid on the Doors. That's a $30 buy now. And all of a sudden, tons of bids just came in on Silver Bandits. 60, 65, 75. The Astronauts is sold to Jason Boxell. And Bow Wow Wow is $24.99. This is called 16 Tracks. Wow. $24.99 on Bow Wow Wow. My only question is, where is Jason Boxell watching from tonight? Monte Carlo, Casablanca, Vietnam, China. Where could he be watching from, okay? Oh, man. All right, so first thing we have is door specs. Doors is not a window cover, but it is a 71 USOG Terre Haute. VG condition, VG cover, $30. Next over here is Please Cancel Metallica. I already have it, sorry. I don't have we hadn't sold you Metallica. Bow Wow is at $15 with Mega Blast. I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $15. And then over here, we got Silver 90, Silver 95, and KISS is at $95 with J.D. Conklin, okay? There we have it. Here we go. Let's put up another auction. You said you did. I showed earlier, I showed earlier a signed Metallica. Oh, Hammersmith. Okay. That, I will just have to have them do that later. That was, unless it's over here in this crate. Hammersmith. Yeah, I'll just have to have them, I'll just have to get them to do that tomorrow because it's buried at this point. So Joseph wants to put back Metallica Hammersmith. I actually see one. I just don't remember. I'm going to pull one out of the crate. Hopefully that doesn't mess them up later because I need to show that way I can show it in the video in the morning or if anybody else wants it. Metallica Hammersmith, 180 gram, colored vinyl, an unofficial $38.99. I thought maybe you thought you had bought the autographed Metallica for $10,000 and you had said, sorry, I already have it. I want to put it back. I was like, wow. Never had a $10,000. Of course, that's not for sale right now, but that'd be a big putback. Okay, Genesis is sold a topographic for $14. I was waiting for that. Okay, There's that, and now silver's at 105. Still got the doors for 30. Let's see what else we have over here in autographs. This one is signed by the legendary John Mayall. It's also personalized, but pretty cool. To Sonny and Lynn, signed by John Mayall. JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. That's now up for bid. If anybody wants to make an offer on the doors, let me know. Silver is at 105, and let's put up another Kiss. And this one we can just call Kiss, okay? We're calling this one Silver. We'll call this one Kiss. And this is a Decade of Masquerade. It does have some seam splitting on the top. It does have a crease right here, but this is Kiss. It's live at the Civic Center in Ottawa, Canada, 1983, $55 start. Glitter, Jeremy Bryant gets Swamp Dogs for $25, okay? Boom. Let's read through this crate one more time, just the titles. This was a best offer crate, okay? And I think it was just shown one time last week, not best offer. I would love to sell everything that's left in here. Let's get that done, okay? First thing I have is Thrashing Doves, Trouble in the Home, Roy Orbison, Laminar Flow, Nazareth, Rampant, Happiness is Dean Martin, Marshall Tucker, Tuckerized, Tina Turner, Private Dancer, Sinatra, The Main Event, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Frank Zappa, 200 Motels, Zappa, Overnight Sensation, Elton John, Victim of Love, Ultravox Quartet, Genesis Foxtrot, and Thank God It's Friday. Those are all available. Silver Bandits is sold to Jeffrey Necker for $105. Signed John Mayall, JSA authenticated, $45 start to Sonny and Lynn. And then over here, we got Kiss. If you want to bid on this one, it's called Kiss. It is live in Ottawa, Canada, 1983. Hey, Vinnie Vincent on the cover. Always got to mention that. $55 start. Roy Orbison, $10 first Roy. Not best of, okay? You wanted Laminar Flow. Sell that to Blaine Zapnick for $10. There's that. And then Roy Orbison 10, we took care of that. Next thing is Roy Orbison in Dreams, his greatest hits. That's 29. Father Guido Sarducci, that's a gold stamp promo. 14. Marshall Tucker, Caroline Dreams, Let's Active. We have a 12-inch single of Guadalcanal Diary. Reflection, wait a minute. I thought I already sold that to Topographic. Was there two in here? Topographic, I pulled the wrong record. I'm glad I caught that. That is War Outlaw then. Let me put that back in there. War Outlaw is $29.99. And then we got the Jags, and there's Jeff Beck. Wow, those are classic albums too, of Ron Wood and Ron Stewart. Holy moly, Kiss is at $60. Let's add another auction. Let's do this one by the city. Okay, we'll call this one DC. Okay, as in Washington, D.C. This is Kiss, The Harder They Come. Green Marble, The Bayou, Washington, D.C. March 21st, 1974. Kiss live on green vinyl. If you want to bid on this one, let's call this one D.C. so we can distinguish them. $55 start on that. If anybody wants to pick up a signed John Mayall album, just $45 on that, okay? That's going over here with the doors. $45 on that one righty there, okay? So we got two Kiss up. Let's go find another crate, and let's go ahead and put up, is this a reissue on the Sabbath? This is a reissue on the Sabbath, but I think this is the really desirable Rhino. So 2011 US, I mean, just based on the stats here, it needs to be a $60 start. So I bet that's that Rhino cut from back in 2011. It looks like it. It's a 2011 US 180 gram. And yeah, when we tagged this, the cheapest for sale was $95. So Black Sabbath, man, I was listening to Sabra Cadabra today. What a great song. $65 start on Black Sabbath. There's that. All right. And then next thing was Kiss 60, Kiss 65. Chad to the GTR sale. No, I still got GTR. DC 5555, Doors, info, John Kaiser on Marshall Tucker. Heard It in a Love Song. There we go. So all new bids on all these. Let's swap out crates. GTR is still available. We've went through about 6 crates of vintage. Everything left is 2.5. Might be time for like a half offer if I can find an older one over here. Problem is right now it's hard for me to find some of these older crates. What day is these? That's not too old at all. All the old stuff is up front. I used to have all kinds of crates back here, but where we go through them and then I do a bundle, it's been really tough lately for me to do bundle crates, honestly. Man, if I do this one half off, it's going to be some great stuff. So I guess let's go ahead and do it. I mean, that's why we're here, right? That's why we're here, to sell records. When is these marked? These aren't too, yeah, they're getting older, but the $6.99 crate from the day, this morning, all that came from the bins up front. So there's about 5,000 or 7,000 albums up front that hadn't been shown back here in months, because I haven't pulled. Remember, I used to go up front. I was like, all right, I'm going to go up front and fill up a crate and do it half off. There's no way. There's no way, because I have too much back here already. So let's just do all these half off, no more, no less. Right? As soon as I pop all my bones back into place. There we go. Stretch those hamstrings. All right, here we go. He does not want the Marshall Tucker. He wanted the John Mayall autograph. Yeah, that's a great price, even personalized for Mayall. That's 40, and somebody want to know the specs on the doors. Okay, so Kaiser got John Mayall for $45. No autographs left over yet. Let's go down the feed and see what I missed, okay? We got Kiss, DC, and Sabbath. Of course, DC is also a Sabbath. Or, excuse me, DC is also a Kiss. So, Kiss, DC, Sabbath, Doors is a no bid. We sold Kaiser the Mayall for $45. The specs on the LA Woman, it's a 71 US OG, VG, $30, no window cover. No window cover on that one. Kiss 70, DC 60, DC 75, DC 75, DC 80. Okay, DC 85, DC 100, DC 105. The Kiss over here, then, the last bid was Patrick Mathis at $70 final call. $70 final call. Now 75 of Buddy Cordova. DC's at 105. The Black Sabbath does not have a bid yet. This is the 2011 US. I think it's the Rhino cut based on the comps. 2011 US, $60 start. That's the only thing I can tell you. A 2011 US. Here we go. Everything in this crate is going to be half off, no more, no less. Fun. And I can tell you right in here and maybe right in there too, and maybe as soon as the crate starts, there's some stupid stuff at half off. So that's what we like to do. We like to make sure everybody's paying attention intently. Here we go. If you don't buy them now, you'll probably see them in a discount crate for more or less. You never know. Mayor Hawthorne, A Strange Arrangement. A 2009 US, $12.50. This crate's pretty easy on price. The price, I tell you, is another price, no more, no less. The Doors, the best of the Doors, $25. This is a 2LP, no condition notes, the best of the Doors. That was $49.99, now $25. Bully, feels like, Bully is $12.50. And David Gray, Multi-Mutineers. David Gray is now $12.50. Also, Keith James, One Tree or Another. Keith James, 1972 Psych Folk Rock, $7.50. And Billy James, 6s and 7s, sealed for $5. Okay? First thing we have here. Sabbath has a bid for $60. Shakedown on David Gray. That's sold to Shakedown. Melissa Bailey on Bully. We need to sell some out of here so I have some room to pull more out. Kiss, Patrick Mathis bid $80. Buddy Cordova, you're out. He says out. That's sold to Patrick for $80. What about DC? J.D. Conklin at $105. He outbid 78 Trans Am. 78 Trans Am, that's up to you. Sabbath was in near mint condition. Did I even say a grade? EX or better, yeah. EX or better. Gregory has that for 60. Trent Dugas on James. Keith James or Billy James. Also still got Mayor Hawthorne and the Doors. Now Sabbath 65, now Sabbath 75. It's up to 78 Trans Am on DC. Let's go back to KISS. If you want to bet on this one, all you got to do is put KISS, and that's KISS Live Evil. Hammond, Indiana, 2 nights, October 18th and 21st, numbered on red vinyl, 3 LPs, $75 start on that one. Next in the half-off bin is Jiva. I think that's how you say this. J-I-V-A, Jiva. $5 Still Life. It's on Polydor and Shrink, $5 on that. Next is, he wants Keith James. All right. That's sold to Trent for $7.50. DC is sold over here for $105 to J.D. Conklin. And now Sabbath is at 80. Now 85, 2011. You see right through Distorted Eyes. Sorry, Ozzy. I can't sing like you. Nobody can. Next thing is our next auction. This is, so that's KISS. Let's figure out a good one here. Let's find one with a good, here we go. We'll call this one Elder. I think this is a vintage bootleg too. It is. We'll call this one Elder. This is actually a vintage KISS bootleg. This is an 85. Side A is demos from the band Warrior, a band Vinnie Vincent was in before joining KISS. And side B is mostly KISS demos, but there's also a random Helix demo. So the side A is not even KISS. It's Vinnie Vincent in a band called Warrior. Side B is mostly KISS demos from Elder, but there's also one random track by the band Helix. What a bizarre bootleg. That's a vintage 1985. And if you want to bid on this one, you can call it Elder, because this one's going to be called KISS. Okay? And now we have Kathy Hodges on the Best of the Doors. Kathy, you've bought from us before, right? Thank you. What a great price on that. Just $25. That is so due. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is at 85 with Gregory. John Kaiser, you're out, just FYI. Next in the half-off bin is Glenn Hasser, Didn't He Ramble? That is now $10. And we have Ish, I-S-H, Funk Disco from 1979, $7.50. And this is Mayor Hawthorne. How do you do? A 2011 US Mayor Hawthorne is $20. Carole King Tapestry, So Far Away. Carole King Tapestry, $7.50. And Ben Harper, By My Side. Wow, now just $30 on Ben Harper. We're doing a half-off crate, no more, no less. And there's great titles in here at half off, no more, no less. Sabbath's at 100, John Kaiser's out. This KISS right here is at $80 with Chad Anderson. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Elder's a $30 start. Elder's a $30 start. Music from the Elder. The one with Vinnie Vincent Band, etc. $30. We're doing a half off. Boy, I wish I knew where my chapstick is. Holy moly, I'm glad I just found it. Holy moly. I was looking for this last night in Walgreens. Couldn't find it. We're at the checkout line. I was also the only person in Lebanon at Walgreens at 3 a.m. buying double stuffed Oreos. Literally, that was the only person in there. Every time I go in there, they're changing seasons. They've already got all their Halloween stuff out. And I was in there 2 weeks ago, and they were putting out summer stuff. They change seasons in Walgreens more than any other retail store fast. I mean, they're already... She says they're already stocking Christmas stuff in the back. I was like, yep, it's that time. How much is Ben Harper? Ben Harper, By My Side, is now $30. No more, no less on these. Half off Ben. And there's Mayor Hawthorne. $30. That was $59.99 shakedown. Everlasting All Right. Michael Bridges is a 1902 gospel rock, folk rock album. $12.50 on that one. And we have another copy. And we have Jake Holmes, So Close, So Very Far to Go. VG Plus, $7.50. Shakedown gets to Ben Harper for just $30. That is sold. Let's go ahead and sell Sabbath. That's going to be the last record I put in the crate. That is sold to Gregory Roberts for $100. And let's put this away. And there we go. All right, now I'm going to swap out crates. I got to make Tanner a note. He said, let me know what the halfway point is. We're at the halfway point. We're at, let me grab my sticky pad over here. And we are at where? Let's see here. We are quick timeout. We're at 3:53:22. 3:53:22. Let me find a 3:53:22. 3:53:22. Here we go. 3:53:22. 3:53:22. All right. There we go. Football. Yeah, in a couple weeks I'll be in Atlanta at a football game. Can you believe it? Already, folks. All right, let me grab a new empty crate. Christmas crates are coming. I've already been ordering Christmas vinyl for this week. Charlie Browns are on the way. Oh, all right. So let's figure out where we're at on KISS here. This one got a bid for 110 with Bill Samus, and he outbid Chad Anderson. So, Chad, you're outbid on that one. There's that. And then Elder, the last bid on Elder over here was J.D. Conklin at $35. J.D. has that for $35. So we got two KISS auctions. Looks like we need something else. And that something else is going to be Dockin. Back for the attack as an 87 USOG specialty press with the inner sleeve VG++, a $30 start on Dockin. Next, White Stripes Icky Thump, a 2007 OG VG+, White Stripes is just $20. Dan Jinks Say No More, 81 Private Press Folk Rock, VG plus $7.50. The Illusion is VG minus just $5 though. Hard Rope and Silk and Twine Incredible String Band, VG $5. Also the Incredible String Band, VG plus $6. Dockin has a bid for $30. The Joshua Tree, that's a 2007 20th Anniversary Edition remastered. Now just $25. Tim Vigari gets the White Stripes. Denise on the Illusion for $5. And then KISS over here is sold. And this is sold to Bill Samus for $110. Elder is sold. And Elder is sold to J.D. Conklin for $35. Dockin already has a bid for $30. That's going once, going twice. Let's try, let's take these down here. James, you were late on White Stripes. Trent on String Band. Let me know which of the two you want. He says both. Chad Anderson, your bid just came in on KISS late. Sorry about that one. Already sold that one. Here's our next one. KISS, this is Quebec, Canada, 10th Anniversary Edition. It is in Quebec. This is 1983. Hold on a minute. Let me stick a cattle prod to my back. Okay, there we go. Now I can talk better. This is KISS, the 10th Anniversary Tour, Quebec, Canada, 1983, a $55 start on that. Dockin has one bid for $30, and it's about to sell. Right now, wow, Joshua Tree for $25 and no takers. How about the Daisy Age? That's an awesome hip-hop compilation, and that is going to go up for a $15 start. And this is Bully losing. Bully's now just $10. BT Express Nonstop, an abnormally clean copy for $10. KISS 55, KISS 60, about to sell Dockin for $30. Melissa Bailey on Bully. Quick on that one. Thank you. And we have Brad. Brad is sealed for $15. A 2023 white vinyl, $15. Tim Vigari on U2, $25. KISS. DJ Not So Good on Daisy Age. Sold to DJ Not So Good. If these records don't stand up, I'm about to put another cattle prod to my back like they do on the movie Casino with the cheaters. Daisy Information, already sold. Next is The Game. This is Athens, Georgia, Western Kentucky versus the Wildcats. Sealed, $750. Garrett, second on U2. Also over here, we got Glenn Hassard. It was Triumph. We Once Proposed Songs of Jason Molina. That is $15. Final Call on KISS, $65. Dockin, one bid sold, $30, and that is sold for $30 to Trent Peasley. Wow, great price on that. Over here, this is, what do we have next? We're doing that one KISS. We're doing that one as KISS. Let's do this one as Tokyo. KISS Tokyo, live in Tokyo, April 77, $55 start. If you want to bid on this one, put TOK or Tokyo. Travis Woods was third on Daisy Age, and this KISS is now at $80 with J.D. Conklin. There we have it. Alonzo had bid 80. Now JD's bid 80, and now it's at 100. Now we're going back to the half-off crate. And this is David Gray, White Ladder, $25. I bet Shakedown buys that, $25. And Cosmos Factory. This was a cool copy for just $14. It's a 1970 OG German press for just $14, and it's a German press. It's not, and Paul says it sounds great. That's Cosmos Factory. Now, over here, we have, this is a Sub Pop record. This is Chai, C-H-A-Y. And Laura had left a note, if you like gorillas, you might like Chai. And that's only $10. Next thing over here was this. Kiss was at 100, then 110, and then 150. And don't forget, this one's Tokyo. Okay? So we got Kiss and we got Tokyo. Make sure you have the difference there on those. Okay? Kiss and Tokyo. Kiss and Tokyo on those. Kiss over here is at 130. Also, there's a bid for Patrick for 150. Tokyo just has one bid for 55. The next question was how much was Brad? I think it was 15 bucks. It was 2023 white vinyl 15. Okay, Kiss at 150. Scott Markheim got CCR. George Scherer looks like he was second. Shakedown got Chai. He already has bought the David Gray from me. There we have it. Okay, Jeremy was next on Chai. Tokyo 60, Kiss 130. This one's already at 150. Foles, F-A-L-S, live at Royal Albert Hall. Record Store Day exclusive, $12.50. Satyricon, this is the Shadow Throne, a 2021 orange vinyl remaster, $22.50 on that. How about I Spice? I Spice is sealed for $10. Jeremy Bryan on Foles, F-A-L-O-S. And we have the Grand Wazoo, VG Plus 15. Grand Wazoo 15. Garrett Seipert on Satyricon. Great half-off crate here. DJ next on Foles. Tokyo 65. And Patrick, it looks like your $150. It looks like your $150 bid on Kiss may be the winning bid. Final call again. Laura on I Spice. Laura coming in from the back of the store on I Spice. And then John LeBady on Brad. He says he'll take it. You got it. Tokyo's at 75. Buddy Cordova says he's out. Dylan is $25. That's for his album known as Self-Portrait, as featured in the TV show Pawn Stars, when Chumley met Bob Dylan and got him to sign it, which I still have no idea how they got Bob Dylan to do that. He never does stuff like that. That's why his signed albums sell for $1,000 or more. Isle of Man is $10. More than that, actually. Isle of Man, $10. And Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream, $12.50. And the Alpha Band, $5. And we have Backstreet Crawler. This is $5. Backstreet Crawler. Patrick Mathis, you're going to get the Kiss over here for $150. Over here, we got Chad put the I Spice on my tab. Gregory says he'll pay for the I Spice. Laura's still going to get it. Gregory's going to pay for it. George Scherer on Dylan. That is sold to George Scherer. That is sold to him. And now Tokyo. JD has it for 75. The hammer's up. Tom Dearlove on the Isle of Man, 65. Thank you. And we have Michael Bacon bringing it home. Bringing home the bacon. $5 on that. And we have Road Music. $7.50 for road music there. Let's put up another Kiss auction. We're going to call this one Kiss. All right. This is called Electric Magic at the brewery in East Lansing, Michigan, 1974. The Electric Magic. Green vinyl, a $50 start on that one. Let's go ahead and sell Tokyo to JD. No, wait a minute. Time out. Time out. JD bid 75, and then Glenn Butch Rhodes bid 75. Glenn, it's up to you to extend that one. JD came in first at 75. Yeah, Glenn just bid 80. JD, we wasn't done. There was a tie bid. We're going to call this one Kiss, though, and that one's in Michigan, 1974. $50 start on that one. George Scherer on Road, and let's put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. It is the Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads. Wow, a OG mono Red London label, VG Plus, which is not bad. A $30 start on that one. Road Music's already sold. Next is Paul Simon, self-titled, $10. Paul Simon, we have What If Mozart wrote Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. Folks, it's never too late. $5. Nitro. Nitro is a 1979 disco funk, VG5. And Charlie Feathers, that rockabilly cat, Charlie Feathers is $14. Freedom Express, this is a 1975 U.S. private press hard rock album. It has a few really good solid tracks. It's one of those deep cut but desirable albums. $30 on that. $30 on that. All right, so he's out. So Glenn, that $80 bump did it. That sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes on the Tokyo for $80. East Lansing does not have a bid yet. Final call for $50. And the Rolling Stones in mono, a solid VG plus, a $30 start on that. Rod Bryan on Charlie Feathers. Robert Warner was second. Next auction. This one looks pretty cool. We'll call this one Alive. Alive 85. Kiss, Alive 85. Charlotte, December 28th, 1985. This is on red vinyl with book and sticker sheet. Book and sticker sheet. This is really cool. December 28th, 1985, and that's going to go up for a $65 start. We're going to call this one Alive. This one's known as Kiss, and it's got a bid for $50. JD's also bid $50. You bid first, buddy. You're out. George Lyle wants the Grand Wazoo back here from Zappa from earlier. Right here. That's sold to George Lyle for $15. Thank you. And now we got... yeah, Kiss at 55. Yeah, we're going to call this one Kiss. Or you can say East Lansing, Charlotte, whichever one. It's going to be better to do Kiss and then Alive over here. And let's keep going. We have Balance. And Balance is VG Condition, $5. The Elucid Beach Band, that's EX, $6.50. Man, Welsh Connection, VG plus $7.50 for Man. Here's another Man. This one is VG plus $10. It's called Be Good. Be good to yourself at least once a day. Kiss 60, Alive 65, Alive 75. Also, the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Street, VG $5. And Keep On Smiling, the Cathedral Quartet, Gospel Funk Sealed, $17.50. If anybody wants the mono Rolling Stones, a solid VG plus 65 OG, $30 on that one. $30 on that one. Also, we have Tom Robinson, Sector 27. Tom Robinson is $5. And Candy Staton, House of Love, that is now $5. Okay, so we got two Kiss auctions. We only got two no bids over here, which is Doors and Stones. Next thing I have, let's go back over here. Dokken, Under Lock and Key, an 85 U.S. club. This is a Carrollton press with the original inner sleeve EX Dokken, a $25 start on Dokken. How much is Balance? Balance is $5. VG Condition, $5. Destructo Cat on YouTube on the Doobies. And we have over here, no doubt, that is Hey Baby, Gwen Stefani, VG Plus 2002, $7.50. Slim Gallard, Rides Again, VG Plus $15. Phil Woods Quintet, Fujitsu Concord Jazz Festival, Japan 87, VG Plus $7.50. And White Lady Badger, VG Plus $7.50. Ed and Riviera on Balance. Okay, so let's update these two auctions over here. Over here, we got what we're calling Kiss, East Lansing, Michigan. East Lansing, Michigan on Kiss. And the last bid on that was J.D. Conklin at 70. In the middle is Kiss Alive 85, Charlotte, red vinyl, book and sticker sheet. Alive 85 has a bid for 85, and Dokken has one bid for $25. Dokken has one bid for $25. Those are all the high bids as of right at this exact moment in time and space. In this vector, at this moment, currently there's no change in acceleration. There is. I'm moving direction and speed. There's definitely some change in acceleration. These records are moving hopefully out of the bin over here to another bin and then into a box and then at your doorstep. $8 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy. I'm going to take another drink of this Monster Rehab to help me concentrate. There's a lot going on. 3 auctions, crates, questions, comments, concerns, box sets, puzzles. Alive 85 has a new bid for 95. Kiss over here is still at 70. Let me figure out who JD outbid. JD outbid Buddy Cordova, so that's up to him. And now Dawkins at $26. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you what's left in here. Probably won't go through them in details, but you need to be aware of your surroundings and what's still available in this discount crate. So for the rest of the night, until we get all these Kiss auctions going, that's the word. And what is the word? Bird is the word. Now the word is crates, buy it now, best offer, and half off until we get to the end of the road for all these auctions. And folks, I still got a whole crate of bonus stuff. I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I still got 18 Kiss auctions. I'm then trying to run 2 at a time to get those knocked out. All righty, here we go. I didn't do my normal Sunday cleanup back here. That's probably what I plan on doing tonight. Here we go. Dawkins 26, Dawkins 30. And then we got Alive at 100, Alive at 105. All right, let me open this up over here. Okay. I got to do some updating over here. Okay, sorry. Making sure I have some deals done. I do have some deals done. Good. All right, getting more stuff for y'all to buy. More stuff I can sell. Okay. Make sure I've went through all my spam. Make sure if you ever have something for sale, you contact CollectCo page first, okay? And then you can reach out to me too, but mine gets very busy, okay? And I don't like replying to people. My window to reply to somebody is between 2 a.m. and 7, maybe 7 a.m., which to me is almost too early, especially for if I think they're West Coast, because, you know, they might have their ringer on or something. So that means if I don't reply to you between my commute from the store to when I start these live streams, there's virtually no window to communicate with me. So I usually try to multitask during the show if it's something urgent and it's like something somebody's really needing to sell and it's something Paul's not doing for me, which Paul does 99% of it now, even including collections and autographs. But if you just have like a collection for sale, make sure you contact the CollectCo page. Or you can send us a message through an email, and you can do that through our website page, okay? But every once in a while I'll get a lead like, hey, I've got this for sale. And I have to try to knock something out before, you know, some people's like, man, I got to sell this. I got to have $3,000. I need some money right now. So I'm over here like literally PayPaling some people that I know and I can trust, and they're going to be sending me stuff. So that's what I'm over here kind of multitasking right now. But I'm done for the night, I think. So I got some really cool stuff on the way. I want to show you some of the other stuff that I bought that came along with that Clint Eastwood autograph. We sold, I don't know if Joy Fino's watching, but we brought out a killer Clint Eastwood autograph the other night as a surprise. We sold it, and I still got a whole box of vinyl that I've got to sell over here from that same person. All right. And yes, that is our very own Steve Ritchie. He's at 31 on Dawkins. He's at 31 on Dawkins, and he has outbid you. And then Alive over here, or excuse me, this one was just known as Kiss, and we can sell it. Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $70, okay? Now, Alive 85, The last bid on the Live 85 was Mike Torrey's at 130. A lot of people still bidding on this one. A Live 85's at 130. Dawkins is out. Mr. Steve Ritchie has that at 31. The hammer's up. We're definitely about to sell it. So we're calling that one a Live. We're going to call this next one Kiss. And this is called Kiss Cold Diamond. Cold Diamond is an unofficial, of course, 2008 German, Roosevelt Stadium, 1976, a $50 start on Cold Diamond. If you want a price on anything in here, they're all half off. We've got Mayor Hawthorne, we got Billy James, we got Java, we got Glenn Hassard, we got Ish, another Mayor Hawthorne, a classic album of Carole King Tapestry, Everlasting All Right by Michael Bridges, Jake Holmes, Dan Jinks, BT Express, The Game, which is a basketball narration, Glenn Hansard, and let's pause right there at David Gray. Let's go ahead and sell Steve Ritchie, The Dawkins, for $31. Let's sell Kiss, or let's make Kiss Alive a final call to Mike Torrey's for $130. And then we're going to call this one Kiss. It's a $50 start. So there's two Mayor Hawthornes in here. The first Mayor Hawthorne was this one here, How Do You Do? That is now $20. It was $39.99. It's a 2011 US, and these are, of course, half off, no more, no less. And then Mayor Hawthorne, A Strange Advancement, or excuse me, A Strange Arrangement. That is $12.50. So there's two Mayor Hawthornes. These are half off, no more, no less. Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream, The Alpha Band, Backstreet Caller, Michael Bacon, Paul Simon, Mozart Doing Christmas, Nitro, Freedom Express, Elucid Beach, Man, Keep On Singing, Tom Robinson, Candy Staton, No Doubt, Slim Galliard, Phil Woods Quintet, and Badger. Okay, Badger. Next thing is Kiss Alive, sold to Mike Torrey's for $130. Over here, Buddy Cordova has Kiss Cold Diamond for $50. $50. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Dawkins Tooth and Nail. Dawkins is a 1984 USOG Allied with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $30 start on that one. Next thing is David Gray on white vinyl. David Gray is on white vinyl, a 2020 remaster, half off of $49.99. Yes, just $25 on that. And if you comp that on Discogs, that should be a great price. No Doubt is a 12-inch single, Hey Baby. It is now $7.50 VG Plus. Mayor Hawthorne, 12. Okay, this one is $12.50. Sell that one to Rod Bryan. These are half off, of course, no more, no less. That one sold to Rod Bryan. Dawkins at 30. Eddie Pasir put Dog. D-O-G, he might be claiming David Gray. Let me make sure that Frank Galena doesn't want it, okay? If Frank Galena doesn't want that, then it's sold. Buddy Cordova was the only bidder on Kiss Cold Diamond. Final call, New Jersey, 1976, $50 on that. Now Dawkins at 30, now 35. If anybody else wants anything in there, I'm about to condense these with that other crate. Now we've went through 8 crates of vintage, and everything left is just in 3 after I do some packing. I can't believe there was some stuff in here earlier that didn't get claimed, like Fleetwood Mac and Marshall Tucker and this Genesis that you're about to see. Stuff like that still available. That's going to make for some great content for the 9 a.m. flip video. Make sure you're in our private group. This week, I'm going to try to do 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and then a noon $6.99 video. A noon $6.99 video. If I have time to make them and I have enough content where I can make it quickly. But I'm going to see how that starts going. All right, so sell this to Eddie Pasir. Shout out to Eddie Pasir. Thank you, Eddie. This is sold to you, and that's sold to you for $25. Thank you on that one. And Dawkins at 35. Trent, you're out. And now Buddy Cordova gets Kiss for $50. I'm changing crates, and I'm putting up new Kiss auctions. Right now, there's only 2 no bids, the Doors and the Stones. The Doors is a 71 USOG LA Woman. It's a $30 buy it now, VG, not a window cover. The Doors, the Stones is in mono, not bad whatsoever. VG Plus, also $30 on that. All right, let me move this over here. Let's see if we can find another half offer or something like that. Okay. We're definitely easily going to get to 8 crates tonight. We're already at 7.5, and it's only 10:30, and we still got a half a crate of Kiss auctions and bonus auctions to run through as well. And with these, like, quote, bonus auctions, this is the stuff I have Seth take home and get ready whenever he has some free time. It takes, pretty much half of a day for Lord just to get, 50, 60 auctions tagged. So it's really good when we got 2, sometimes even 3 people 2 and 3 people working on auctions, because we could probably sell just 2 entire crates every night of auctions. It keeps the show very entertaining when we got 2 and 3 things going at once. And sometimes I have bonus stuff like VHS or cassettes or whatever. I'm gonna have stuff like that this week. I just don't have it ready for tonight. Okay, so first thing is Dockin is sold to Gregory Roberts for $35. And Gregory, it's sold to you, but the cover, it wasn't too bad. It just has some edge and shelf wear along the top. I would consider the cover VG just because of shelf wear, but no rips or tears or writing. But that's sold to you. Does Seth even really help? I guess. He was here this morning at 4:45 a.m. again, so he's doing something. The Stones is sold to Patrick Lear for $19.99. That just leaves the Doors. Poor Doors album, only thing left over. A classic album, too. Let's go ahead and put up another one. Kiss, Alive 35. Wow. Here we go. Kiss, Alive 35. This is live in Paris, France, June 17th, 2008. Kiss, cool cover, Alive 35. We'll call that one just Kiss. $55 start on that one. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, is going to be Nazareth, the full circle. And you even get this We'll Bring Up the Rest ASAP sticker from Laura. That was stuck to it. She puts that on the auctions. This is a 1981 USOG. It is a VG copy. Nazareth is a $10 start on that. I think I know location pretty said they're pretty easy. Okay, was that over here by the it's like by a metal rack. I'm trying to find the newest CDs Paul bought, Laura, so we can do CD Blitz this week. Do they need cleaning, or are they the ones that need cleaning, or are they good to go? I want to try to find the ones that's good to go, because I know he bought metal CDs and hard rock and stuff like that. So here we go. The Ohio Kiss on purple, or Toledo or Cleveland. Okay, I guess I need to find those then. Here we go. Let's see here. Now, I'm actually been going in order. Wow, this one looks cool. What is this here? It is, this is an Elder picture disc. It's a bootleg. If you want to bid on this, let's call it Elder. Elder. Wow, look at that. That's pretty cool. Elder, that is an unofficial $55 start on that. Okay, $55 start. This is going to be a buy it now best offer crate, yes. And I can tell what the first record is right now. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, Rising Up, Back on the Street, in shrink wrap, VG Plus, $17.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Liars, Live, 83, Let's Have a Party, VG Plus, $19.99. ABBA, the album. ABBA's VG, $9.99. Nazareth, Close Enough for Rock and Roll, VG, $9.99. So Kiss doesn't have a bid. Nazareth doesn't have a bid. Elder has bids for $55 and $55. And I think I said the starting bid on Kiss Alive was $55 as well. So there we have it. Next is the Best of Cream in the White Room with black curtains in the station. That is VG $14.99. If I can get it out of the sleeve, it's already in a MoFi or a anti-static sleeve. I'll just pop that behind the jacket. There we go. Not bad. VG on that one. William Drugovich on L for Liars. Thank you on that one. And then Naz for $9.99. You must be talking about the one in the bin. Sell that to John McPatriot. That's sold to him. And then, so Kiss has a bid for $55. Steve, you're out on Elder. Matthew's bid came in first at $55. And now we have U2 War. All is quiet on New Year's Day. VG Plus, $29.99 on U2 War. Van Halen, Fair Warning. And I almost said "And the Cradle of Rock." Wrong album, Chad. How about Mean Street? And how about Unchained? No, you stay away. Unchained. Van Halen, $35. Best offer. VG Plus. Now we have 2 bids on Alive. Another bid on Elder. And the Beat Farmers, Tales of the New West, VG $9.99. And what about Gen X with Billy Idol, Kiss Me Deadly, EX $27.99. Nazareth is a buy it now for $10, and that is the full circle full circle. And you get the Will Bring Up Arrest ASAP sticker as well from Laura, $10 on that. The Elder is at $65. That just came in. Buddy, you're out on Kiss Alive. Mike's bid came in first at $55. The Kinks, Live Kinks, VG Plus, $24.99. Tricolor Steamboat Label, $24.99. Born in the United States of America, Bruce Springsteen, VG, $12.99 on that one. Cynthia Herdron got GNX. John McPatriot gets Naz for $10, and Mike Torrey's next on that. Pressing Plant on Van Halen. Let me see if I can figure it out fast enough, and I'll give you the symbol I see. It is EDP, CL, EDP, MILSFSSMN3, HS-13540E-1. I see an EDP. That's the electro. It's an EDP in an oval. I think that's the Pressing Plant. VG Plus Electro Disc, maybe Electro Disc. I think is that is that a symbol? Fairport Convention, the Real Time, 1987, $14.99, and the Dustophonics Party Girl, 2011 UK, $24.99. Red Rockers, Schizophrenic Circus, $19.99 for Red Rockers. Burt Reynolds Sharky's Machine, $29.99. And we have the 45s, Get It Together. Garage Album, 2003 Spain, $19.99. Promised Land, The Style Council. That is a 12-inch single for $9.99. And Dwayne and Greg Allman. The original demo version of Melissa's on here. Morning Dew, amazing. Go listen to that. Melissa. Down in Texas. So many great songs on that one. Back up the top, we got Kiss, also known as a Live 35. And we got the Elder unofficial picture disc. So here's what happened. Elder got a bid for $65. Elder $67. Kiss is at $65. Beat Farmers has an offer for $7. That was right back here. And that was with Preston Rose. Sell that to him for $7. Elder has another bid for $70 and another bid for $70. All right, so Kiss is at $65 then. That's the Alive 35. We're calling that one Kiss. And we're calling this one Elder. So Kiss, Elder, Kiss, Elder, Kiss, Elder. Kiss is at 70. Elder's tied at 70. Matthew Sherrick's bid came in first. Here is our next auction. It is docking another copy of Tooth and Nail. This one's an 84 U.S. Club, a Columbia House edition, a Carrollton press with the inner sleeve. The vinyl's near mint minus, about a VG Plus cover. Docking is a $30 start. Tooth and Nail, that is now up for bid, okay? Next auction, next record. Chet Atkins picks on the Beatles. $19.99 for old Chet there. We got Johnny Legend and his Skullcaps, Rockabilly Rumble. A Rockabilly album, an 81 French pressing, $29.99 on that. Deep Purple Stormbringers, also $29. And Loverboy, loving every minute of it. Loverboy, $19.99. Whitney, self-titled, I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. This is in Shrink, $24.99. Kiss is now at $80. Elder's at $71. Kiss is at $85. Dawkins at $30. And is the Kinks in mono. Let's go back and find that right quick. The Kinks, I believe, was in stereo. That's VG Plus, $24.99. Also, Casey and the Sunshine Band Greatest Hits. Get Down Tonight, baby. It has the original price tag and also has a chunk of the cover missing. That's what I really wanted to show you. It looks like maybe it was a cutout and then they ripped off the rest of the corner. Boogie Shoes is on there. Down, 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 down. I think I'm a KC and the Sunshine fan band because if you ever go to a football game in Neyland Stadium, home of the Tennessee Volunteers, the Pride of the Southland Marching Band plays a lot of KC and the Sunshine Band. I actually think that's our first or our second down song or our third down song is Boogie Shoes. Bum, 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 bum. Great stuff for a marching band to be playing. Boogie Shoes. I think that's our... They play it a lot of that. They also play Immigrant Song, which is amazing, and Kashmir. They do a lot of Led Zeppelin, and they do a lot of KC and the Sunshine Band. Amazing music. All right, Sunny Roads, Disciples of the Blues. That's a 1991 press, $19.99. Mott the Hoople, Shouting and Pointing, $24.99, and Night Ranger, Sister Christian. This is in shrink wrap, $26.99. Yes, Sister Christian's on there. And Loverboy is $19.99. Keep it up. All right, Kiss, $95. Elders tied again. Matthew bid 75. Steve bid 75. Steve says he's done. Matthew has that for 75. One bid on Dawkin to Trent Peasley for $30. We're about to sell it. Next thing over here is Jerry Van Ruin at 250 miles per hour, $24.99. The 45s, $12. Let's go find that for Chris Bryant. Right over here, and Jeremy Bryant. Sell that to Jeremy for $12. And we have West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, $24.99. $24.99. Boy, Mike Keith from the Titans is now our new radio announcer. I'm very excited to hear his first touchdown, Tennessee. That's going to be legendary when he reads that off the first time when we score on Syracuse. Wow, 2 weeks away. My Fridays and Saturdays are about to get tied up, folks. So you're about to start seeing Paul a lot more on Fridays and Saturdays. Fridays when I'm traveling to these games, and Saturday when I'm at these games. Because I think we've already made plans and arrangement for like 11 of the 12 Tennessee games this year. So, or at least I have. So 12 out of those Tennessee games, 11 of them I'm going to be at. So you're going to be seeing a lot of Paul on Saturday night. And it will be full-length, auction-packed, and normal-length shows. Paul will be starting at 5 on those Saturdays. There'll be all auctions that Laura gets ready. It'll be a normal show until he says, well, that's it, folks. And then that will be it. And then he'll sign off. So next thing is Alive. Over here, the last bid was Steven Rodriguez at $95. Elder still getting bids. Matthew Sherrick's out. Dawkin is sold for $30, and that's sold to Trent Peasley. The only one I don't have plans to go to, I think, right now is the at Alabama game, which I'll probably end up anyways. I just don't have, like, official plans made. So over here, we got William Meadows on Night Ranger. That's sold to William Meadows. Is Mod a promo? Let's go back. Shouting and Pointing. It is got a promo strip from Columbia. Yeah, it's an actual white label promo. $24.99. And we have Dueling Banjos Deliverance. John Voight bit you? $19.99. $19.99 on that one. These are all best offer. The Sure Shots, Swanky. The Sure Shots is $19.99. And we have number 9 is $99. I remember that record, $99.99. I asked Condition Night Ranger. Uh-oh. You did. Condition of Night Ranger. My bad. Sorry, I was getting excited about Tennessee football. Night Rangers in shrink wrap, Midnight Madness. It's no condition notes with the original under sleeve, $26.99. Gregory does have bids on that one, William. My bad. He did ask before you. My bad on that one. Deliverance is sold to John Durden for $13. Let's go ahead and say the Elder picture disc, Matthew Sherrick, you're outbid. Glenn Butch Rhodes is at $76 on that one. We can go ahead and sell this Kiss, I think. Steven Rodriguez was at $95. Mike Torrey's went out. That's sold to Steven Rodriguez at $95. The Elder is tied right now. Or we're waiting on somebody, okay? We're waiting on somebody. John Kaiser. This is sold to John Kaiser, and that was Mott, okay? And then William could have it. So William David Meadows, you get Night Ranger. Thank you. Did you go to UT? No, I went to Tennessee Tech University. I went to TTU in Cookeville, Tennessee. We have Kiss. So that's Elder. We'll call this one Kiss. This is really cool here, Rock the Box. It's a compilation of various Kiss TV performances on red, orange, yellow kind of swirl vinyl. A $55 start on that. Kiss, Rock the Box, $55 start on that. Elders at $77 with Matthew Sherrick. All right. Noah, we'll be recapping this crate as soon as I'm done with it, okay? There's that. Here's kind of a late night crazy surprise. How about a 1982 UK OG Motorhead Iron Fist? This is OG on the bronze label with the original under sleeve, and it's nice. EX Plus OG Motorhead randomly going up on a Monday night at 10:40 for a $45 start. What is happening? That is now up for bid. Went to Tennessee Tech, huge Tennessee Vols fan. kind of just a long-time family thing, as long as I can remember. Plus, my dad was a walk-on / partial scholarship up there in the 70s. So he played up there for a couple years in the 70s. So obviously just a long tradition of volunteer football. Been going to games my whole life. In the last probably 5 years since I've been friends with Seth, his family's had season tickets since like the 70s. So they've been going up there just about as long as my family has. So we all kind of go together now on Saturdays. And kind of Seth and Tanner, before I met them and all their friends, they would always travel to, all the SEC road games at least once or twice a year. So we've made that a tradition. We try to go to a away game every year that we've never been. And then in the last few years, I try to go to all of them if I can. But sometimes just you can't get everybody together, or it's just like, do you really want to go to, whatever. Sometimes I'm glad I didn't go to some of them. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't go to that South Carolina game a few years ago. I almost did. That was one of the worst losses ever. We have Sky High. This is called Freezing Hot. 1999, Sky High, Freezing Hot. Ted Nugent and the Ambroid Duke, Survival of the Fittest. Ted Nugent is $26.99, and Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $34.99. Elder 77, Elder 78. Matthew Sherrick, You're Right Outbid. Motorhead 45. We have Rock the Box at 55. This has a bid for 55. We have Motorhead at 45, and Elder was at $78. Next, this is Lou Reed Live, $34.99. Also, Marshall and the Shooting Stars, Air Mare Special, a 94 UK Rockabilly, 1999, Ohio State. That was a memorable experience. That's what I tell people. That was a memorable experience. This one is Los Shanes, Vincendo Volmine. This is a 97 Garage, $36.99. Motorheads at 50. Chad, you're out. Terry, you're the only bidder on Rock the Box for 55. It's up to Matthew Sherrick on Elder. Matthew, every time you bid, Glenn Butch Rhodes bids. Also over here, we got Quicksilver Anthology, $29.99 on Quicksilver. And this is Three-Way Street, Drunkards and Lovers, $9.99. And the best of Van Morrison is $34.99. This one has Brown Eyed Girl on it. No condition notes, Brown Eyed Girl, $34.99. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, another clean copy for $26. And Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. There is some writing up here on the top right, $26.99 on that. And the latest edition, John Mayall. There is cover damage. John Mayall, $26.99. And Blues, the Black Sliders, that's an 88, $19.99 on that. Matthew Sherrick, are you still out there? The high bid on Elder, $78. Glenn's had it again for the last 4 minutes. I've got to hear back from you, but also the clock is ticking. Rock the Box is sold to Terry Gearhart for $55. Thank you. Motorheads at 55. Steve Ritchie goes back to you. That goes back to you. All righty. There's that. I remember leaving the Ohio State game. Of course, he was going through essentially living hell, leaving a game like that. And this guy walked up. He said, "Do y'all boys really think you're going to come up here from Tennessee and beat us in the shoe?" And of course, my best comeback was like, "Well, Michigan does it all the time." And then we became friends after that because he didn't have much to say after that. George Scherer has Van Morrison for $29, and Elders at 80 with Matthew Sherrick, and now Motorheads at 55. Matthew is still bidding on the Elder. He's at $80. Matthew, you must have a really bad connection. Glenn is right back in at 82. He bid 20 seconds later, right after you did. So Matthew, you're back out, and now Motorhead is at $58 with Steve Ritchie. All right, let's do this right here. They just went into a different level after Ohio State. They just like, it's like they all of a sudden They went from questioning, like, firing their coach and restarting the whole program to all of a sudden they were by far the best team. It wasn't even close there during the playoffs. Crazy. Just like if something happens, like the whole thing got a shot of steroids. All right, Elder, this is sold to Glen Butch Rhodes for $82. $82. That is sold. And then Motorheads at $65 with Chad Saul. Steve Ritchie goes back to you. All right, let's find another crate, and let's put up more KISS auctions. This one here is another picture disc. There's some stuff some people have been asking for. I'm trying to find it. Maybe this one right here. Here's a really cool one with Ace on the cover. This is KISS Omni Returns, Atlanta, Georgia, 1979. Unofficial blue vinyl, the Omni in Atlanta, Georgia, June 30th, 1979, a $55 start. We'll call that one KISS, okay? Motorheads at $65 with Chad Sauls. And now let's put up another auction, and we'll call this one Evolution, okay? We'll call this one Evolution. Evolution is a 2001 early KISS demos. We'll call this one Evolution, and that's going to go up for a $55 start, okay? There's that. Chad does a complete Vol Nation. No, I'm not that too good of an analyst. That's something you'd have to ask Seth or Moose, okay? Maybe Tanner. I go and watch, and I get into it about when the season starts, and I learn about it right then. They follow the whole off season and recruiting, and they know people in high school that are thinking about coming and playing, and I'm just like, guys, I'm trying to remember matrix numbers and pressing plan identifications. I'll just show up to the games and have fun. I'll let y'all stress about recruiting and scheduling and coaching and players' parents and NIL deals and all this stuff. I'm just like, man, I just want to show up and watch football. Otherwise, it gets really complex and very stressful. Steve, if you're still out there, I've lost you on Motorhead. Steve might have dozed off. Chad has it for $65. KISS has one bid for $55, and Evolution is also going to go up for a bid, and that's $55. So we'll call this one KISS. We'll call this one Evolution. I'm going to read those titles. If anybody else wants a price, just let me know, okay? We have Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, ABBA the Album, The Best of Cream, U2 War, Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, Van Halen, Fairport Convention, The Dustophonics, Red Rockers, Burt Reynolds, Style Council, Dwayne and Greg Allman, Chet Atkins, Johnny Legend, Deep Purple, Loverboy, Whitney Houston, The Kinks, Live Kinks, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Sonny Rhodes, Loverboy. We have Jerry Van Ruin, West Coast Pop Art Experimental. We have Sure Sharts. We have Sky High. We have Ted Nugent, Bob Dylan, Lou Reed, Marshall and the Shooting Stars, Quicksilver, Three-Way Street, Night Ranger, Deep Purple, John Mayall, and Blues, the Black Sliders. On that, okay. Motorhead. This is Steve is out. Steve, you must have dozed off. Chad Sauls gets this for $65, okay? Van Halen's VG Plus, $34.99. KC, let me double check on that one. KC, let's see over here. KISS, wow, just one bid with Terry Gerhardt. He's about to get it. Omni, Atlanta. Now Buddy Cordova's a 60. Evolution doesn't have a bid yet. Evolution doesn't have a bid yet. Casey and the Sunshine Band, that was right back in here. Yeah, $19.99. Does have some cover damage, but it's nice and shrink. $19.99. All right, now KISS 57. I used to say you can't let these 18 to, it's like all 18, 21-year-olds, they dictate how good of a week you're going to have. I think that's what Brian Kelly says in that new thing on Netflix. He's like, my entire life, and then for fans, it's like your entire week depends on how some 18 to 21-year-old kids are going to get play every week. But now it's a lot different because now they're just not 18 to 21-year-old kids. They're 18 to 21-year-old kids making, some of them, millions of dollars in college because it's such a big deal now. I mean, it's college football. Noah, you have Van Halen for 25. Josh has outbid you at 28, so he basically out-offered you there. If you want it, it's 28. If not, it's sold to Josh Brown. KC is sold to Javi for 15. KISS is at 63.65. No one bid on Evolution, though, so early KISS demos, you can pick this up for $55. Early KISS demos, $55 on this. That's a buy now over here. And Omni's now at $75 with Jeffrey Necker. If anybody decides you want anything else in here, let me know. But it's true, man. We have, if you have a bad loss for your college football team or your pro football team, you just have a bad week. But over here, it's with college football, it's like, man, these kids have ruined my weekend. Bunch of 19, 20-year-olds out there, they have completely destroyed my weekend. But also now I'm like, well, they are making millions of dollars. Alonzo on ABBA for $7. They go from high school to making millions now. Over here, that is sold to Alonzo for $7. And then nobody on Evolution. Noah, you don't have to pay any more than $28. So basically, if you make an offer first, you just got to match if somebody else is trying to get it. It's not like he was trying to outbid you. The lag, his came in later. So this is sold to Noah for $28. All right. They're still bidding on the Omni, which is now at $80, and there's only 2 no bids right now. Okay. There's that. And they're still bidding on this. Patrick had a rough week after the Chiefs lost. Yeah. I had a rough week after we got embarrassed at Ohio State. I was like, golly, got to be kidding me. Of course, we were lucky to even get in, so it was just like a bonus game. It was like, all right, let's see if we can change the world. But, man, you want to know heartbreak? Arkansas. Arkansas, you're standing there in the stands. The timer expires. 70,000 people storm the field, and they start playing Rocky Top. Oh, that's just a heartbreaker. You travel all that way. It's supposed to be an easy win. You get upset. They start playing Rocky Top. You're getting yelled at, cussed at, leaving the stadium. You don't want to really take a family to an SEC away road game, okay? I've told people that for a long time. That's not a family event, okay? You don't want to go to, like, Florida on an away game and take your family unless you want to, like, you know, there could be some altercations if you're a big ranked team and you get upset. You're gonna have to go through some stuff. I am over here right now as I'm talking, picking out the next crate we're going to go through, okay? That's what I'm doing as I'm chit-chatting. I am over here picking out the next crate. I'm going to try to find a pretty interesting one over here maybe for us to go through and do it at half off. And I think I have found a contender. Looks like some cool stuff and looks like some deep cuts maybe I hadn't seen in a while. So that's going to be right over here. Let's go through these. Here we go. First thing we have is the last bid on this one was Jeffrey Necker at $85, okay? Matthew Sherrick picks up the Evolution for $55. There's that. And then over here, this right here, Matthew Sherrick has this for $90. $90. Matthew Sherrick, $90. $90. So Jeffrey Necker, it goes back to you. Yep. All right, let's run another one. We're going to go through another half-off crate right here. Here we go. And let's do another metal auction. An 85 USOG metal church. Wow. A specialty press with the original Electra inner sleeve, and it's nice. EX or better. And Metal Church is going to go up for a $45 start. So $45 start on Metal Church. The Omni's now at $96. If you want to bid on this one, you can call it Psycho Circus. This is a Psycho Circus picture disc. Take a look at this. It is a 1998 picture disc, compilation of live tracks from Psycho Circus Tour. We'll call this one Psycho PSY. Whoa. Be careful looking at that one. Okay, you don't get to see any more of that. $55 start. A lot of nudity on that one. Goodness gracious. Whoa. Okay, $55 start. Next auction, or next crate here is going to be another half off crate. No more, no less. Okay? Oh, as I stretch into existence. Oh, man. Oh. Matthew Sherrick has Kiss at 100. Jeffrey Necker, you're out. Cycle Circus already has a bid for 65. And we're about to do a half off crate. Fresh Air 4. Where's Riley at? He's trying to buy all these. $7.50. $7.50. Chad, did you decide if you're going to sell Metal Massacre 1? It's already sold. We sold it that night for $875. It's already sold. Matt, are you ready to buy Rush on Thursday night? I got to find out if everybody's ready to buy the other people ready to buy the Beatles autographs. And I think we're going to have a huge night on Thursday. Next thing is here. We have Mitch Ryder, Sock It To Me. Mitch Ryder is $6.50. The best of Minnie Riperton. That's now just $20. So we got Fresh Air. We got Mitch Ryder. We got Minnie Riperton. We got the Chambers Brothers. Love, Peace, and Happiness. The Chambers Brothers is $15. That's now $15. Also, Chicago 16, $5. And what now? Mitch Ryder, My Love. Mitch Ryder, $8.50. We got Fresh Air 3. That's $7.50. And Runt, The Ballad of Todd Rundgren, $17.50 on that. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, $10 on Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart. And Josh White Sings. Josh White is $10. The Buckingham's Greatest Hits, Kind of a Drag, $5. Now, some of these here, that last crate was best offer, right? Yeah. Okay, so this crate here, if you don't claim them now, it's going to be offered as a bundle. And that other crate I did, that was best offer there, or was that half off? I didn't even offer those. I should have offered that other crate as a bundle. That's okay. I'll use that for another time. But yeah, if these don't sell right now, and then after the second read-through, they're probably going to get bundled and be gone. So if you want to grab these, you might want to go ahead and grab it now, okay? And then over here, we got Ed and Riviera on Chicago. Ed and Riviera on Chicago. That's sold to Ed and Riviera. Metal Church is at 60. Metal Church 62. Kiss over here is at 115. Matthew, now you've been outbid. What about Psycho? Buddy Cordova has that for $75. Buddy Cordova, 75. Metal Church has got a bid for 65. And Kiss at the Omni's at 120, okay? Next thing we have is Kids from Fame soundtrack. $10 on that. $2,500? Maybe. I might start it for that. Maybe. It's a Happening World, the tokens, EX 750, and West Bruce and Lang, whatever turns you on, $7.50. This is half off, no more, no less. Yeah, the price I'm saying are the half off price. Fame is $5. We have two of those in there. The Guess Who's Shaking All Over, Chad Allen, EX $9. Tongue and Grooves featuring Lynn Hughes. A 1968 pressing, VG plus $10. Gail McCormick, this is $12.50. And Denny Lane, Japanese Tears. Denny Lane from Wings with Paul McCartney. Denny Lane from the Moody Blues, $10 on that. And over here, Cycle Circus, new bid, $78. Metal Church, new bid, $65. MT Matt, you're out. And Kiss, $120 with Matthew Sherrick and Jeffrey Necker. You've been outbid. Wow. So all three auctions have new bids. Kiss, we have Metal Church, and the Cycle Circus with a bunch of nudity on the back. Tim Krekel, Crazy Me, 79 US Rock, that's $5. Lavender Hill Mob, that's VG plus $5. And PF Sloan, Measure of Pleasure, VG plus $12.50. They are still trying to repair the euthanasia. I think they've got most of the warp out, but I think they're running it through it like a third time today. I think it's going through the machine a third time, and then Laura's going to test play it and do a final analysis before Metal Thursday. And yeah, that is the deal for that. Okay, moving right along. We got Trickster back to 0. Trickster is $7.50, and Big Wreck, but for the sun. Big Wreck is a 2009 pressing. The half-off price is $25. Metal Church 66, Metal Church 68. Matthew Sherrick out on the Omni. This is sold to Jeffrey Necker for $125. The Cycle Circus picture disc is with Steve McGee at $78. That means that Buddy Cordova, you're out. Now he's back in at $85. So now that's at $85. Richie Lander on the Denny Lane. That's sold to Richie Lander. Thank you on that. And now we have Eating Raoul. That's an original score soundtrack. Eating Raoul, Raoul, $750. And we have Trickles. Trickles is $25, an original 1976 Italian import. That was $49.99. So yeah, we have an unlimited, no, I shouldn't say unlimited. Whoop, let me back up there. We have a lot of metal inside of this building. And that's why Laura didn't price any records tonight. She's trying to stay ahead of the game. So we have plenty of stuff tagged and ready to go. And I'm going to work on the same thing. We've got, I'm going to try to have 2-3 crates for Thursday night. Just insane. Last Thursday was just insane. I mean, it was just like boom, boom. And yeah, I'm going to try to keep it that same way, both with high-end stuff. And then hopefully she can be ahead where she can actually mark some metal. And I'm going to try my best to order a bunch of new metal that we've either been out of stock of or we hadn't ever tried before. So that's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try. It's hard to get all this stuff scheduled to be here, but I'm going to go ahead and start ordering it tonight. Lots of new sealed metal. The Buckinghams. Great question. Is it the first label? It is not the first label. All right, he's out on Metal Church, so that's a final call to Kaiser for 72. And the Cycle Circus, Buddy Cordova, 85. It's up to Steve McGee. He's out. I think we have found our winning bidders. This is sold to Buddy Cordova. Let's do more KISS stuff. All right, thank you, Buddy. That is sold to you for $85. Next over here is Metal Church. That's a final call then to John Kaiser for 72. Next is KISS. KISS, 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 KISS. All right, let's do KISS Head. This here we'll call, let's read the details. 1986 Carnival of Soul Sessions. What an interesting one. KISS Head, Carnival Soul Sessions. $55 start on that one. Let's call that one Head, maybe. Head is $55 start, and then we got KISS here. This is a double picture disc. We'll call this one KISS. De Montfort Hall, exactly, England, October 24th, 1983, with Vinnie Vincent there. And that's a double picture disc. So double picture disc, live in England, 1983, a $50 start. KISS Still Love You. All right, we'll call that one KISS. We'll call that one Head. And let's go ahead and sell John Kaiser Metal Church for $72. Whoops, let me put that back in its sleeve. Doing a half-off crate here, no more or less. And then I'm going to try to offer it as a bundle. My crate is almost full, though, and we're not halfway done reading these titles. There's 2 more KISS, both picture disc. And now, this has been laying over here forever. It's kind of annoying. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this up for a $1 start. This is a 1971 USOG LA Woman, not a window cover. VG, a $1 start. The Doors is now a $1 start. It's a VG vinyl, VG cover. It is a $1 start. Okay? All righty. Next is Airborne. VG Plus, $8.50. Rob Grill, you may know him from the band called The Grassroots. That's $7.50. The Incredible String Band, I Looked Up. The Incredible String Band is $6.50. Sonny Boys, Get Some Fun. An original 84 Australian alternate rock power pop. That was $44, now $22.50. Grinder Switch, Red Wing, $10 on Grinder Switch. And Groundhogs, Hogwash, VG Plus, $15. And we have Johnny Jenkins, Tun Tun Makut, or something like that. VG5 Head has 1 bid for $55. KISS, No bid, looking for a $55 start. The Doors has a bid for 271. Buddy Cordova on Airborne. That sold to Buddy Cordova. Thank you on that, Buddy Cordova. And then we have John Kaiser on Sunny. And that was Sunny Boys. And then George Lyle on Ish. ISH. Grinder, Incredible String Band, maybe? George Lyle. Incredible String Band, maybe? Is that what you're... yeah. Okay. And then JJ, Johnny Jenkins for Dale Sanders. Doors 8, Doors 9. And then Doors 10, Doors 11. And we're good to go. All right. Now let me swap out crates. Let me move this here. And let me do this. Wow. Already 8 full crates tonight. Oh, I forgot about this record. John had this marked, and I said, nah, let's auction this. I think y'all are really going to like it. Awfully late to be putting something like this up. Let me see if I can go ahead and wrap up another auction right quick. Dun, 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 dun. Did anybody else just get YYZ stuck in their head? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Vroom, dun, 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 dun. Run, dun, 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 dun. Run, dun, 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 dun. Head. Sold $55. James Hicks. What an interesting one there. That is sold. All right. So what we're going to do at this point, I can't beg. I just got to hope somebody buys it. Kiss. Still Love You. Live. Double picture disc. October 1983. $55 buy it now. That's going to go right over here. And then the Doors. It's at $19 with John Kaiser. 19 with John Kaiser. Next Kiss auction is Lick It Up. And this is a unofficial. It is a picture disc. So basically they've bootlegged a picture disc. It's the full studio album. Lick It Up. A $55 start. $55 start on that one, okay? That's available. And now Doors is about to sell for $19. Back to the half-off stuff. Grease Band is EX $9. Blues Rock, Acid Rock. I think they went on to back Joe Cocker like at Woodstock. Or that's from 71, so I guess that's their own solo venture there. Over here we have, this is called Lady, what's that say? Lady Pank? What's that say? Lady Pank, Drop Everything, $10 on that. That Kiss is a $55 start. We have the Wichita Train Whistle Sings. That's Michael Nesbitt from the Monkees. $12.50 on that one. Meatloaf is $12.50. And we have the Ballad of Shirley Goodness and Mercy, $13.50. Also, Timothy B. Schmidt, Playing It Cool. Timothy B. Schmidt from the Eagles, $10. All right, so John Kaiser gets the Doors for $19. Johnny Jenkins is already sold. Final call to get a bid on Kiss for $55. Chad Anderson's in. Next auction, this is an OG top copy, 1985 original pressing of the Breakfast Club soundtrack. An original. Near mint and shrink with hop stickers, a $35 start. A 1985 OG Breakfast Club soundtrack with hop sticker, near mint and shrink, a $35 start. Always been a tougher one to get. A $35 start, the Breakfast Club. Okay, next auction, or next record, Machito Goes Memphis. This is $17.50. Breakfast Club, $35 and now $35. Lick It Up is at $60. 24 Golden Greats, WMEE 1380. A fantastic compilation from a radio station. Great music on that. $10. And The Spirit Light is $12.50. We have Sidney Poitier, The Lost Album, music by Quincy Jones. $15 on that. Gregory Roberts asked me earlier, Chad, any more metal? I'm getting sleepy. Well, you can't be sleepy and trying to be bending on metal because that's not going to work out too well. You got to get woke up and stay all the way till 2 a.m., Gregory. Next thing we have is The Cult. The Cult is an 89 USOG and shrink Sonic Temple with the original under sleeve. It's EX Plus to near mint minus. Wow. This is going to go up at 11:10 unadvertised on a Monday night. The Colt Sonic Temple, a $45 start on that. What in the world? Next is Heart and Soul Kathy Tricoli. That's now $7.50. Jacqueline Franchois. That is $6.50, a French pressing. And we have Country Coalition, $7.50. The Breakfast Club is near mint minus and pristine. It's a 9.8 out of 10, vinyl and cover. Kiss over here is at 60 with Glenn Butch Rhodes. Then Chad bid 62. Glenn's back in at 64. Breakfast Club is at 42 with Boxel. The Colt is a $45 start. Next is Jeremy, the original motion picture soundtrack to Jeremy. That is $10 on that one. Chase is $5. Firefall is $5. Merle Rush is $10. And we have Family. It's only a movie. Family is now $10. Then you can tell me goodbye. The Casinos, wow, a nice copy and shrink on the fraternity label. The Casinos, just $15 on that. We have Indian Summer, The Dream Academy, a 12-inch single for $5. Utopia is $10. Air Supply is $5. The Best of the Bonzos is $12.50, and Jimmy McGriff at the organ, Topa something, $12.50. All right, Kiss is at 68. Glenn, it's back to you. It's right back in at 69, and now Breakfast Club's at 48. The Colt only has one bid for $45 right now. Let's get all this nice and symmetrical here. Boom. Flat planes here. Get everything all squared away. That looks better, doesn't it? All righty. So what we're going to do, I'm not even going to read through these again. I'm going to try to get somebody balled in right now on a bundle. Okay? Right now on a bundle. We're going to try our best. And we have Chad. I chose the wrong airborne. Okay, so we got to put back from the last crate. Let me go find it right quick. Let me see which end we were selling out of. We were selling out of this bin. Because what we're going to do, I'm going to try to get all these sold. Bundle deal, get them sold. First thing we have, though, is Air Supply. Air Supply is sold to Edwin Riviera, okay? Now, let's go back over here. Lick It Up is at 70. Breakfast Club's at 55. The Colt has a new bid for 50, going once, going twice. An 89 U.S. Specialty EX Plus, that is now up for bid. All right? I'm going to count these, and we're going to offer them as a bundle. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's great stuff in here. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's unusual stuff in here. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51. 51 LPs in there. 51 LPs. Here's the price. $185. 51 LPs, $185. That breaks down to $362 a piece. We will blow an air horn if we can get somebody balled in on a bundle deal. Consider it a mystery box. What if I told you I'll sell you 51 mystery records, $185. They're all cleaned. The average sticker price is probably $20 a piece if you averaged all these out, maybe around 17, and they're all cleaned and sleeved. And John Kaiser says he'll take them. All 51 LPs, $185. And if I added up the retail value of those or the sticker price on the back, you'd probably be like, holy crap, why don't I go ahead and buy those? Let me grab some sticky notes over here because we have cleaned out a whole crate. I meant to do that on the last half off, and we probably could have sold all those too, but that's on me. I forgot. Let me move John's card here. I gotta do some stuff here. Let me move this. Move Otis's toy. All right, there's Otis's alien. Otis has got a chew toy. It looks like an alien. Let me kick that underneath his bed there. I didn't get to see him today. Very sad. We don't get to see Otis. All right, let me move some stuff out of the way. All right, this was crate. Let's see. All right, this is crate 9. All right, let me label all this correctly. Let me label all this so they don't get confused in the morning. They got a lot of stuff to tag all of a sudden. Holy moly. A lot of stuff to tag all of a sudden. All right, let me step over here and grab this pack of sticky notes. All right. All right. Here we go. Wow, everything's still getting bids, it looks like. Mr. Kaiser, thank you. I'm going to put this one on the front. I might as well just swap out, I might as well just put the only couple records that's sold in here and here. Okay. Lick It Up, 94. Colt, 62. And Breakfast Club, 70. Wow. All those still getting bids. Wow. All those still getting bids. In the white room with black curtains in the station. No cold pavement. All right, let's do another one. Let's run it again. Same deal. I told y'all, after we had went through all those new arrivals, I was like, well, pretty much discount crates for the rest of the night till all these auctions are done. And we've got them. I got dozens of crates over here, and they've all been gone through a couple times. They're eligible for half off. Lick It Up has hit 100. The Colt has hit 65. The Breakfast Club is with Jason Boxell at $70. Let's go through these and let's do it, okay? Hope everybody's still with me. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. Still got 190 viewers. That's what I like to see. Thanks everybody for still sticking with us. That's a no more, no less. That's what's happening. And I can see right now, we got Nancy Sinatra, Sugar, for $17.50. Original tricolor steamboat label, Reprise. That record label was owned by her father. No wonder she was on that label. $17.50. Robbie Dupree is $5. Mr. Robbie. Bread, Lost Without Your Love. Bread is $5. And John Entwistle, Rigor Mortis sits in. John Entwistle, $10. He was the bass player in a band called The Who. We got Nancy Sinatra, sold to Jason Boxell. The Colt is still getting bids. Jason Boxell also gets the Breakfast Club soundtrack. He gets that at $70, a top copy. Don't you forget about me. And now Lick It Up. Chad Anderson has it for $100. Chad Anderson has it for $100. And I think the other bidders went out. And so that's a final call to Chad Anderson. Next is Rick Derringer, Face to Face. Rick Derringer is $7.50. It's the real thing, The Fortunes. This is a Coca-Cola promotional record, $15. Coke, It's the Real Thing, The Fortunes, $15 on that. Championship Wrestling by Al Cooper, a Gold Stamp Pro, $10. And BR was for Bread. There we go. That was for Bread, my bad. That's also sold to Jason Boxell. Thank you on that one. And Jason Boxell also on The Fortunes. Coke, It's the Real Thing. Thank you on that one. And Climax Blues Band, Sense of Direction. $10 on CCB. How about Jimmy Cliff? I Am the Living. In Shrink, just $12.50 on that one. And Wolverine says, never mind on The Fortunes, okay? So that one's going to go back in there. Kiss is sold for $100 to Chad Anderson. Thank you on that. That is sold to Chad Anderson, all right? 100 on that one. Now, Jimmy Cliff is sold to Jason Boxell, though, Let's put this in a new sleeve. That's sold to Jason Boxell. There's that. And now the Colt is still getting bids. I'm not surprised. 80 and now 82. Next Kiss auction. This is going to go up right now. This is Kiss. This is Toledo 1997. It's on gray marble vinyl. John F. Savage Hall, Toledo, Ohio, 1997, a $55 start on Kiss. Next in the half off, Quad Steely Dan, now just $25. The top seam does have some splitting, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Quad mix of Steely Dan, $25 on that. Billy Joe Stormfront. Billy Joe is now $25. That's always been a tougher album to get. The 1989 original with We Didn't Start the Fire, that is $25 on that. Billy Joel, and then Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. This is $17.50. It's on the Quad RCA label, no condition notes. So our next Kiss right now is at $55 with Toledo, 1997. The Colt is at $88, now $92. Kiss has a bid for $95. Also, we have Bad Company Rough Diamonds. Bad Company is $10. Steely Dan was $25, a quad mix. Are paper sleeves bad now? Looks like no one likes them. No. The consensus now in 2025 is to not use any kind of paper sleeve and any kind of printed inner sleeve that comes with these new records. Most people are immediately taking it out of them. So a lot of these new, like brand new pressings, it's hard to get them near mint. We've opened up hundreds of sealed records, and if they're old or if they're brand new, the discs are immediately VG Plus or EX for like a brand new 2025 record. So, yeah, they are really getting away from paper sleeves. They're using those kind of anti-static archival ones like this. This is what we use to store all of our auctions in. Otherwise, it's going to get scuffed and scratched. That's why when you open a sealed record from 1973, it's already VG Plus condition sometimes. It's already VG Plus. I mean, it's really hard to get these new 180 gram that's been stored in these thick cardboard sleeves. You open them and they're already EX. Another Quad Steely Dan, $25. Another one, $25. No condition notes on that one. John Kaiser gets the first one, Pretzel Logic. Next is the Electric Flag, a long time coming. The Electric Flag is VG condition, $5. Final Call on Kiss, Chad Sauls for $55. He's out on the Colt. Travis has that for $99. And the Electric Flag, that's VG Plus, $9. VG Plus, $9. And that is on the Columbia 2i label. About the only time we use a paper sleeve, because they are a lot cheaper. John uses them if we find a VG Plus REO Speedwagon that doesn't have an inner sleeve. We don't want to, we got to put it in something. So, but it's already a $10 record, so we can't put a $1 inner sleeve with it over the course of this year. That'd be $100,000 in sleeves we've been using for check condition records. So what we do is we use them for high-end stuff and auctions, or if we find something without an inner sleeve. Okay? We have Something Stupid, Homer and Jethro, VG Plus, $5. Joseph Graves, Alone at Last, $5. Also something a lot of people don't know, if you buy a brand new sealed record, okay, you need to clean it right away. I have cleaned in an ultrasonic cleaner a batch of 10 brand new records, and there's literally dirt at the bottom of them. Most of these that are pressed, probably in pretty dirty pressing plants. The machines are dirty. They just get dirty just being made. So you got to make sure you are cleaning them as soon as you open them. Okay? Next thing, this is sold for $55. Thank you, Chad. That's sold to you. And now the Colt is sold over here for $99 to Travis Woods. Nice pick up there. Guess what else I got coming? I have more Kiss, and I've got Cinderella. This is Cinderella Long Coat Winter. This is an 88 U.S. original in shrink and hop, a sub-Herval press with the original inner sleeve, shrink and hop, EX Plus or better. Cinderella's a $55 start. John Kaiser also wants the Quad Steely Dan Countdown to Ecstasy. We're doing a half-off bin right now. I still got Josh Graves, Homer and Jethro, Electric Flag, Bad Company, Elvis, Billy Joel, The Fortunes, Climax, Al Cooper, Rick Derringer, John Entwistle, and Robbie Dupree. Next thing is the evolution of Kiss. The saga continues. The evolution of Kiss. The saga continues. An unofficial press, $55 start on that. $55 start. The evolution of Kiss. The saga continues. That's our next Kiss auction. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. All right. A lot of old OG records, you know, they're stored in really acidic inner sleeves. And so it's just, you know, you'll see reaction on the vinyl just because they've been stored in a capital, like a lot of Beatles records, those old capital inner sleeves, highly acidic. I mean, they didn't think about this stuff. They was thinking about making them and selling them. They didn't think 50 years later we'd be here on Facebook Live all over the world, people's looking at a Beatles record underneath a microscope trying to determine the grade. You know, they think, well, we got to get these things out for these kids to buy so they'll listen to them. So they had no idea what kind of sleeves they put them in, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, we got Cinderella 55, and that's a starting bid, and Kiss is a $55 starting bid. We got All That Jazz soundtrack, $5. We have Helen Carter. This is for you, Mama. Helen Carter, 1979 US, $7.50 on that. Moon Mulligan, Good Time, Gonna Roll Again. Moon is a 1966 mono, $10 on that. Billy Joe, I don't think had any condition notes. No condition notes on the vinyl, and a VG Plus cover, $25 on that one. Wayne Carson, Lifelines, a 72 US, $12.50. Mystique featuring Ralph Johnson. Mystique is $10, and To Kill a Mockingbird, composed and conducted by Elmer Bernstein with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. EX $5. Wilf Carter, The Dynamite Trial. Wilf Carter, VG Plus $7.50. And we have Augie Colin, Chant of the Jungle. What an interesting one there. An original 1960 US stereo, VG Plus $7.50. Travis Woods on the Billy Joel for $25. Nice pickup there. Final call on those two auctions. Hello, Kenny Begley. Thank you for joining the feed. Next thing is Travis Woods on Mockingbird. That is sold to Travis Woods. Thank you on that. Next is the most exciting guitar, Roy Lanham. Roy Lanham is a 61 US mono, VG $5. Village People, they're self-titled, VG $5 on the Village People. And Stargard is sealed, an unopened record of $5 on that. And Q, Dancing Man. Q's a disco record for $5. Wow, no bid on Kiss, a $55 buy it now. Wow, no bid on Cinderella, a $55 buy it now. Next thing I have is Paul Bowman. Paul Bowman, the Drifter. This is EX, $6.50. Kenny Begley on VG for Village People. That's sold. Gregory gets a late night steal on the Cinderella at $55. And now we have two Kiss no bids. Wow, I can't believe that. That just went under the radar. Unbelievable. I was waiting for bids to come in for 55, 65, 75, 85, 95. Next auction is Kiss Crazy Nights. A 1987 US OG sealed copy of Crazy Nights with hop sticker, and this is going to go up for a $40 start. Next is Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. Bring Me to a Higher Love. EX, $6.50. Alan Parsons Project Eve, that's EX $6.50. And the Nashville Guitars in Detroit, EX $6.50. ZZ Hill is VG Condition, $5. And Bobby Short, Atlantic 1230, VG $5. Right now, this is the only two no bids. Kiss Still Love You, live in England, 83, that's $55. The Evolution of Kiss is $55. That's the only two no bids. The only thing I still have left, as far as Kiss, are these right here. I have Dynasty, self-titled, another self-titled, Alive 3, and Lick It Up. Everything from the ad is gone. Everything from the ad is gone. Everything from the ad tonight has officially sold. I think that the only two over there that I just showed are the only leftovers. Yeah, we've sold everything. Right now, the only thing I have is some other Kiss auctions that are OGs or vintage records. Everything else is sold except those two no bids. Y'all just seen, I just flashed them. We have, for the 9th week in a row, done another 50, 60 Kiss auctions. This makes the 9th week in a row for Monday Night Kiss Night. We'll be doing it again next Monday. Laura says there's at least 9 more crates full. That's about 9 more weeks or longer. So for probably at least the next 2 months, you're going to be hearing me saying Monday night kiss night. Okay? Right over here, we have Crazy Nights got a bid for 40. Offer on 40 Kiss Still Love You picture disc. And then we have a question on Augie Colon. Let's go back to that first. Augie Colon. I would say the vinyl's VG plus, the cover's VG or VG minus. It has some damage to it, but VG plus on that one, $17.50. Doesn't look too bad. And then we have an offer of 40, and my offer on Evolution was going to be, okay, so yeah, let's do this. Let's sell this to Patrick Mathis for $40. That was the picture disc, and let's sell Evolution for $45 to Glenn Butch Rhodes, okay? Next in the half off is Topographic on APP. That's sold to Mike Bartlett for $6.50. Kiss Crazy Nights is now at $47 with John Kaiser. That's a sealed original pressing, okay? Hold on one second. I got to mute my mic. Okay. Sorry. My mic on? Okay. Kiss is, we sold APP. The second Cinderella auction ended. I put up 56, buy it now. Chad, you can pass Cinderella to Patrick or Travis Woods if they still want it. It's Kiss with me at 47. Tracy says, I'll take Augie. That's sold to Tracy Songer. Okay, so let's do this. We had earlier a Cinderella long code winner, which was going to be a $55 starting bid. There was no initial bid that came in until I said it's a buy it now. Then Gregory claimed it. Okay? Gregory says he wants to put it back. Patrick Lear is next in line. He said Cinderella info. This is an 88 USOG 76 Herb Serval EX Plus to Nearmint Minus and Shrink Hop in the original inner sleeve. Patrick, if you want this, it's yours for $55. If not, Travis. And then fourth in line was Chad Sauls, and then fifth in line was John LaBeatty. Our current live auction is a sealed OG copy of Crazy Nights, which is now at $52. Patrick Lear said he'll take Cinderella at $55, which I could have swore was going to bring twice that much. But it's sold to him for $55, okay? Let's keep going through the half-off crate. Right now, Wolverine has this for $52. Jeffrey Necker, you're out, okay? Wolverine has it for $52. Jimmy Rogers, the Rough Guide to Country Legends, 180 gram, VG condition, $5. In the jailhouse now. Crazy Nights has a new bid for $57. Carpenters, live at the Palladium. Carpenters is a 76 UK copy, $7.50 for the Carpenters. Starbuck Rock and Roll Rocket. Starbuck is $5. Topographic gets Jimmy Rogers. Now Kiss is at $60. Chad, you're out. Jeffrey, you're out. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is, I don't know. Let's see. Definitely can't do this one tonight. Okay. Definitely can't. Okay. We're almost done with the miscellaneous because I've truly got 3 truly Metal Knight records. This one, it'd be my last one from this bin before I try to find the other crate Seth brought. This is something I should not be put up this late, especially what just happened with Cinderella. But maybe everybody's paying a little bit closer attention now, okay? This is an OG copy of Queensryche Operation Mindcrime, okay? This is it. And this is the last one from this crate before I do anything else, okay? Queensryche Operation Mindcrime is an 88 US OG club, inner sleeve, near mint minus, a $60 start. The sealed Crazy Nights is at 65 and now 70. Back to the half-off crate. Eddie Joe Downs, Country Stars and Honky Tonk Bars, sealed for $10. This is Tony Booth, $5. We have Charles Chaplin's, a Countess from Hong Kong, $5 on that. Queensryche has a bid for $60. We have Pappy Wade Ray, an 82 US mono, sealed, looks like a fiddle album, $7.50. Over here, we have the Cotton Pickers, a jazz album. This is $5, 1929, $5. Newborn Woman, Vicki Lawrence, a 79 funk soul disco album, $15 on that. The Peep Shows. The Peep Shows is a 2003 German import. That's a punk album. $15 on the Peep Shows. Nothing But the Blood, Greg Staub, Jazz, VG Plus, $5. And Elsa Lanchester, Body Cockney Songs, EX, $5, okay? Right here, Kiss, Crazy Nights. The last bid was Wolverine at $70. Have not heard back from 2 people. He has it for $70. I'm about to sell it. Queensryche 60, Queensryche 60, Queensryche 65, Queensryche 67, Queensryche 68. Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. The sleeve's also nice. Yeah, VG Plus or better. I don't really see anything wrong with it. No, not really. Nope, it's nice. Glossy. Nice copy. Okay? Also, Linda Lewis, Not a Little Girl Anymore. A white label promo with press kit, $10. Jung, The Big Band Syndrome. What a cool cover. Jung is VG $5. The Blue Boys, VG $5. Private Press Country. Steve Harley and Cockney Rebels, VG plus $5. And Area, original soundtrack recording, $10. Kiss, still no one's bid. We're about to sell it to Mr. Jason Boxell. He has it for $70, and he's had it for 3 minutes, so that's about the time I end it, even if I hadn't heard back. Now there's a new bid for $75 of Jeffrey Necker. We're not done. And now we have a claim for Steve Winwood, which was right back here, and Steve Winwood is sold to Stephen Parton. Okay? There's a new bid on Kiss, and now he's right back in at 80. Queensryche is at 95. Anybody else want anything in here? If not, we're about to offer these as a bundle. Okay? And the last bundle sold, and hopefully this bundle will sell. We love bundles, in case you hadn't heard. Bundles are a big part of Coletco's business. Queensryche getting lots of bids. Thank you. I kind of rolled the dice on that one. Crazy stuff for a Monday night unadvertised, but it's all performed very well. I kind of know the bidders are here. All right, let's go back to the top. Carpenters, $5 question mark. If that's an offer, then I'm declining. This is a half off bin, Kathy. The half off bins are always half off, no more, no less. That means this record was originally $15. I'm offering it to you at $7.50. However, I will not take any less. And even if you try to offer me more, if you said, no way, Chad, I want to give you $100 for that Carpenter's record, I'm going to be like, can't do it. I just simply cannot do it. But also, if you say $5, I'm going to say, I simply cannot do it. Is that the last one from the surprise crate? If you go to bed, Gregory, you won't know, right? Jeffrey Necker. I've lost him again. Wolverines had this once again for 2 minutes. It's about time. We're going to make sure he's still bidding. He must have a crazy lag. He's out. Okay. This is sold to John Kaiser. This is sold to John Kaiser for $80. How much is the Carpenters live at the Palladium? $7.50. I'm going to make sure Kathy says sold or pass. We'll go ahead and leave it out of the bundle. The Queensryche is at $105 of Chad Sauls. Going once, going twice. Chad Sauls has this at $105. Going once, going twice. Okay. Jason Box, who did I say? Jason Boxell gets Kiss. I might have said John Kaiser. Jason Boxell got Kiss. That's Wolverine. Yeah, and we need to sell that for $80. Okay? $80. $80. Wolverine. Yeah, Wolverine got that for $80. Kathy says she will take the Carpenters, okay? Bundle deal. I'm about to count these and offer them. We have a flag. We said we was at a tie. John Kaiser did bid first. John Kaiser did bid first. Chad Sauls, you are in fact not the high bidder on Queensryche. John Kaiser is at $105. Next Kiss auction is a big one. A Live 3. A 1993 original white vinyl. Shrink is loose. The shrink is detached, actually. The vinyl's near mint. It has the shrink, but it's just there. It's not actually on the jacket. The jacket is very nice. It's an OG Kiss Alive 3, $115 start. Okay? Bundle deal. This crate's already full over here. Let me go ahead and swap these out. There's that. Wow. Okay. And now, let me grab a new empty one, and I'm going to count these, and we're going to do this. Try to do my best effort, make sure nobody goes to bed, and then you're drowsy all day tomorrow. So Queensryche just did bid $115, and Kiss is $115 start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 39, 40. Nice. Nice round number. Something that ends in a 0. 40. All right. Here's the price. Easy peasy. $150. $150. 40 albums. $375 each is how that math works out. Queensryche is at $115. It goes back to Chad Sauls. Where is John Kaiser to say he'll take the bundle? Where's John Berry? Where's Thomas Baumhart? Where are the bundlers? Okay, that price is shipped, of course. That's part of your unlimited shipping. Just saying. Anybody else? If we get these sold, I might do another half off bin. If not, we might be nearing the end of the show. John Kaiser says he's already done his duty for one night. Somebody else has got to jump in. Chad Sauls has not set out on Queensryche. Final call to 115. Now he's back in at 120. Kaiser, you're back out. Final call to get a bid on Kiss for $115. Kiss Alive 3, white vinyl, and original. Come on, bundlers. Bundle, 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 people. Bundle. Where are the bundlers? Whoa, bundlers. 150. Wow, this might be the end of the show. You never know about me. I've been known to do some crazy stuff like, well, no bundle. That's it. Jim B says, that's it. Folks over, show. Folks over, show. Show's over, folks. Got those words crisscrossed. I'm going to pop my knee back into place right quick. There we go. All right. Oh. Make sure I've pulled all this from this video. I got to turn off the comments. Oh. Okay. So let me go back to the top. All right. Sorry, I was away from the camera for a second. Queens Rock 125. Can you skim through the bundle? I missed it. Dumb question at this point, but is that not a club? Queens Rock Operation Mindcrime is a 1988 U.S. Columbia House Club copy. Info on Kiss. A 1993 U.S. limited edition. A 1993 U.S. limited edition OG white vinyl. Okay, I just also got booted out of Restream. Who had the high bid on Queens Rock to begin with? And then Kenny, give me a second. I'll read through these. I just got booted. From Restream, so now I'm blind to comments, except what's on my currently on the screen right now. All right, the bundle on here. So we had 40 records at $150. Aria, Steve Harley, the Blue Boys, Jung, Linda Lewis, Alyssa Lanchester, Greg Staub, the Peep Shows, Newborn Woman, Vicki Lawrence, the Cotton Pickers, Pappy Wade Ray, Charles Chaplin. This is Tony Booth. Eddie Joe Down, Starbuck, Bobby Short, ZZ Hill, the Nashville Guitars, Paul Bowman, Q, Stargard, Roy Lanham, Wilf Carter, Mystique, Wayne Carson, Moon Mullican, Helen Carter, All That Jazz, Josh Graves, Homer and Jethro, Electric Flag, Bad Company, Elvis, The Fortunes, Climax Blues Band, Al Cooper, Rick Derringer, John Entwistle, and Robbie Dupree. Okay? John Kaiser gets Queens Rock for $125, and Kiss is a buy it now for $115. Wow. White vinyl, very late to be putting that up, but that's at $115. Next auction is going to be Kiss Love Gun. This is not going to be our next auction. Our next auction is going to be Kiss Lick It Up, a 1983 Canadian OG EX condition, a Canadian press, $20 start on that one. Kiss is sold to Clint Howard for $100. Okay, what's on Bad Company? Right now, these are being sold as a bundle. 40 records, $150. If anybody wants them or if anybody wants to make an offer, okay? Generators plugged up. Fred says he'll take them. Sold to Fred W. Thank you, Fred W. Now we can do another one. great, because I still got more stuff to auction and sell. I didn't want that to be the end of the show. The show has been revived. Everybody give a big round of applause to Fred, whose name that I always have trouble spelling and almost said smelling. Trouble spelling and saying. It looks like a lot like Vlodarchek, but it's Vlodarski, right? All right, let's go find another one. Emptying some crates here. Kiss, now up for bid. Let's see what I've got over here in the sealed OG crate. I love these sealed OG crates I've got because we have endless auctions at this point. Let's see what else I got in here. I've got, how about the Greg Ken band sealed with hop sticker, unopened? That's going to go up for a $10 start. So Kiss is up for bid. Greg Ken's up for bid. And don't forget, tonight's new vinyl, we had 7 crates. It's all sold except for a few new releases. And I want to make sure everybody is aware of those before I grab the next half off. It's just like 5 records I want to show you. And here those are right here. These are new items that came in for tonight. And this is all that's left. This is all that's left. We have Steely Dan, Ellis Auditorium, 1974. That's a live unofficial, $29.99. If you don't have one already, the new Deftones album that comes out Friday is in. That's on fog gray colored vinyl, alternate cover, Deftones, $34.99. And Billy Joel, first time this has been reissued, his greatest hits, finally back into print, $38.99. Also, I've already sold Kiss. Your bid came in very, very, very late. Very late. I've already sold it to Clint for $100. Oso was going to pay $115 more. Okay? He was going to pay $15 more. That Kiss doesn't have a bid, and neither does a sealed Greg Ken. Just a few new records there for this week. So make sure y'all are aware of those. And let's go pick out another half-off crate. And Darren Johnson wants a new Deftones. The show is just beginning. No, not based on how much I'm ready to go eat my apples. And earlier I had to mute my mic. I had dental work done this morning. And, man, I think where I've done so much talking, my mouth is starting to kill me. I'm ready for a couple Tylenol and some Seinfeld. No, I'm going to be up all night. I told Tanner I'd be here in the morning when he got here. So I've got 12 hours of vinyl to order. Not that much. I've got a lot. I thought I submitted everything I needed to, and I was like, golly, I still got to do these waiting lists and go through in stock, et cetera, et cetera. Got to keep this show on the road. Holy moly, this is going to be a pretty cool half-off bin. This is all vintage OG-looking stuff, and let's do these half-off, no more, no less. Half-off, no more, no less. Here we go. This is them. Here we go. Oso got behind. Nobody bid on sealed Greg Ken. You can pick that up for $10. A sealed original pressing. Nobody bid on Leak It Up. A sealed OG Canadian pressing. That's now just $20. $20 and $10 if anybody wants those. Half off. No more, no less. Here we go. First thing I have is Nat King Cole. Those lazy, hazy days of summer. No condition notes on Mr. Nat King Cole. $5. What about Shirley and Lee, the Imperial sides? 62 to 63. $10 on that. Also, we have Tom Johnston. Everything you've heard is true. $7.50. And we have Bay City Rollers. $5. We got Nat King Cole sold for $5 to Wolverine. Lick It Up is sold to Kenny Begley for $20. And we have Utopia. $13.50 on that. The Best of Spirit, I got a line on you, $10. The Very Best of G. McDaniels, $5. Gary Wright is $7.50. Who Am I? And the Carpenters in quad, that's now $20. That was $39.99. Our next auction. So here is my situation. I've got 3 of these. I wonder if any of them's the good one. I hadn't even looked at them. Let's see what we got here. We got Kiss, second press, Pittman, 77, 74, second press, 30, 74, third pressing. And then let's do this one here then. All right, so here is Kiss, self-titled debut, a 1977 reissue. It is a Pittman press, VG Plus, heavy cover wear, probably VG minus or less. It's a 77 reissue, $20 start on Kiss self-titled, okay? Right now we're going through a half-off crate, no more, no less. No more, no less on everything in here. Still got a few more Kiss. and maybe some other sealed stuff I'm going to slide in. First thing we have is, can I see the TG cover to see if it's not the Nashville Photo bar suit? TG, Tom Johnston. Tom Johnston. It looks like it's at a bar. I just don't know if it's in Nashville. Everything you've heard is true. $7.50. All right, that's still available. Kiss has a bid for $20. That's their debut album. Vinegar Joe, Rock and Roll Gypsies, $12.50 on that. Rufus and Shaka Khan, Master Jam for $5. Catch is a 1969 pressing. That's now $15. And we have Moses Jones, Get It Right. That's a 73 on the Sounds of the South label, which is bizarre because there for the longest, I only thought Leonard Skinner was on that label. And I have ended up finding 2 or 3 other albums. And then we had one the other night, too, a really bizarre cover. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. Southern Roots. John Cougar, American Full, Hurt So Good, $10. And our next sealed album is a sealed 12-inch single of Brian Setzer, When the Sky Comes Tumbling Down, and Cross of Love. Brian Setzer is a sealed 12-inch single, a $5 start on that. We have, first, we got Jerry Lee Lewis, So to Mega Blast, Kenny Begley on John Cougar. We have Wes Bruce and Lang is $10. Mo MJ is $17.50. $17.50. Woody's Truck Stop, 1969, $17.50 for Woody's Truck Stop. Also, this is Jackie DeShannon. What the world needs now is love. $7.50. Robert Hubert Laws and Earl Clue, and this one's $10. How to Beat the High Cost of Living, $10 on that. Brian Setzer 5, Brian Setzer 5, Brian Setzer 5, Brian Setzer 5. JDS, Jackie DeShannon, is sold to Jason Boxell. Kiss, 1 bid, sold to Noah Colwell for $20. Noah, that is sold to you. All right, next auction right over here is this. And that next auction is going to be a $1 start for a Love Gun. Unfortunately, though, it's in low grade. This is Kiss Love Gun. Kiss Love Gun is a 77 USOG. It does have cover damage. It's in G+, but no feelers. So it will play. No gun. $1 start. That's now up for bid. Next is Brian Setzer, $8. On the Road to Freedom, Mylan LaFever and Alvin Lee. Alvin Lee was in a band called 10 Years After, $7.50. Kiss has a bid for $2. Doobie Brothers Stampede, $6.50. Son of Spirit, Spirit is $7.50. And Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant, $10. We have, this is Nat King Cole. Wow, nice copy in shrink. That is Nat King Cole for $5. What is the info on Billy Joel's Greatest Hits? That's a new release. It's been out of print since the 80s. It's a double LP. It's his Greatest Hits Volume 1 and 2, the Ultimate Collection. Price is $38.99. Also, we have Robert Plant, sold to Stephen Parton. Nat King Cole, sold to Jason Boxell. Brian Setzer's at 10. We've already sold Nat King Cole. Love Guns at 5. Kenny Begley, you were second on Robert Plant. Next is Billy Joel Nylon Curtain, $7.50. The Pretenders 2, $12.50. Bay City Rollers, It's a Game. Bay City Rollers is $5. Journey, Look Into the Future. Journey is $17.50. Good Rats, Birth Comes to Us All. Good Rats is $10. We have Beyond the Blue Horizon, George Benson. On the CTI label, Gatefold, Mr. Benson, just $15. Love Gun 6, Brian Setzer's at 10 with Josh Brown. Scott Dwallow, it's up to you on that one. Phil Alvin is $10. There is some damage here. This has Sun Ra on it, Sun Ra and his orchestra. $10 on that. Kenny Begley on Jay for Journey. Don't get that one too often. John LaBeatty on Billy Joel Nylon Curtain. That is sold right over here to John LaBeatty. And Alarma, Daniel Amos, $10. I was about to say, if Grog's watching, he's going to get that George Benson, and he did. And then Count Basie, Basic Basie, $7.50. Verve MPS Series, $7.50 on that. Love Guns, a final call for $6. Waiting to hear back from Greg Beddinger. Brian Setzer is sold to Josh Brown for $10. Let me grab a brand spanking new sleeve for that. A brand spanking new sleeve for that. Okay? That is sold. Appreciate that. Love Guns now at 7. Next auction or next record. Mahalia Jackson's, I think this is Columbia 2i. Yeah, Columbia 2i, $5 of that. Good Rats with Bruce Kulick. Good Rats. No Bruce Kulick. $10 on that one. It does not have Bruce Kulick. Love Gun 8. Also, the best of Eric Carbon, All By Myself, $7.50. Wolverine on Mahalia Jackson. That's sold to Jason Boxell. Jethro Tull, The Minstrel in the Gallery. $10 on Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. And we have Jethro Tull, A Passion Play. Jethro Tull is $10, and Three Dog Night Harmony, $10. An old-fashioned love song, $10 on Three Dog Night. Kenny Begley on EC for Eric Carbon. All By Myself, $8. Greg Bendinger, You're Out. And our next auction is a sealed copy of the Bee Gees main course. This has never been opened. It's sealed, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. Love Guns at $10. Sun Ra, technically Phil Alvin, but there's no condition notes. There's a bad cover damage. It looks like it got dropped on its corner or something. It's $10. Love Gun Out. This is sold to Greg Beddinger for $10. Bee Gees is a $10 start. That is called Main Course. And we're also going to put up another Kiss auction. And that Kiss auction is going to go up right now. And that is Kiss Dynasty. It's a 79 USOG. Inner sleeve with poster and shrink wrap. Wow. Has the poster. Original Kmart price tag. Dynasty with poster, $30 start. I think this crate's worthy of maybe another read-through. Some pretty good titles in here still left. This is a half off, no more, no less crate. Bee Gees is a $10 start. And I still got a Greg Kent over here that's never been opened for $10. And I got a few Billy Joels if anybody's interested in those. Okay. Awesome. Might have to, don't forget, I sold several of these tonight. This is the Garth Brooks Legacy box. I've got 2 left. They're $49.99. You get No Fences, The Chase in Pieces, Fresh Horses, and Triple Live. Of course, OG copies of these are pretty difficult to get. His first album has never been reissued, so it's not even available unless you buy an OG. 7 LPs and 7 CDs. Garth Brooks is $49.99. I have several of those, or 2 of those still left, actually. And there was only one other box set that was shown tonight that didn't sell, and that was Celtic Frost, which is the complete discography from 84 to 86 and bonus items. Celtic Frost is $274.99, and I still got the Dio Studio Collection, and the Dio Studio Collection is $329.99 right here. $329.99 over here. The record flattener is buzzing in the back. Hopefully that euthanasia has been fixed. Todd Saw wants a Garth Brooks. I'll grab you this one right here. That's sort of Todd Saw. $49.99. I got one left if anybody else wants one. That was my last one. Right there's another one, okay? So there's one more there. Let's read through these again. Bee Gees 10, 11, 10, and 14, 15. Final call to bid and get on Kiss. And let's read through these again, and we'll look at the Hubert Laws in 1 second. Okay, actually, let's look at it right now so I don't forget or it gets overlooked. It's right here. So, Hubert Laws and Earl Clue, no condition notes and shrink wrap. It is $10. It's actually a soundtrack, How to Beat the High Cost of Living. $10 on that one. It was $19.99. Kenny Begley gets the last Garth Brooks. Sherry, what I'm going to do is take down your name because I think John told me there's 3 more in the back that we just recently got. And because he saw me handling these today earlier. So those are sold to Sherry, or that's sold to Kenny and Todd Saw. Let's put down Sherry's name, and Sherry, I'll try my best to track down another one for you. And with that, we have filled up another crate. So those are all sold. Fantastical. All right, great price on that for what you're getting there. And let's grab another empty crate. Well, let's make sure Sherry name is down in case there's ever a putback or something like that. She'll be first in line. And if anybody else wants to go on that, it's not something I can order, okay? That's just stuff we've acquired. Not something I can order. Just saying. It's not like I could just order those. All right, so this is Soda Grog. Let's go over the Kiss details again. Kiss is Dynasty. We graded the vinyl VG++ nearly EX. It is an OG copy. It's not bad whatsoever. It's got the original poster and the inner sleeve. It's still in shrink. I would grade the cover VG+. The shrink wrap probably could be cleaned. The shrink wrap, kind of dirty, honestly. Not bad, though. If you were to take it off, which I wouldn't recommend, it would be a VG+ or better cover. It's VG+ right now the way it is. The Bee Gees is at 22. That's a bid between John, between 78 Trans Am and Wolverine, okay? Kiss is a $30 start. There's the details on that. Let's read through these half-off records one more time. I've got Shirley and Lee, the Imperial years, or the Imperial sides, which is a compilation. Those were probably originally 78s, maybe 45s, Shirley and Lee. We were talking about early 60s stuff there, 62, 62, 63. That's a compilation. That's a compilation from France. $10 on that. $10 on that. We have Bay City Rollers. That's $5 in shrink. John Kaiser has a bid in on Kiss for $30. BG's is at $25. 78 Trans Am, you're out. Utopia is $13.50. The Best of Spirit, that is $10. The Very Best of Gene McDaniels, that is $5. Gary Wright, Who I Am. Gary Wright's a gold stamp promo, $7.50. The Carpenters in Quad, a quadraphonic mix of Now and Then, $20 on the Carpenters. Tom Johnston, Everything You've Heard Is True, $7.50. We have Vinegar Joe at $12.50. Kiss 30, 31, now 33, now 35. BG's is at 30 with 78 Trans Am. Wolverine, it goes back to you. Rufus and Shaka, Master Jam, just $5 on that. Catch, this is on Dot Records from 1969. Interesting one here. Catch is $15, half off of $29.99. We got West Bruce and Lang, that is $10. And Moses Jones, Get It Right, $17.50. Also, John Kaiser earlier said he needs to be put down for a pack of inner sleeves. I forgot to read that out loud. John Kaiser needs to be put down for a pack of inner sleeves. Inner sleeves, yes. Inner sleeves. We got you. Kiss is now at 40. Now that's between several people. And the BG's is just up to 78 Trans Am because Mr. Boxell's back in at 31. Now, Mr. Trans Am, it's up to you. Woody's Truck Stop is $17.50. Alvin Lee and Mile and LaFever is $7.50. The Doobie Brothers is $6.50. And we have Son of Spirit for $7.50. Buy and sell 78s. Yes. Oh, for sure. Yeah. We got a little stash of some really rare blue 78s in the back that Paul just bought. There's a couple. There's one that hadn't sold in like 15 years on eBay. And I think it's worth $500 even with a crack in it. So that's going to be coming up very soon. Next is MoFi. MoFi right now is all basically, they are about to start shipping them. So the way MoFi sleeves are right now, I got a solicitation saying about the only way you can get them wholesale is if you order like 1,000 packs. And for us to come out ahead on them. And we're probably going to do that. I wanted my other stock to get kind of low because we sell all these other brands. But we're almost getting to the point I'm about to order like a bunch of them. I mean, it's going to be a huge cost. You know, I'm talking about I'm going to have to pay a large sum of money up front for them. But I think we can sell most of them and hopefully cover it to where, you know, we don't have a lot of money tied up in them. But they have gotten so tough to get, and they're going up a lot. They are going up a lot. Noah Colwell on DB for the Doobie Brothers. BG's is at 35. Kiss is at 42. And over here, the Pretenders is $12.50. Bay City Rollers is $5. Alarma, Daniel Amos is $10. Count Basie's $7.50. Good Rats is $10. Jethro Tull is $10. Jethro Tull is $10. Three Dog Night is $10. And we have Phil Alvin with Sun Ra, $10. Yes, I need to do that. I'll find out tonight what the status on those are. I know they said they was going to ship in the fall, and I probably should have already put in an order, but I think they wasn't going to ship till the fall anyway. So if I find out, we'll get an order, and then if I know for sure I'm getting them, we'll put in a pre-order. We will put in a pre-order, and yeah, that will be very fun because we'll have a bunch of ones to sell. With supplies, I try to sell enough where maybe it equals out to where we don't have to pay for supplies. That way, all this extra, the cost of sleeving all these doesn't set us back too much. Okay. John Kaiser wants 2 packs of enters instead of 1. All right, so the BGs is sold to Boxel for $35. The last bid on Kiss was John Kaiser at 42, and he had outbid Billy Hansen. Billy, it's all up to you. A semi-load of Mo Fighter sleeves. I have seen, we've ordered enough boxes that they've, today we got one of our biggest boxes deliveries ever. They brought it in a semi, and it filled up about half the back of a semi for boxes today. So we had an entire UPS truck deliver vinyl last Wednesday when we got our crate shipment. They actually outsourced them to UPS. So they backed up, and Tanner said, the UPS guy coming in here, he said, I have a whole truck just for y'all. And he's like, I got to go back and reload after I drop all this stuff off. But yeah, our box orders are crazy here. They unload them in pallets, and they have to get them into the back and unwrap them, and we stack them up as high as we can get them. And then it's amazing. We need a time-lapse video. There'll be a stack of mailers up to, 8 foot tall, and then in one day it's like how many they use. All right, John Kaiser gets Kiss for $42, and John Durden wants a pack of inners and 1 pack of outers. Now this is going to make a great bundle because I think there's really good titles in here. I think there's really good titles in here. Really good titles. I need a Dog Days of Summer's opinion so I can read this argument. Dog Days of Summer. I didn't see your last question. I had a debate earlier. What do you consider to be the Dog Days of Summer? I'm going to go around July 10th through August 20th, give or take around 40 days here in mid-Tennessee. It is a pretty hot period right now. Packs of inner sleeves. I think packs of 50 anti-static, they do $28.99 on them. All right, great bundle coming up. A lot of rock and pop titles in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I might have skipped one, but that's okay. I'm going to recount them right now anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, 25. 25, okay? And let's do these for just $95. $95, everything in here. Here we go. How much is Phil Alvin? Well, if it's in a bundle now. It's in a bundle now. 95 for 25 records. Who's going to be the savior for the rest of the show? Wow, we've already sold 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This is going to make close to already filling up 11 crates tonight. Amazing. Here's a $1 starting bid. John Denver, Greatest Hits, Volume 2. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. A $1 start on John Denver. A $1 start on John Denver. Auction number 2 is Yankee Stadium, The Sound of Half of a Century. Very cool record. Yankee Stadium, sealed, a $10 start. There is Mantle. There is Ruth. There's DiMaggio. That is a $10 start. And we also have a sealed Fifth Dimension Greatest Hits, unopened, vintage press, $10. So $1 start on John Denver, $1. Yankee Stadium, $10. Fifth Dimension, $10. I got 25 records for $95. That is $3.80 a piece. I need a bundle buyer. Hopefully nobody's about to go to bed, but if you are, thank you so far for joining us tonight. It's been an incredible Monday, Kiss Monday. I guess I have 2 more Kiss auctions, a couple more of those self-titled ones. I just messed up and I put way too much on the board already. So give me one more second. We'll run our last couple Kiss auctions, which is a couple copies of self-titled. And I think I have found just about, or I've sold about everything that I can find that's up here and was tagged and ready to go. I've done all the supplemental ones. We've done all the advertised ones. The only way I could do more is if I got back there right now and started digging through all the unprocessed stuff, which is something we definitely don't want to do. So we still got a long ways to go. 4 or 5 more hours left in tonight's stream. No, I'm joking. Not that much. but we do have some auctions to wrap up. I got to get this bundle sold. Man, eventually I'm gonna be going up front and crating up records and be like, all right, let me go up front and crate up some records, because back here right now I've only got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I only got 18 crates back here to work with right now of pre-owned records. There used to be 70 and 80 crates back here. Y'all remember, I used to start counting them. That's how much we have blasted through, done on sale, and done bundle deals. Like 70 or 80 crates just in the last month. That's how much inventory we've reduced back here. There's only about 14 crates left, including last week's, of pre-owned records. That is incredible. It used to be like 70, at any given time I could pick out a crate and bring it. So before long, I'm going to have everything new sold. Like all the recent stuff's going to be gone, and we're going to have to be going up front and getting stuff from like a year ago and doing $6.99 crates if we ever want to do vintage. Because Laura marks crates now and almost nothing's left. Paul will mark crates from these new collections, there's almost nothing left. And then about the only backlog we have is maybe some classic rock vintage stuff. So that's and we do those half off, and then we do bundles, and it's all gone. So, and I'll tell you something else that's expediting it. Every morning we do a vintage flip crate, almost a whole crate, and everything sells typically. So that is adding a whole nother crate, 7 crates a week. Over, of course, that's 30 crates gone over a month. And if I wasn't doing those, that would be probably 30 additional crates of records back here to go through. So crazy. I'm saying all this as a thank you to all of our customers, because we've starting to hit these numbers, and I'm like, what are we doing different? We're doing these huge jumps in sales, and I'm like, well, we're doing more videos, we're selling more overnight, more pre-orders, more people in the group. Whew, it's making me dizzy. Has anybody bought? How has nobody bought these yet? All right, so here's what happened. Yankee got a bid for 10. John Denver 3, 1. Fifth Dimension 10. John Denver 5. John Denver 6. John Denver 7. John Denver 8. John Denver 4. John Denver 15. Yankees 11. John Denver 17. John Denver out. Fifth Dimension another 10. Yankees out. Okay, so over here, John Denver is with Jason Boxell at 17. Chuck, he also already bid 10 on the Fifth Dimension, so Chuck, you're out on that. And Yankee Stadium, Travis has it for 11, John Durden's out. And the shipping department is on fire. They're getting down to like 24 and 48-hour turnarounds on orders. Wild. Crazy. This is what happens when I sit here all night and study how to sell more. I'll sit in my chair and stare up at the ceiling and be like, how can I sell more faster and ship it faster? And don't get me starting on that. My brain starts clicking, gears start moving, diagrams gets brought out, diagrams get brought out, spreadsheets start getting made. And Tanner's like, oh gosh, Chad's at work. We're going to have to hire 3 more people now. He's figured out a way to sell 1,000 additional LPs a week. Our group is a very powerful tool. 10,000 people in there, mostly all record buyers. At any time, jumping in on a pre-order or on a buy it now post. So, all right. Anybody else? This half off crate, I got to do something on it. 25 records, $95. Not bad titles either. A mystery crate. What's $95? You can't even get a pizza and a 2-liter for that anymore. You go order a couple pizzas and some 2 liters. You're talking like $200-$300. You're getting a whole crate of vinyl here to listen to, collect, curate, inspect, smell, whatever you want to do with them. $95, 25 records. Let's read the titles one more time. 25 records, $95. Phil Alvin, 3 Dog Night, Jethro Tull, Good Rats, Count Basie, Alarma, Daniel Amos, Bay City Rollers, The Pretenders, Spirit, Alvin Lee, Woody's Truck Stop, Mose Jones, West Bruce Lane, Catch, Rufus and Shaka Khan, Vinegar Joe, Tom Johnston, Carpenters, Gary Wright, G. McDaniel, Spirit, Utopia, Bay City Rollers, and Shirley Lee. The sticker price on the Carpenters and Moses Jones and Woody's Truck Stop, those 3 records, the sticker price is more than what I'm asking for the entire crate. That was 40, 70, 35, and 35. That's 70, 40. That's more than what I'm asking for the entire crate. That's $110. I'm asking $95 for all 25 of them. $3.80 a piece. Last thing over here was Yankee Stadium. This is sold to Travis Woods for $111. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve for him. $111. Okay. We have John Denver's Greatest Hits. $17 with Wolverine. Let me make sure the other person's out. Chuck Haley, are you done on John Denver? Wolverine has this for $17. And then Chuck, Fifth Dimension, he just put Fifth Dimension. Wolverine has that for $17. If no one's buys, will you bundle $75? I will do $85. I'll meet you in the middle, and I'll throw in the sealed Greg Kihn band that was a no-bid earlier. A sealed copy of Greg Kihn band. Fifth Dimension out. So that is sold to Jason Boxell for $17. Okay? $17. Done. John Kaiser says done. All right, let's put that in a new sleeve. He gets all those for $85. That should be 26 records now. Okay? Chuck outs on John Denver. There's only one thing remaining on John Denver. Jeff Brent wants the track listing. Grandma's Feather Bed, Back Home Again, I'm Sorry, My Sweet Lady, Calypso, This Old Guitar. We have Annie's song, Welcome to My Morning, Fly Away, Like a Sad Song, Looking for Space, and Thank God I'm a Country Boy. That is at 17 with Wolverine. I'm also about to sell that. All right, these are all sold to John Kaiser. So $85 should be 26 records now. All right. There's that, and there's that. And we know John Kaiser's done double duty. All right, so he might be one of the only bundlers watching tonight. I don't see John Barry. Haven't heard from Thomas Baumhart. We had Fred W. stepping up to the plate for the first time on a bundle. So maybe let's try to do one more crate, finish up a few more auctions. And that might be a good place to stop the show, because I don't like doing these if I know the whole crate's not going to clean out. These are all or nothing crates, folks. These are all or nothing crates. John Denver is sold to Wolverine for $17. These are all or nothing. When I bring these over, I expect it all gone or nothing. Okay? Or the show is over. Let me figure out when these were marked here. Might have to go a little bit deeper. Let's see what's underneath this one. A few CDs tonight. I honestly don't have any. I have 0 CDs. How many do I have? Thousands. How many do I have ready to sell tonight? 0. Zero. This is a crazy one here. I see a few just like insane titles. I see stuff that I have no idea what it is, and then I see some just interesting and bizarre. Sounds like one we need to go through half off. So here we go. All right. Here we go. I don't like the hole back there in the back. Let me find something to put back there in the back to make it look a lot prettier. Here we go. We'll put a nice picture of Metallica back there. Metallica live at the Hammersmith Odeon, $38.99. I don't think that's going to stay though. Maybe. There we go. This one's mixed, okay? This one's got a little bit of everything. I mean, some of the last records in the crate are pretty crazy to be in the half off department, so let's figure out what happens. Then Chad's going to go eat his apples and peanut butter and start getting ready for tomorrow. New auctions. I still got a couple Kiss, so let's not forget about these. So this is a 74 US Santa Maria second press, okay, which means they probably omitted killing time or they added killing time. Which one is it? They added killing time. No, they took it off, right? Which one is it? They took it off, right? This one does not have killing time. Man, my brains went blank. Which one is it? That means they've added it. It's not on here. Strutter, Nothing to Lose, Firehouse, Cogin, Let Me Know, Kissing Time, not Killing. Thank you, Kissing Time. Deuce, Love Theme from Kiss, 100,000 Years, Black Diamond. So there's no Kissing Time. See, when Seth tagged these, I don't know if he even knew to look for that. Because I think if you run the matrix, it might come up. I don't know how that works. Let me look at this other one. So this one here has Strutter. Kiss. So this one has it. This one doesn't have it. This one, yeah, because so like here's a 74 and first track here. That one's got a double label too. That doesn't look right to me. Looks like somebody almost added that. That looks fake to me, doesn't it to y'all? That looks like it's a fake label. Yeah, they added it later. Okay, thank you. This one here doesn't have it. Yeah, this one doesn't have it. And I don't think it's on the jacket either. Strutter, Nothing to Lose, Firehouse, Cold Gin, Let Me Know, Deuce, Love Theme from Kiss, 100,000 Years, and Black Diamond. Yeah, it's not on this one. Yeah. I think this is the first run. I'm pretty sure that means it's the first run, okay? Strong VG. This is a good record. This is the first run of the Kiss debut album. Yeah. It looks like it's got color touch up. Somebody's done some color touch up back here. So, yeah, this is the one. It's real and it's spectacular. Well, it's not. It's about a strong VG. It might go VG plus. What does this need to be then? This needs to be like at least like a $55 start. I don't honestly hadn't checked prices in a while. I thought the last one I sold brought a few $100 in that kind of condition. Either way, it's going up right now. No reserve auction, $55 start. That is OG Kiss. Okay? Now, if you don't know a lot about these and you just ran the matrix, I don't think if you didn't know about that variant, it may not come back to what you think it is. This one here looks like it's been forged almost. Let me take a look at this one. This one here has Kissing Time on the jacket. This one has Kissing Time on the jacket. This one, that label doesn't look real. It looks like somebody's added that almost. It either got double labeled or somebody put this label over it. But it doesn't matter because it's not a, for them to do, they wouldn't have added a new label. They would have added an old label. That looks weird, though. That looks like something somebody tried to add, you know, or fix. Maybe that was the way they did it at the factory. Okay. I guarantee if you pop it up, that usually means it's a double label. So you could pop that one off and it should be the, but I wonder what it looks like underneath there. That's pretty interesting. Okay, sorry. We're down in the kiss weeds. Once you get down in the kiss weeds, sometimes it's hard to get out of them. Here we go. Half off records. We have Breakaway. Breakaway is a rare 1977 U.S. funk soul album. Now just $37.50. This was $74.99. Breakaway Records, $37.50 on that one. This Kiss here is a VG cover, VG vinyl. Let's be conservative and say VG, VG. It is OG with no kissing time, okay? That is available. Next thing is a sealed copy of the best of the Youngbloods. How cool is that? We got I've got 4 crates of nothing but sealed OG records and sealed vintage reissues. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Youngbloods, $10 start. Breakaway, sold to Patrick Lear. Kaiser has Kiss at 60. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. We have Pieces by Mariah. A Southern Rock psych album. Unknown year. No year on Discogs. No one really knows. You'd have to contact Mariah. VG minus $5. That is now available. So is, the 3 Sounds on Blue Note. It is a 61 USOG mono, but it is VG minus. It's only $12.50 though. VG minus, the 3 Sounds. Here we come. That is available. Kiss is at 60. Going once, going twice. Should be a $150 record. Mosaic. Electronic, that word, by Richard Berner. An 84 down-tempo ambient record, $6.50. Denise on Mariah. Kiss has a new bid for $65. Brian calls second on Mariah. The Oak Ridge Boys, The Lighthouse, and Other Gospel Hits. That's definitely an earlier one there from them. EX Condition, The Oak Ridge Boys, is $5. Bourbon Street Beat, Brian Lee and the Jump Street 5. VG Plus, $6. Kiss is now at 70 with John Kaiser. Sealed Youngbloods, never been opened. That's a $10 start. LSP, $43.99. Dizzy Gillespie, Swing Low, Sweet Cadillac. VG, $5. And that is a 67 US stereo. Lost in the Stars. That looks like an older record. Yeah. 1954 US mono. EX, $6.50. 1954 mono, the original cast album of Lost in the Stars. Grog on Dizzy Gillespie. That is so to Grog. We have SOD, a 1971 OG, VG Plus, $15. Looks like rock. It is on Decca. It does have a seam split. The top seam is almost completely split, just $15. Vignettes is how you say vignette. Thank you. I always forget that word. It's just like, why can't I remember this? I can remember the first 50 digits of pi, but not how to say vignettes. The Fred Bison 5. This is Beat Roots, 92 UK mono blues rock psych, VG Plus, $7.50. Bob Frank, Vanguard, a mid-70s US. It's on the second label. Bob Frank, $12.50. Kiss 75, now Kiss 80. Ken Shepard and the Kinfolk, a 77 U.S. private press rock album, $5 on Ken Shepard. Jeremiah was a turtle. Okay, he was a turtle this time. A 75 country rock album, $6.50. Roy Ayers, Ubiquity, Everybody Loves the Sunshine. I was about to say, yeah, that's a pretty pricey record. Half off of $39.99, a 76 Monarch copy, $20. So Kiss is between Matthew Sherrick and John Kaiser. If anybody wants the sealed best of Youngbloods, you can pick that up. For how much? Just 10 smackers. That's it. 10 smackers. Okay? I'm going to put that right over here. Matthew Sherrick, it's up to you on Kiss. Bark Knoxville, Dale Sanders on the sod. SOD. Brian Call getting the sealed Youngbloods for 10. Kenny Begley was second. And Belly Dance with Habiba. And it looks like she signed the cover. Yeah, she has. Habiba is a rare, Paul says rare, unknown year, and it's signed. $12.50. Chuck Haley, third on Youngbloods. How much was the 3 sounds? $12.50. Half off, it was VG minus, a 61 USOG mono. Jim B wants to know Roy condition. VG. Matthew Sherrick, it's up to you on the Kiss. John Kaiser has it for 80. Omnibus, a 1970 U.S. Psych album. It has cover damage and writing on the cover. It's only $15 now, VG. It was originally priced accordingly, so the VG was supposed to be 30. That tells me high-grade copies can get pricey. Here's our next auction. Credence Gold, which is the Credence comp, okay? This is going to go up for just a $15 start. Now, this was priced for a lot more than $15. I'll tell you what it was priced after the auction was over. After the auction is over. But this is a quad mix of Credence Clearwater Revival Gold, which I don't see too often. These little flaps have some wear and tear. See, they open. There's Tom Fogerty. There's Stu Cook. There's Doug Clifford on drums. And there should be John Fogerty. Okay, that's Credence Gold. A quad mix, $15 start. First thing we have is a John Durden on the belly dancing record. Leslie, John's already got it. Kiss is at 80, now 85. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Matthew's in at 85. CCR's at 15. A 1975 quad. No condition notes on the vinyl. 1975 quad. Dale in on Omnibus. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos, EX, $14. Blues Magoos, EX, $14. Todd Rundgren, A Wizard, A True Star, VG Plus, $7.50. Ernie Watts with Gamelon, Project Activation Earth, an 89 Fusion album, $6.50. Final Call and Kiss for $85. Kaiser's out. CCR's at 17 with Wolverine. Brian Call, you've been outbid. Octa Clark and Hector Duhan, Old Time Cajun Music. VG Plus, $5. Jim B is in at $20. Jim B is in at $20 on the CCR. Mega Blast on Cajun, sold for $5. Next is Back to the Wall, Peter Lang. A 78 U.S. folk album, VG Plus, $6. The Forgiven, Salvation Guaranteed, VG Plus, $5. An 89 U.S. alternate rock, The Forgiven, $5. Roy Ayers, In the Dark. Roy Ayers, a gold stamp promo, $7.50. Kiss is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $85. Guess what? We're going to put up that other one right now. We're going to put up that other Kiss self-title right now. And that is the last Kiss album I have up here for the night. So here it is. Maybe these stickers will peel off. There's that one. Let's see if I can get this one off too, without messing up the cover. It's already pretty worn. Okay, good. It's going to come off. CCR, $22 with Wolverine. Brian and Jim B's both out. All right. So this one has Kissin' Time. It's been added to the back jacket, and it's been added to that funky-looking label. VG minus cover or less. It's got a lot of wear and damage. The vinyl's VG plus, not bad. Kiss is a $15 start. That's their debut, okay? I'd love to have one of those signed. I thought that would be amazing. I'd even take a reissue cover. I think that'd be amazing to have that thing signed by them. All right, back to the half-off bin as soon as I get done touching my toes. Okay, toes are being touched. There we go. Making sure my body still works. Any Trouble, Wheels in Motion, $7.50. Any Trouble, Wheels in Motion. Also, we have Animals as Leaders, Weightless. Clear with blue and red splatter. That's now just $20. Animals as Leaders, $20. CCR is at $28. Now Brian's out. Now Boxall's out. We have Full Circle, Leon Thomas. A 73 US on the Flying Dutchman label. Leon is $10. He's got on a lot of jewelry there. That's a lot of looking gold, expensive stuff there. $10 on Leon Thomas. CCR is at 28 bucks. Shake and Push by The Morals, M-O-R-E-L-L, The Morels. It's an 82 US sealed, $12.50. Animal as Leader, sold to Jim B. Sold to Jim B. And then we have Brian Briggs, Combat Zone, a gold stamp promo for $10. CCR has a new bid for $30. We got a new bidder. Keith Hartley, Lancashire Hustler, that is $20. Also, we have Arthur Lee, Vindicator. Arthur Lee is now $15. Arthur Lee, Vindicator, $15. VG cover, VG vinyl on that one. So now we're down to 3 active bidders on CCR. Grog, Jim B, and Jason Boxall. The Quintet, future tense. The Quintet is a 1971 pressing, no condition notes, $15 on the Quintet. It does have a clip corner, $15 on that. Lou Reed, the Blue Mask, $17.50 on Lou Reed. And Little Milton, If Walls Could Talk, Chess Master sealed Little Milton for $10. $10. Candido, Drum Fever, VG Plus, $15. And MC5, this is censored. So instead of kick out the jams, mother, he says, kick out the jams, brothers and sisters. VG, $25. Still on the Red Electra label. Bill Lloyd, Feeling the Elephant. An 87 US. He's a Nashville legend, is the note from Paul. A Nashville legend, $10. LM is sold to Patrick Lear. That's the sealed Little Milton. Thank you on that one. We have another Bill Lloyd. And we have Son of Spirit for $10. And we have a picture disc. No, it's the Rustics album. VG Plus, $10. Now, CCR is at $33. So CCR is between Jim B and Jason Boxall. Okay? What's sealed for $10? You've already missed it. Also, nobody's bid on Kiss. A final call for a $15 start on that one. Final call for a $15 start on that one. Let's wrap up the rest of this crate. Here we are. Candido, Beautiful, $20. An original 1971 on Blue Note. Just $20 on that one. What was the Quintet? The Quintet, look, I think that's kind of a borderline psych album. The Quintet, future tense, 1971, no condition notes, $15. Kiss has a bid for $15 with Brian. Final call. How about this right here? Nordisk Creme, Tuscamorque. It's a 2021 magenta vinyl, and that is $17.50. I don't know if I said any of that right. The Rolling Stones Hackney Diamond, sealed on diamond clear vinyl for $15. Shawn Mendes, handwritten, sealed for $10. Shawn Mendes. Ready to Be, sealed, a Target exclusive for $7.50. And, whoa, Radiohead, $20. Hail to the Thief. That night, I turned down an offer for $30. I remember Scott Dwalla was trying to offer me $30. I said, nah, $32. He passed, and now it's $20. Crazy. That kind of stuff happens. Matthew, you have tied Brian on the Kiss. Brian Call was first, though, on the Stones. Then Christina. Shakedown got Radiohead. Jim B on SM for Shawn Mendes. Steven next on Radiohead. Grog next on Radiohead. Jim B next on Radiohead. Jim B next on the Rolling Stones, Brian next on Radiohead. Leslie next on the Radiohead. And Bart Knoxville does want the Quintet album for $15. That's right here. Lothel next on Radiohead. Creedence is sold for $33 for Jim B. That record was originally marked, and it was actually laying on top of this crate, but here was the original price tag, $84.99, a 1975 quad. I should have left that in the half-off bin. That is sold to Jim B for $33. Originally marked for $85. Wow. He just paid this month's Ferrari's payment. Kiss is at $20. And Brian Call, Matthew Sherrick. Actually, Brian, you bid against yourself. Brian, your bid came in first, so it's up to Matthew to beat your $20 now, or you get it for $15, honestly. So now, basically, he's got to bid more than $20. The price on the Candido was $20. Unless he bid and I don't see it. He might have bid and I can't see it. Candido on Blue Note is $20. Yeah, oh, it's nice. It's called Beautiful. It is beautiful. $20. When I read your comment, Grog, I thought you said, what was the price on the Candido that was beautiful? Not realizing that was actually the name of the album. Grog says he'll take it. All right, I think that one's worthy of maybe another quick skim. I don't know if I want to I guess I could bundle these. We got Brian getting MC5. That's a great decision. So he's out. So I guess I'll just sell it to Brian for $15 because he was tied. And then he bid against himself. So, yeah, that goes to Brian for $15, not really $20. All right? And there's that. Brian put in a security bid that won him the auction. That was some strategy. Okay. Sealed. What do else I have over here in the sealed department? I have in the sealed department, or just over here in this, I have a Willie and the Poor Boys with Jimmy Page and Charlie Watts and other members of the Rolling Stones and Ray Cooper. And this is a sealed copy for a $10 start. The shrink's really tight. It's so tight it's almost been in the corner back up here. But that is sealed, and it's a $10 start. Okay? And now what we're going to do is we're going to breeze through those again. There's still some interesting stuff in there. And then we might offer them for a bundle. That'd be a great way to clean out this crate. A bundle. Anybody ever heard of one of those? Mosaic is a down-tempo ambient by Richard Bermer, EX, $6.50, okay? We have Oak Ridge Boys, The Lighthouse. Oak Ridge Boys is EX, $5. Bourbon Street Beat, Brian Lee and the Jump Street 5, VG plus $6. What's in this crate? I'll go through it as soon as we're done here. Lost in the Stars was EX, $6.50. The Fred Bison 5, VG plus $7.50. Blues Rock Psych, VG plus $7.50. Bob Frank, mid-70s. Got to be blues. Folk Blues, VG plus $12.50. Ken Shepard, Ken Folk, VG 5. Jeremiah Was the Turtle, Country Rock, EX 650. Here We Come, The Three Sounds, VG minus $12.50 with Gene Harris, Andrew Simpkins, and Bill Dowdy. Final Call on Poor Boys, one bid for $10. Another sealed record going up, and that's Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels. This is a Sunday's reissue, mono. Mitch Ryder, Jenny Take a Ride, $10 start on that. Christina Curtis on the Oak Ridge Boys. We got Roy Ayers Ubiquity for $20 and VG. Psychedelic Lollipop still available. By Blues Magoos. And that's now just $14. And it's OG and it's in mono. And Todd Rundgren has the original die-cut, like rounded corner gimmick cover. VG plus $7.50 on that one. Ernie Watts with Gamelon. That's EX $6.50. Back to the Wall, Peter Lang, VG plus $6. The Forgiven, Salvation Guaranteed, 89 US alternate rock, $5. Roy Ayers again, this time In the Dark for $7.50. Any Trouble, Wheels in Motion, $7.50. Full Circle, Leon Thomas, VG plus $10. Shake and Push, The Morels, sealed, 82 US, $12.50. Brian Briggs Combat Zone, $10. Keith Hartley, Lancashire Hustler, $20. Arthur Lee still available, Vindicator. Arthur Lee, VG, just $15. Lou Reed still available, $17.50. Candido Drum Fever, VG plus $15. Polydor, got a promo sticker on the front. Bill Lloyd, I got 2 copies at $10 each. Spirit was $10. Rustics with the original die-cut cover, $10. This is Nordis Crim, kind of a bizarre one there, $17.50. And Ready to Be, and that's by, that's the name of the Twice. Yeah, that's Twice. That's the name of the band, Twice. All right. Okay, and Ray Reed on Roy Ayers Sunshine. And Grog also just said he would take it. your Jazz counterpart just claimed it before you. That is so to David Hoy. Brian Call got both sealed records at $10 a piece. Nice late night pickups there. Sealed $10, sealed $10. Great prices. Sealed $10, sealed $10. Let's sell that. And Willie and the Poor Boys, $10. All right, now, anybody else, if you're thinking or researching a record, now's the time. I'm going to go ahead and start reading some of these right quick. Well, actually, let's just make sure everybody's done. I'm going to count these and offer them as a bundle. So, let's make sure. How many? We still got 134 faithful viewers at almost 1 a.m. That's pretty remarkable for a Monday night. Let me update my timer here and see how long we've been going. I started really late tonight. John caught me and started talking to me. And no one had got to see me. I was trying to eat. Y'all should see when I come in. There's usually about 4 people. Usually people here need to tell me stuff before the show. Ed, John, sometimes Tanner, Otis, Laura, sometimes my mom, my sister, Jake. And I got one hand and with my Subway. I'm also on my phone trying to make sure I've got everything done text message wise. And it's just a madhouse. And I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, it's 6:05. They're going to kill me if I don't go live. Especially for the people waiting for me to start. They're like refreshing, waiting for the show to start. I'm like, I'm super duper late. All right, we have a Jeremy Bryant on this one right here. Thank you. $17.50. Arthur Lee was VG. Arthur Lee, maybe even VG minus on the cover. Yeah, it's got some water damage up here on the cover. We need to take that like maybe even less than VG minus. Of course, that's Arthur Lee from the band Love. It's a Monarch copy. It's VG vinyl, $15. I bought a new Chevelle last week. Is that black vinyl? No, that was Indie exclusive colored vinyl. Indie exclusive colored vinyl. Okay? A couple bowls of Fruity Pebbles. I got Cocoa Puffs last night. I'm going to eat that after the gym tonight. I haven't had Cocoa Puffs in a while. That's going to be my post gym meal. I'm about to listen to some Pantera and exhaust myself so I can sleep good tonight. We need to do about 100 curls, 100 bench press, and 100 squats, and I'll sleep like a rock. All right, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Last bundle of October, truly a mystery crab here. 27 at this price, 105. So $105 divided by 27 is $388 a piece. I've already watched The Fugitive, and I've already watched U.S. Marshals. So next in my rotation is National Treasure for the 100th time. $105 for those last 27 records. Okay? 105, 27 records. How much, Chad? That's just $105 for 27 records. Bundle deal. Somebody don't leave the last ones hanging. Don't do it. Just say so, John Kaiser, Grog, Lothale, Jay Castillo, Bart Knoxville, Glitter, Brian Call. It's about time for Brian Call to do a bundle. Christina Curtis, Matthew Sherrick. It does cost a lot to ship these bundles, yeah. I'm just doing the straight cost. If I told you what it cost and then what I'm actually netting, but somehow we still come out ahead. That $8 has helped us tremendously. Getting that helps pay for a lot of cost because we eat a lot of expense on postage. Who wants them? Come on, somebody make an offer. That's not a firm price. I mean, it is, but I'm willing to bend, so it's not firm. Let me go ahead and be reading some of these out, reading some of these off over here. So this is new for today. This is the Dio box set, $329.99. That is the complete Dio work from 83 to 93. Richie Valens now playing, which is a fairly new compilation they've done. $24.99. It does have La Bamba. The Cars is the Rhino All Analog Cut by Kevin Gray, Hi-Fi Edition from Rhino. I have Montrose also now playing for $24. I've got a couple of those. Ignore this for right now because it's part of a set. Frank Sinatra, Songs for Swingin' Lovers. That's a 75 reissue sealed for $24. This is actually some Laura Crate stuff here. I need to put these over here with these others. Carole King Live and Tapestry. Carole King Live in Hyde Park doing Tapestry. That's a music on vinyl pressing, numbered on colored vinyl for $27. The Fabulous Baker's Boys soundtrack, sealed for $19. The Best of Sam Sham and the Pharaohs, Wooly Bully, sealed $14.99. Blondie is a 2015 seal, $29.99. Linda Ronstadt, a MoFi pressing, sealed, $44.99. Masterpieces by Ellington, that's a QRP Analog Productions, sealed, $44.99. Stephen Parton on Sam Sham and the Pharaohs, thank you, that's so to him. Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You, that is sealed for $19.99. And so those are all pre-owned records there, even though some of them are sealed. If anybody wants to make an offer on any of those aren't even supposed to be in there. Those are offerable. Is that a word? Here is a bent corner prong, just a light crease right here. I mean, not bad, but enough where I have to discount it, $10. Cleansing, numbered, snap your finger, snap your neck, $29.99. That would have been $39. I have a live Metallica, Market Square Heroes, Volume 1, Volume 2, a double LP, 4 LPs total. Volume 1's 44, Volume 2's 44. Better Than Ezra, Deluxe Edition, my last copy. That's from that original shipment. Green vinyl, $59.99. Lil Wayne, The Carter 6, his newest album, $39. Under Oath, The Place After This One, that is on ruby red vinyl for $33. Volcano, that's Bloody Vengeance. That's thrash metal that was originally released in 1986, $39.99. Coltrane, Coulter Wall, Songs of the Plains. I don't know what I did. I combined some words there. I said Coltrane, Coulter Plains, Coltrane, Coulter Wall, Songs of the Plains, $29.99. And Bullet Boys, 10-Cent Billionaire, $34. We got an earlier, let's see here. We got DJ Not So Good getting prong. Make sure he gets that for $29.99. Ellington is sold to Grog for $35. Now, Grog, I want to let you be aware of seam splits at the bottom and seam splits at the top. They're starting to crackle. That heavyweight vinyl is not, it's wanting to come through the jacket a little bit. I'm going to sell that pending that you're okay with that. And we're going to sell Leslie Blondie for $22.99. Okay, so we have Linda Ronstadt, sealed MoFi 44, sealed Scandal, an original $19.99. The Fabulous Baker's Boy is sealed for $19.99. Carole King MoFi, $27, and we have Sinatra sealed for $24. Okay, those you can make offers on. These are all sticker price new stuff. And he's going to pass on the Ellington. If anybody wants that, $35. Yeah, it has some seam splits. And I'm going to scan that one. We might need to get that on Discogs. What is this thing going for? The Richie Valens is $24.99. 2000. Is this 2000? This is 2021. They start right now at $59 on Discogs. So it's not a cheap record. They start at $59. And is that sealed? It is sealed. Okay, so they start at $59. There's one that's sold for $40, $45, and $55. So 35 is not bad, maybe even with cover damage, unless you just don't like that, and that's understandable. And Richie Valens is $24. Don't think y'all have got off the hook. I hadn't forgot about this bundle deal over here. I have not forgot about this bundle deal. I'm going to put all these right back here. If anybody else wants any of these, if anybody else wants any of this action, we still got to get these sold to wrap up this show. There they are. Why isn't Jim B for once in his life could buy a bundle, right? Goodness, come on, Jim B. Just once in your life, do something that will make you proud, okay? Not something that, when you go to bed at night, you have to be like, man, why did I do that? Keeps you up all night. Why did I do that to Chad? And you're twisting and turning in bed. You can't sleep. You're thinking about it all day tomorrow at work. All because you didn't pull the trigger on this bundle and just go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take every one of those for $105. You can't buy a pizza and a 2-liter for that nowadays. You go through the Chick-fil-A and get a few chicken sandwiches, a couple brownies, some curly fries or waffle fries. Next thing you know, you're at $300 at Chick-fil-A. It happens every day to families across America. So I'm trying to give you a good quality product right now. 27 vintage OG, vintage original high quality. This is vinyl. This is $105. All I'm trying to do right now. That's all I'm trying to do right now. You go in Publix, buy a couple of things of eggs, milk. Next thing you know, $500-600. You eat it, it's all gone. We're talking about vinyl records here. Throwing all these in your dreams. That's what you're dreaming about tonight, maybe, but it's not reality. We're in reality. This is Middle Tennessee, Lebanon, Tennessee. Coletco Live. You're living in a fantasy land. Jim's going to list all these on Discogs. This is $300, $400, $500, $600, $700 in retail value here. All you got to do is put a little elbow grease into it. We don't have time. There's no time. If I don't sell them now, that's it. Unless it's something just sealed. I have sold a lot on Discogs. I'm like, well, I'm just going to put this on Discogs. Scan it, beep, seal it, sell it for $390. Ship it, gone. Once there was a way. What is today? The 19th now? Okay. Does anybody have any last request? Any last request before I say good night and I go eat my apples and peanut butter and write down my quick to-do list? Y'all broke my heart not taking the last bundle. I'm truly heartbroken. I told myself I was not buying anything this week. It's only Monday and I already got a few. Telling yourself you're not going to buy from Coletco is like looking in the mirror and saying, I'm not going to, that's just nonsense, okay? That's just a bunch of nonsense. That's like running from happiness. A real number for Rush. Let me start thinking on it. So Matt, I'm pretty sure a signed poster with them on it. It looks like it was something from Grace Under Pressure. Recently just sold for $3,500. And I think this item's much neater. We'll be able to get it done Thursday night, but I'm just wanting to make sure I get out of it what I want to get out of it. So what we're discussing is, and now that I know there's some people on, I probably need to tell this to. So, of course, we're looking at another crazy Thursday night coming up. I got to get some time to advertise this stuff. So, Thursday, we plan on letting go a Rush poster signed by Neil Peart, Geddy Lee, and Alex Lifeson. Matt, I will have to run it for auction, but I think a lot of this stuff I've basically wanting to make sure we got people in on minimum bids. I know Matt's probably in on the Rush. The Beatles, I have a set of Beatles autographs, and I think there is a couple people in it, the starting bid, which I think is going to be around $15,000. Okay, it's a complete set. I've got Lennon, Harrison, McCartney and Starr. They're all cut, beautiful signatures. Beckett and PSA, JSA, they're authentic. And lots of other stuff, but that's two big dogs. The problem with the Metallica is if I sell it, I don't have this other one certified already. If I sell one, it's probably going to be the, I don't know. That's the decision I'm going to have to make. And then we got all kinds of other stuff we're just talking about a few items, but they're serious, like some of the most crazy stuff we've ever offered here. And it's really got to be planned out ahead of time. And it's going to be painful to watch some of it go. But a lot of this, I've already made sure we have like backups on standby because it's stuff I really didn't want to sell. If I won the Beatles autographs, would you deliver to London? If you buy them, I'm coming to London next year to Metallica. If you'd be willing to pay for them and me hold them for about a year, I will put them in my carry-on when I'm getting on the plane and make sure nothing happens to them. I'll go ahead and pre-send you all the certification documents. But yeah, I've been meaning to tell you that I'm going to come over there next year. So maybe if you go to that show, we could just meet up then. Hot picture tomorrow. Let's see here. Throw in the top. GMB's already offered that. Where was I at? Bundle? I mean, what? Hold on, man. Let me show these right here. So Laura, she sent me Bowie, Van Halen, Spider-Man. Oh, yeah. So she texted me and said, the RL2, we have a Led Zeppelin 2. It's maybe the cleanest copy I've ever seen. We got a thumbs down from something. What happened there? They thought there's a thumbs down on the screen. She says, Laura, and she's cleaned most of the RLs we've sold. She says that's the cleanest copy she's ever seen. It may go EX if you want to borderline conservatively do it, okay? It could go EX. That's going to be a big one tomorrow. Hendrix UHQR. That's an amazing sounding record. I have that myself. Bowie, Rainbow, Joey Ramone. Looks like Muddy Waters, the White Stripes. Never seen that one before. Greatest Hits. A little bit different cover there. Punisher, John Lee Hooker, TT Quick. Gold Dollar. Is that White Stripes too? I think it is. Evanescence, Superman, REM. Pearl Jam, Beatles, Smashing Pumpkins, Nirvana. A lot of boots there. Bobby Caldwell, Wes Montgomery, Smashing Pumpkins. A lot of boots. Pearl Jam, Smashing, Nirvana, Beatles, Billy Idol, Britney Spears, Cheech and Chong. That's a Canadian Beatlemania. That's a tough one to get there. That's the Canadian version. Another Civil Wars, Pretty Little Baka Guy. Everclear. Everclear looks like it's signed by somebody. And that's it. And plus, I got surprises. What I was going to do is these... I was at 105 for 27 records. So 105, 135, 135, 140, 150, 165, 170, 180, $210, including all these. There's some good stuff in there. That adds up quickly. Yeah, those $210. If you want all those in there. I did some of those at half off. So I was at 105. Yeah. Those by themselves are $105. All these. Yeah. 30, 45, 65, 70, 80, 35, 105. Yeah. Yeah, these are 105 by themselves, and all these are 105. So 210 for everything. But yeah, that adds up quick if you're just doing them that way. That's what I'm saying. The sticker price on all these, if I just did 5 and 10 off on all these, it would be a lot more than $105. So, what was the other question? Thought that might get your attention. Yeah, I got to work on some, and we have other really good stuff buried. I've got over here Ted Williams. I still got some sports stuff, some signed 45s that Tanner just found. Yeah, it's going to be next couple nights, and I got other stuff to slip in Tuesday and Wednesday too, so I better get to work. So thanks, everybody. Anybody last request? Anybody last request? What else is there? Let me go through my photos I've recently took of autograph. I feel like I'm missing some stuff. Well, we're waiting for some stuff to come back with letters. I posted all those today. I feel like I'm still missing some stuff. Well, there's a Yes poster I really hadn't told a lot of people about because I really don't want to sell it. But I've got a Yes poster. It's a big one too. It's signed by John Anderson, Trevor Rabin, Chris Squire, Tony Kay, and Alan White. But I like it because it's Peter Max. Peter Max, of course, did the artwork for that one. So you get kind of a best of both where you get Peter Max with the Yes logo, and it's signed by that full band on that album. I'm kind of partial to that, though. I do have a bundle offer, 180, and he'll pick up. If you're good with that, Dale, I'm good with that. I'll say that whole crate. I'll say the whole crate. Great price. If you're picking up, 180. Chad, can you put me on the Garth Brooks waiting list and find a few more? Sure thing. Add Steven to the Garth Brooks. That's him and Sherry Darnell. Chad, you happen to know the quality recording of the Steely Dan in Memphis? I assume it's a bootleg. It is. It's an unofficial. I don't think there's any problems with it, though. Will the big items like Rush be buy now, pay now, or wait till Monday for non-pays? If it's a new buyer, if somebody gets on new and they throw in a $16,000 bid for Beatles autographs, and I don't know who they are, and they're not somebody I don't think that maybe can pay for them right away, I'm going to say, whoa, whoa, whoa. If you're bidding on this, you got to pay right away. If you're buying the Rush poster, if you're buying something for $2,800 or $1,500 or $800, and I know you still got 7 days to pay, because I know some people may have to move around money. When you start getting into $10,000 payments, some people might have to move money out of a savings account, sell stock, whatever, you liquidate some assets or something, you know. Hey, but listen, if somebody's like, well, I got to sell this to buy some Beatles autographs, I would be like, that's not a bad decision whatsoever. That's blue chip 100%. So, I mean, that kind of stuff, when I'm buying stuff like that, I'm just like, man, this is just like buying gold. So I don't have any problem pulling the trigger on something like that. This is sold to Stephen Chesney. But yeah, if you're regular and you're well established, yeah, you got 7 days to pay. I'm obviously going to be monitoring it, especially on the really expensive stuff. There's not going to be too much of that kind of stuff Thursday. I mean, there's just going to be a few items that are just crazy, you know. But we'll keep an eye on them. But yeah, well, I'm just not going to let anybody hop on here and start bidding on that stuff. It's going to be like, well, you probably want to get. Actually, when I post it, I'll probably put in the post, let's go ahead and get you pre-registered and make sure you got a legitimate account. Okay, can we clarify that the Linda and bundle wasn't removed? Yeah, that's you talking about the MoFi? Yeah, all that's still in here. Linda, Scandal, All that's in here, yeah. Duke Ellington, and then the rest of the crate. You got everything. Right, and I'm just going to leave all, whoever's tagging, this other crate's almost full. We'll just leave all that in there together so we don't even have to separate. I will put sticky notes around them, but we'll just leave all that in its crate by itself, okay? All right. We're done now after a lot of chit-chatting. I love chit-chatting. I could stand on here all night and talk to y'all. I got some pretty cool signed albums, too. I got to dig them out over here. I got Jerry Lee Lewis. We got some cool stuff I hadn't told y'all about, so. And then probably just the metal we're probably going to have for Thursday is going to be insane. It's going to be insane. And let's not forget about tomorrow on Wednesday either, you know. So don't forget, all right? Don't forget. Thanks, everybody. I am officially signing off. Good night. I'm going to hit this button. We've been here 7 hours. If I could have started at 5 when I'm supposed to, we would have been here 8 hours. But we have officially sold 12 full crates of vinyl tonight. Amazing. Let's do it again tomorrow. I'm going to go eat some apples and peanut butter. Y'all stand by.